Arc 6, Chapter 44, Medal of Blood. Within the stone room, Subaru was gazing down at his hands in shock at seeing the small girl who lay limp just beneath his eyes.
Subaru. He could not understand what had just happened. His wrists were wounded, his throat felt acrid, and his heart was racing. However, those things did not seem to be linked with what had happened. In fact, his memory was a complete blank. It was like a glitch had been born within his mind.
Apart from the physical evidence that remained, any traces of anyone had vanished.
Only one thing was certain, only one thing. The
light within the little girl's eyes that lay in front of him had been extinguished. Subaru, TCH, it's still too early to give up. One step at a time, each step he takes feels extremely heavy, as if his feet were glued to the floor. He somehow manages to move his feet towards the little girl. Meili.
He crouches down next to her. Subaru.
Meili lay there motionless, in spread-eagle fashion with her mouth half open. She had an expression that seemed like one of shock frozen on her face, and her eyes seemed to be out of focus.
When he had first seen her, it had seemed like the girl had been taken by surprise.
Seeing her figure now up close only strengthened this impression. Subaru, Meili. Oi, Meili.
He called that out. But there was no reaction.
Since his desperate appeal had not roused her, Subaru shakes her shoulders and tries to lightly slap her face in the hopes of seeing a response.
But yet again, there was no response from her. Her eyelids, which had remained open, did not even blink.
Subaru, me.
Stopping himself, Subaru took a deep breath and decides that he will try to resuscitate her using what he recalls. Putting his hands on her chest, he remembered learning about how to administer emergency chest compressions.
He remembered that the heart's position was about 2 fingers length away from the top of the stomach, and that he would need to press down on her heart using all of his body weight.
With this in mind, he started to push his palms down on her chest. Subaru, ha. Ha.
Meili. Hey, Meili.
Subaru, fuck. There was no reply. With a pale face, he feebly shook her body.
Cursing the situation he was in, Subaru brought her head up and secured her airway in preparation for giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The process of CPR included administering both chest compressions and performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
Subaru, what next? There's something else.
What is it? What is it? Fuck, 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 fuck. Desperately clawing at his memory, Subaru searches for anything else that he could do. However, he had obtained this smattering of knowledge from watching TV. In the end it was only half complete. The more desperately he tried to resuscitate her, the more Subaru's arms succumbed to fatigue, and the more it started to feel like a fruitless attempt. Simply, in the end, he was repeating over and over again the actions of chest compressions, followed by mouth-to-mouth.
He could not feel any trace of a heartbeat against his palms whilst he pressed down on her chest. He could not get any response from the girl's body even when he was breathing air into her lungs.
Continuing to administer CPR to the limit of his strength would dash.
Subaru, damn it.
Subaru fell back towards the ground, breathing in exhaustion and sweating profusely from his forehead.
Subaru, fuck.
Clutching his fringe in frustration, Subaru could only swear. Meili had not shown any signs of breathing.
His first impression had been correct.
The light within this little girl's eyes would never shine again.
Meili had died.
Ruthlessly, fate had snatched away this young girl's life so cruelly.
Such an expression was mere consolation, and was not suitable in this place. It hadn't been fate that had killed her. She had been murdered by someone.
Meili's neck was blemished by a series of bluish-black bruises.
Subaru. Holding his breath and filled with regret, Subaru looks towards his hands.
Until now both of those hands had been used in an attempt to save Meili's life. On his wrists, both his left wrist and his right wrist, there were numerous amounts of scratches grooved into them as if done by fingernails. Quite entirely as if someone had scratched and clawed at them with all their might, as if it was a life and death situation.
He wasn't so ignorant to not understand what it meant. Subaru.
Subaru gets up and goes to fix Meili's disheveled appearance. He adjusts her clothing, crosses her arms across her chest, and closes her eyelids. And, whilst he was paying his respects to her corpse, he gently placed his hand against her thin neck. Sensing a bad feeling about this, he traces his fingers against the bluish-black hues left on Meili's neck.
Subaru, a perfect match.
His faint muttering came without any strength or surprise, and it only reaffirmed this fact. The bruises left on Meili's neck looked like they had been caused by fingers, and the shapes of those fingers matched exactly with Subaru's fingers.
No longer would he doubt the facts here.
Meili had been strangled to death.
And the culprit was no other than
Subaru, you, Gar. As soon as he had accepted this fact, the feeling of wanting to vomit ran up his throat.
He turned his face quickly and rolled to the sides, so he could avoid befouling Meili's body. It had only been a short while in which Subaru's breakfast had been in his stomach.
Emptying his stomach's contents onto the luxurious floor, he vomits until his stomach is completely empty. Subaru, I'm really
done
puking.
Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he mocks himself. In fact, he couldn't remember how many times he had vomited now. This may have been the first time today, but yesterday it had been a terrible amount of times.
He felt that as of now he wouldn't be able to stomach any food anymore. Subaru felt like apologizing with all his heart to all the farmers around the country. His mind would likely crack and break into little pieces if he wasn't conscious of thinking such thoughts.
Subaru. There was a bunch of circumstantial evidence present. There had been 2 people in the room, and the bruises on Meili's neck matched Subaru's fingers.
Subaru isn't optimistic enough to believe that he could escape the blame in this situation.
He didn't think someone had framed him. You don't need to add another person's hands in this situation.
If someone had framed him here, then this place transcended all known dimensions. If hands are needed to create this nightmare, then it is only 2 you need. Since Natsuki Subaru possesses 2 hands, then surely that is enough?
Subaru, I don't understand the meaning of this.
Subaru lacked understanding in him to accept the facts in front of him. Inexplicable, baffling, incomplete, regardless of the term used to describe this scene, it would be impossible to reproduce it. He can only conclude that the crime was done by Natsuki Subaru.
However, Subaru did not hold such a memory within himself. Subaru, what happened? What happened?
Remember. Remember, remember, remember. Walking around the room, Subaru tries to wrench open his memories. He had died, then woke up and seen Emilia, Beatrice, and Patrash. He had hid that he had lost his memories from them and then eaten breakfast. He had tried to interrogate Julius whilst Shaula secretly kept an eye on them.
Then Meili came across saying she had something to say to Subaru. Subaru, last night, she mentioned last night.
Subaru frowns as he vaguely recalls Meili's words. However, shortly after she had tried to talk about it, Subaru had slipped out of consciousness. The words she had said had shattered into 1,000 pieces, just like the thoughts that you can get whilst you are on the verge of falling asleep.
Subaru, last night, I was asked about last night. On that I am sure. Before I woke up or before I went to bed?
Either way, she asked me.
And then?
From there, he doesn't know anymore. The only thing he can fathom about the contents of what Meili had asked Subaru was that it was related to his evening excursion.
1.
Emilia had told him that this morning Subaru had been found collapsed outside the Taigeta library. Subaru's behavior in the night before he had collapsed was completely unknown to him.
At least now there was no doubt that the incident was related to his memory loss.
And surely, Meili remembered what Subaru had forgotten. There happened to be some connection, on that there was no mistake.
Subaru, she's dead. And I strangled her? Why did I do such a thing?
If he looked down at both of his hands, although not present in his memories, he felt that it revived a raw sensation in his palms. Both arms had squeezed her neck until her breath had stopped.
There was evidence on his wrists that showed that Meili had desperately tried to resist.
If he looked carefully, on Meili's fingernails there was blood left in them, and the evidence of a fight. Very deep fingernail marks had been left there on his arms. He couldn't help but feel like this had been the echo of deep-seated resentment that the little girl had left behind. Subaru, ah? Subaru's thinking had given reins to delusion. Suddenly he let out a hoarse gasp.
He had gasped as if he'd been taken aback by something. The cause was due to his arm. It was not the wounds at the vicinity of his wrist which he was staring at.
He was looking at his right hand's fingernails. Just like Meili, his fingernails were jam-packed with blood and skin as if he had scratched someone.
Subaru.
With these baffling bloodstains in mind, Subaru turned to face Meili's corpse again.
Showing respect to her death, he had fixed up her disheveled appearance.
It wasn't a great consolation, but except for her bluish-black bruises on her neck, the little girl's corpse still looked cute just as she did when she was alive. At least there were no traces of any fingernail scars visible on her body. Subaru's fingernails were unkempt and hideous, and there were no traces of such pitiful gouge marks on her body. Then the remains of skin and blood left stuffed inside his nails. Wasn't it from his intent to kill? What was it?
Subaru, no way.
He looked down at the arm that had been hurting him. Subaru's lips quiver as he gets a bad feeling about it. It is good to remember that from the elbow of his right arm, there was a grotesque black coloration to it.
But it had been his left arm that was throbbing in pain.
Subaru starts to slowly roll up his sleeve, unrolling all the way up to the inside of his elbow, where the source of the pain was coming from.
He feels the fabric trying to stick to his arm as dried blood peels off as he continues to unroll his sleeve.
Taking a sharp breath, Subaru finishes unrolling his sleeves all the way to his shoulder. There he saw his own left arm bleeding quite a bit.
Subaru took a very deep breath. Subaru. He scrapes away the dark red blood that was dirtying his arm with his fingers, and gazed at the wound that had been bringing him this pain.
As he had imagined, there were scratches in his skin, as if it had been carved by his own right hand. From the inside of his elbow all the way to his upper arm, there was a wound which had been painfully carved into it.
However, it was not merely just an ordinary wound. There are characters.
Carved there on his flesh by fingernails are some crudely etched characters.
Engraved there, it said,
Natsuki Subaru was here.
2.
Subaru, ah.
He felt trouble breathing from the moment he saw it. It was as if his breath had been knocked out of him.
Subaru wiped the scar left on his left arm with his fingers to see if he had been mistaken.
Over and over again.
Once the flow of blood had stopped, he rubbed the wound once more and confirmed it.
There was no other way of reading it.
No matter how he looked at it, it was written as Natsuki Subaru was here. The handwriting was messy, written in Japanese, and said, Natsuki Subaru was here.
It was easy to understand. It was a very easy to understand self-assertion. It seems that the criminal left evidence at the scene of the crime as proof of his own crime. Leaving behind the name had clearly conveyed who had committed this crime. How kind of him, what ambition, oh how must he have craved being in the limelight. Subaru, you, what do you want?
In the face of such unacceptable facts, Subaru's voice shook as he shouted out in grief,
shaking his left arm, and keeping it far away from him whilst turning his face away from it. His feet ended up getting tangled. He fell flat on his backside.
Subaru's left arm hit the floor and his teeth clattered together. Many times he banged his arm on the floor over and over again. He bit his lip as the pain in his bone resounded. Blood starts to pool out of his mouth.
But even so, the reality of the situation will not change. The wounds on his arms will not disappear.
Subaru, this wasn't there.
There was no such wound here. Shaking his head in refusal, Subaru cries out this appeal in the room where there only the motionless Meili lay.
Subaru's wound on his left arm must have occurred just after he slipped out of consciousness.
The wound on his left arm had been newly created, he had never noticed it before.
Someone had strangled Meili, and had scratched him as well. No, it wasn't that.
No. That was absolutely wrong. It's all wrong. Admit it. Understand it, he ought to know. It wasn't someone else.
It wasn't performed by another being, This crime had been committed by Natsuki Subaru. It wasn't Subaru, it was Natsuki Subaru who killed Meili and carved this medal in his arm to show off his achievement. Subaru, so, AZ. Insane. Crazy.
It seems he is going insane.
Is Natsuki Subaru the name of a monster that he just couldn't comprehend?
Subaru. This was not the first time Subaru had held great distrust of Natsuki Subaru.
Natsuki Subaru obviously repeats actions that make no sense, starting with his unusual behavior of the night before, which still hadn't been answered. When he had ended up questioning Julius, he had heard from him of Echidna's misdeeds with him and how those actions had driven Julius into some sort of mental anguish.
The Subaru that came back from the convenience store and the Natsuki Subaru here no longer resembled the same person. As if it was a counterfeit version of him.
3. Subaru was seriously convinced that his body possessed a completely different being inside it. Subaru, but that's not right. Although it annoys him too, if he pays close attention to the scar engraved on his left arm, he can't deny his suspicion.
His name was engraved on his arm.
Of course, it was quite different from how he'd write it using a pen or a brush. However, there was a certain peculiarity within how the letters were written. Specifically, there was a certain habit that Subaru had when writing his calligraphy.
Unless you were to deliberately copy them, it would be practically impossible for someone else to have coincidentally written it like this.
In other words, it was unmistakable that Subaru's handwriting and Natsuki Subaru's handwriting had the same origin.
As soon as he had noticed that, the facts had become clear. That is dash.
Subaru, dash when I lost my consciousness, Natsuki Subaru returned? And then that Natsuki Subaru had had some form of argument with Meili and ended up killing her. He had then left that fact behind in his arm, and all of this had been hidden in the confines of his consciousness. He doesn't understand the real meaning behind doing such a thing. Subaru, why are you using my body?
Why?
No, what on earth am I?
What are you planning to do? Who are you? Are you?
Clutching his face, Subaru's voice trembles as he mutters this.
In this different world, in which he has no allies. In this different world in which he doesn't know who the enemy is. In this different world, where he can't tell between friend and foe. In the end, Subaru had removed even himself from the frame of innocence. Subaru.
He was staggering around, barely able to keep upright as the feeling of anxiety overwhelms his heart. Subaru tries to take long, deep breaths to ward off this overpowering feeling.
He can't remain calm. His mind was in complete disarray.
But, as it was currently, he didn't want to be brandished about by whatever intentions Natsuki Subaru had without knowing about them. So dash. Subaru, dash who are you? Whilst muttering words of hatred at the impossibility which was reflected in his arm, Subaru placed his left index fingernail against his right arm. He placed it right against the grotesque-looking skin and started to scratch that into his arm. Red blood droplets were oozing from his black skin. He thought that it was ironic that the blood that flowed from his black skin was red.
Arc 6, Chapter 45, Embrace of the Guilty.
Painful red drop of blood drips down his right arm with a black spots pattern. Call it fortune or whatever you want, but his wound had stopped bleeding faster than expected, but still, if he applies force to it, his wound will open again, but he didn't care about that too much.
Dig your nails in, and you'll feel pain. Do it hard, and you'll tear the skin, and blood will flow.
Even though it felt like the blood from that wound had stopped quickly, it really didn't feel that different. Subaru, dash. Without paying much attention to the fresh, self-inflicted wound on his right arm, he proceeds to wipe the blood from his palm and then pulls down his sleeve to conceal the hideous message carved on his left arm.
Subaru, in any case, I need to hurry. Already he had wasted quite a lot of time in this room.
Meili's corpse was still lying in the middle of the room, but at least there no longer was any trace of what he had done to her. If he could, he would have liked to avoid defiling her corpse even more, but
there is still one last thing he must do.
Subaru, dash.
Using both of his arms, Subaru drags the girl's light body to a corner of the room.
There, he finds what could be called a table made of stone, or maybe it might have been beddings. For now, he gently hid Meili's dead body behind where the huge square stone slab was placed. Sorry, though apologizing to Meili from the bottom of his heart, Subaru concealed her fate. After all, how would he explain that it wasn't him to everyone and that the culprit is Natsuki Subaru, and even if he could, who would believe such a thing? Subaru, I can't defend myself or do anything, even if I wasn't the one who killed Meili.
The murder was carried out with my own hands.
He's not aware about how criminal investigations are handled in this world. But if someone were to see Meili's nails and the wounds on Subaru's wrists, no one would doubt that he was guilty, and trying to appeal would be futile.
If it ever comes to that, the only thing he can do is try to avoid the trial. No, he already covered up the crime. He was aware that the course of actions he took isn't the right one. However, he had no other option. He no longer knew who he could trust, who could he doubt.
However, if there is a single thing that he is convinced of, it's Subaru. Next time we meet, Meili,
you will be the only one I won't suspect.
Crushed, then strangled. This is the second time Subaru finds Meili already dead. Aside from a few others, she was the least suspicious.
But it doesn't matter anymore. Subaru won't be able to get any kind of information from her.
The closed circle mystery, in other words, it is known that the criminal is one of the people present, and the crime could not have been committed by some outsider. What a cliché. However, as a detective, Natsuki Subaru is equipped with an illegal power, return by death, which causes time to be rewound whenever he is killed. Anyone, no matter how useless, could become a renowned detective capable of dealing with any tragedy with this power. Subaru, though the detective being the culprit, is also something predictable of these mystery tropes. It's regrettable, no matter how great return by death might be, probably Natsuki Subaru is just waiting to make his next move. Even if the situation gets redone many times, stopping him may prove a very difficult task. The detective having a different personality in which he is a criminal, is a pretty tired mystery trope. But you would think that in real life, if the detective just threw himself off a cliff, the problem would be solved, right? Return by death and the detective himself is the culprit. When both of these met, the situation became unsolvable. A so-called inescapable helix maze.
This isn't the time to be talking. In any case, right now I gotta buy time. It's not a problem that will be solved with time, there's definitely something that brings back time. Believing in that, Subaru wished to be freed from this dead end, and then stood up. Leaving those circumstances aside, he caressed Meili's forehead just one last time. Surely, she wouldn't want him to touch her anymore.
Her forehead felt cold to the touch, as if she was rejecting Subaru. And, after despairingly concealing Meili's murder, Subaru leaves the room.
Then, looking at the right and left of the aisle, as he left the site slowly.
R, Subaru.
Thank God, so you were here.
Subaru, TCH?
It was Emilia's sudden voice that made Subaru's shoulder shiver, as he turned back to look at her.
She was just taking a stroll, and she tilts her head to Subaru, whose cheeks had turned rigid. Emilia, sorry, did I scare you? Subaru, I was surprised. That's, that's, you know.
It's just because it was so sudden. What happened, Emilia-chan?
Emilia,
I was just walking around the tower, to see whether I could do something.
Rather than that, Subaru. Subaru, yeah? Emilia, just now, were you playing around again? Subaru inhales sharply at hearing Emilia's mysterious question. Her amethyst eyes were staring right at Subaru, but Subaru didn't know the meaning of her question.
It was true that his voice was shaking, but what he said was supposed to be an incomplete answer that would still suffice.
Well, rather than Emilia's gleeful eyes, Subaru tasted a sense of uncomfortableness, and gulped down his bitter spit. In the room behind them lies Meili's dead body, cold and lifeless. Although he made sure to keep it out of plain sight, were someone to search through the room, her body would be discovered within minutes.
So, Leaving this place was his top priority.
Subaru, sorry, I need to go the washroom for a second. Emilia, sure. Hurriedly leaving the room, Subaru left words that could easily be misunderstood. He must get away from Emilia as soon as possible and kill time as much as he can. From there, he could take care of the wound on his right arm. Subaru, Emilia-chan?
I am going to the washroom.
Why are you coming with me? Emilia, I mean, we all will get together for lunch anyway, so don't you think it would be nice if we're together for a while? Don't worry, I'll be outside the door.
Subaru, I'm not worried about you hearing the sound of peeing but.
Emilia stands in front of Subaru, who wanted to part ways with her, and looks at his face. Speaking of justice is just an argument, and the side which deserves justice always goes through pain. In this case, it was no exception. Subaru had said all that without even once thinking of justice. However, concerning that other side which had been struggling, Subaru carefully hazards a guess towards Emilia's feelings.
For what purpose does Emilia want to accompany Subaru?
Dash. Still, Emilia looked completely plain to Subaru, who was looking at her from the corner of his eyes. She doesn't look like she has any plan in mind, but, in fact, she is one of the enemies he suspects. Subaru did not see Emilia's and Beatrice's dead bodies the last time when everyone had been killed. Although it was true that Natsuki Subaru's intentions were unknown from the wounds on his arms, no matter how much chaos Natsuki Subaru could cause, it was not possible to produce such a situation alone. Killing Shaola, Echidna, Ram, Julius, and Meili, and eventually tearing down the tower with the power of shadows, and finally beheading him, that someone. There still existed someone in this tower who Subaru was not aware of.
Emilia,
Subaru, are you okay? Actually, you still aren't back to normal, are you? Subaru, I'm fine.
I just got lost in my thoughts for a bit.
Emilia, really?
But, you don't look too well.
Suddenly, Emilia reaches out for Subaru. He couldn't give up so quickly, but Emilia makes his cheeks redden in embarrassment, and Subaru senses a ticklish feeling in his eyebrows.
Subaru, you're looking quite closely now, aren't you?
Emilia, that's right, I am looking closely. It feels like lately, Subaru often runs away from my eyes. I don't know why, but it's strange. Subaru, I guess so, it's really strange, isn't it? He was carefully keeping an eye on any sudden movements from Emilia. The smiling Emilia's hand was touching Subaru's face. The situation would drastically change if Emilia's hand were to scrape against Subaru's throat in the blink of an eye, and, with the strength of Emilia's arm, it would be easily possible for her to break Subaru's bones. However, her hands did not feel malicious or hostile, and Subaru is at loss on what to think. After all, Subaru, he was only a Japanese student who had come from a convenience store, so it was only natural that Subaru would not find these feelings reliable. Things like people's hostility or malice, he could not tell such emotions apart merely by touch. Subaru's familiarity with the atmosphere, of making people awkward even from big distances, and silence of apathetic indifference that could not even be called cold disdain, neither of these can hurt the loner Natsuki Subaru.
Henceforth, he does not know the feeling he was getting from the girl in front of him was genuine or fake. But, if he doesn't know, he wonders what kind of face she would make if he were to confess everything.
How great would it feel if he were to screw up that beautiful face she had that made it seem like she grew up only ever seeing splendid things, as if there was nothing to worry about in the world? The Natsuki Subaru you are worried about is nowhere to be found. No, that's not it.
If he were to say that he is a cruel, crazed murderer. 1.
Emilia, come to think of it, Meili.
You know.
Subaru, HK.
A strangled noise emerged from his throat, and his breathing suddenly started to feel quite labored. Subaru's eyes open wide. Why was Meili's name mentioned here? He couldn't in the slightest hide his exclamation of surprise. It had been a complete surprise attack. If it was Emilia's aim to gauge Subaru's reaction, he had fallen hook, line and sinker for it.
However, Emilia had her eyes off of Subaru, her gaze had dropped down towards the floor. She wasn't looking towards the aisleway where he had come from, more so, it felt as if she was just looking around the whole tower. And following from that, Emilia sneaks a glance at him with a slight hint of hesitation. Emilia, I wonder if I was too short-tempered with her. When we return back safe and sound from this tower, we can see what we can do about Meili. Emilia, of course what she did a year ago was terrible, and I understand Otto-kun's point that we shouldn't believe her so easily, but it was thanks to Meili that we were able to cross the sand dunes, and if she had been plotting something against us, I think she would have done it before we reached this tower.
Pinching the cuffs of her clothes, Emilia carefully states her thoughts.
Although it feels as if he should take her story with a grain of salt. Amongst the people in this tower, Meili's position was special. She had apparently originally been an assassin hired to take Emilia and Beatrice's lives. Subaru, pardon, I guess? Emilia, even if I were to let her free, I think everyone would oppose it. But, maybe we can find some other place to put her in outside of her gloomy prison cell, right? Emilia, of course, we'll talk to Meili herself, and see if she wants it.
It would be hard if I got ahead of myself and ended up being hated by her.
Hurriedly shaking her hand, Emilia insisted that it had just been one of her opinions. Perhaps, she had put enough thought to hold and convey this story out to its fullness.
At every turn, there's a glimpse of the argument being rebutted.
Were these Emilia's true intentions?
Would it be good to believe her?
At least until now, there hadn't been a single time which Emilia had been hostile towards Subaru.
No, if he were to say it, no one had shown any hostility towards Subaru.
Beatrice, Echidna, Ram, Julius, Meili, none of them had shown any hostility towards Subaru. The only certain things were that a criminal had killed Subaru by pushing him from the top of the staircase, and that a criminal had slaughtered everyone in the tower, and a criminal had lopped off his head. And that Natsuki Subaru had killed Meili. Only these evil acts should be held in contempt. Then, could he trust Emilia?
Even if he were to believe in her purity, which was like that of fresh snow, he didn't know if she had impurities beneath.
Emilia had put so much enthusiasm in her speech whilst he had been fretting about Meili, which his hand had killed, still he wonders if she would believe him. Subaru, so stupid. Emilia, eh? Subaru, I said such bullshit.
I should have known.
Short-tempered?
I really am. In
these situations, there's no way I can do anything about what I have previously said.
It feels like a stalemate in all directions, he has no room to worry about anyone else.
And that especially applies to hearing the future plans of the girl who had already died.
Even if he closes his eyes pretending not to know about her death, will it really comfort him?
Cursing, Subaru bit his lips right after he had uttered those words.
He had said such stupid things. He couldn't help having said things such as all the remarks of suspicion that he had thrust upon Emilia due to the emotions of this place. There was no justification for his actions. He had just been venting his anger, just like a child's tantrum, that.
Emilia, Subaru.
Subaru, Fu.
Emilia, what happened to you so suddenly?
Even if you're in a bad mood, it's no good to speak like that.
Astonished and shocked, he hangs his head down as his emotions gnaw at him and tears start to pour out of him as he sobs. Emilia, however, having anticipated such a reaction, vigorously clasped Subaru's cheeks with both hands and looked straight into his eyes.
Subaru,
Emilia, if you are going to be sulky and emotional like this, speak up.
Either to me or Beatrice.
If Subaru is in trouble, I will be in trouble together with him. But, don't carry it all by yourself, you'll just get angry at yourself, stop trying to do everything alone.
That's something similar to what Roswell would do in bad times. Don't copy him.
Giving it her all, Emilia turns towards Subaru and continues to speak. And just after that, she took her hands away from Subaru's face, who had been really taken aback, and suddenly pulled his head over to her chest.
She held Subaru's head against her chest in an embrace and started to gently stroke him.
Emilia, Do you understand?
In my heart, I am not mad at you at all. I won't be disappointed with whatever it is.
So, you can tell me. Dash. He was pressed against the feeling of soft, warm skin.
Beyond that feeling of warmth, the rhythm of life was steadily ticking away in her. It was quite gentle, rather like a lullaby which a baby would listen to. Subaru let out a strangled sob.
In that moment, Subaru's heart had lurched with a feeling of intense shame.
Having done all these things until now, having said such terrible things, still she was gentle towards him.
He had doubted her, he had blindly hated this poor girl. What had been the point of it all? Do they really exist?
Just who had been planning to kill Subaru?
Had plunging to his death really been a simple accident? It's not something somebody typically does on purpose. Maybe someone had inadvertently tripped and pushed him.
There was no evil person inside this tower.
The only one who had a heart that was foul, ugly and dangerous was Natsuki Subaru, and Natsuki Subaru. Properly speaking, wasn't he just an insolent outsider to this world that should have never been? Subaru, Emilia, I am. Emilia, whom? Subaru, I am.
He doesn't know how to tell her. He had thought that he would be able to confess everything to her.
Losing his memories, what had happened to Meili, returning back in time every time he died.
Everything he says may not be believable. But, she may believe some of it.
If she believes him, a way to break out of this deadlock may be found. If just that is found, Subaru will. Emilia Summer. Barusu.
That was the moment when he had tried to somehow squeeze his thoughts out of his shivering head.
A sharp, imminent voice comes from the side, as if filling Subaru's anguish. Subaru could not see the owner of the voice at that moment due to Emilia's embrace. Then, he heard Emilia, who confirmed that person's identity by murmuring Ram. Emilia, what's wrong? I'm talking to Subaru about something which is very important. Ram, that is, something Ram understands just by looking at it.
But kindly stop it. This is an urgent matter.
Emilia, oh okay. Whether it was the thing she saw which was bad, or whether her timing was the worst, he wanted to strike Ram with such feelings that were coming up in his mind. Even though he just reflected on it, he felt sorry for himself for not being able to stand straight again immediately. However, Ram's appearance said that she could not afford to do things like teasing them for them embracing one another, or thinking about Subaru, who was having mixed emotions after seeing them. Emilia, Ram, what's wrong?
Ram, it is an urgent matter. Please come to the third-floor library immediately. Beatrice Summer found something terrible.
Emilia, Beatrice did? To the surprised Emilia, Ram briefly nodded as yes.
Then, as she turned away from Subaru and Emilia. Ram, Anastasia Summer.
No, was it Echidna? Anyway, Ram will go search for her and Julius. Barusu, you go with Emilia Summer. Subaru, why yeah, got it. Subaru nodded his head whilst being unable to form a reply. Without even waiting for an answer, Ram kicks the door and runs away from the two. Surprised from the situation, Subaru turns to Emilia.
Subaru, Ram, said that.
Emilia, let's hurry.
Ram sounded really serious. Something terrible must have happened.
Emilia, Subaru, I won't forget about what we talked earlier.
Subaru, yeah.
Subaru weakly nodded and listens to Emilia, who was the only one thinking about that. Already, from his guilt towards Meili, to his sense of urgency regarding the situation, all of Subaru's thought process had been torn down. With that, Subaru took off with Emilia, heading for the third layer Taygeta at a brisk pace. Welcoming them after running up the long staircase, was the Library of the Dead, which boasted a huge collection of books. Beatrice, so you've come, I suppose. Beatrice, who was standing in front of the stairs behind the bookshelves which had the countless books of the dead fitted in them, welcomed Subaru. The girl, with her short arms, and a peculiar pattern in her eyes, breathed out a tired sigh with a frown. Emilia, Beatrice, Ram told us to come.
You have found something terrible, is what she said.
Beatrice, certainly, it cannot. He said that it's good news.
Rather, it is something bad, I suppose.
Saying that, Beatrice swings roundly around to Emilia's question.
Then, she turns her blue eyes towards Subaru.
Beatrice, Betty had been looking into the Taigeta library since this morning.
Whilst Subaru was out cold, Betty was trying to analyze this room, though its mechanisms are nothing like the forbidden libraries, I suppose. Subaru, well, regardless of the introduction. What happened? Please tell.
Subaru, who ran up the stairs and was lightly panting, urges her to get to the point. Hearing those words, Beatrice, for once, widened her eyes. And, she slowly pointed towards one of the bookshelves which was diagonally behind her.
The third row from the top, the book on the far right.
The rightmost of the third row. In accordance with what Beatrice pointed out, Subaru and Emilia came to the bookshelf after she had spat out those words.
The bookshelf was packed with books, and Subaru could not read the characters, which were written in a foreign language on the black covers.
As usual, he could only think of them as hieroglyphs. So, even the title of the book which Beatrice pointed out to Subaru and the others, was not known to him.
At least, as all books were in this library, it was certain that it was a book of the dead.
Emilia, no way. Emilia, who had been standing right next to him, spilled these words out.
Looking at that, Subaru's cheeks stiffened at hearing her stunned reaction.
Such astonishment had delayed the sadness which was to come straight after. Just, what was it that had punched her heart with such force? Shivering, her lips tremble right next to Subaru, clearly in shock.
And Emilia said.
Emilia, Meili Portrait. Arc 6, Chapter 46, Meili Portrait.
Portrait. Staring at the binding of the book, as Emilia said that, Subaru became shocked.
His eyes shot open, he glared at the binding of the book.
The letters written there, Subaru couldn't read them at all.
However, here now, there is no reason for Subaru to put on a pretext and think that Emilia was shaking without meaning. Then why was there a Book of the Dead with Meili's name in the title?
There was no room to doubt this fact.
Subaru, He still couldn't talk. Subaru with stiff cheeks had his back break out in a cold sweat. Inside his skull, his brain was desperately screaming one thing and one thing only: why?
Why is there a book with Meili's name here?
Why did this library that kept records of the dead have the girl's book ready that quickly? Why is it that in a library this vast that they found Meili's book so easily? Why was it that the moment Subaru felt like he could trust Emilia out of everyone in the tower this had to happen? Why was it that fate just couldn't forgive Natsuki Subaru? Why we hi why we here why we Emilia, Beatrice, did you check the contents of the book? Subaru, HK. While forcing himself to bury the incredible amount of whys in his head, those words rung awfully clearly inside of his eardrums. Raising his face in a snap, Emilia was the one who probed Beatrice. She asked Beatrice whilst continuing to lay against the bookshelf, glaring at the book in question. As far as Subaru had heard about the books of the dead found in this library, if you are acquainted with the person in the book, and touch it, then the memories of their life will pour into their head. Though it's a magical book with unwavering powers, it is not the fantasy tone part of the story that becomes a problem in this place, it's a more realistic problem. Looking at the records of Meili's life means that they will supposedly see the records of her last moments.
In other words, all that they will see who it was that strangled her.
Subaru, Subaru had killed Meili with his own two hands in these circumstances. He does not doubt that it was Natsuki Subaru that had carried it out. But, it's only Subaru who can come to that distinction. The memories act sort of like video footage, such as the ones you could get from crime prevention cameras around potential crime scenes.
He won't be able to expect them to follow such a distinction.
In addition, Subaru in this loop had concealed his memory loss from Emilia and the others. Subaru's crime would become clear to them from the memories, and it very much would reach the stage where it would reveal his memory loss. If the others had acted ad hoc already, then it would only sound like a bad excuse. Naturally, Emilia and the others seemed to be on the same level as Subaru.
But if Beatrice had anticipated this, and had already referred to the memory about Meili's death. Beatrice, I haven't checked yet, I suppose.
Subaru, HK, oh, is that so?
Beatrice, it's natural that I didn't, in fact.
I have no choice but to handle it carefully, I suppose. In fact, to begin with, we don't even know whether this Meili's book is about the one we know.
If it really is that girl's book.
Emilia, Meili's inside this tower. Oh no.
We have to look for her right away.
Her complexion changing, Emilia tries to break off into a run at hearing Beatrice's words. However, Beatrice cuts in front of Emilia and shakes her head. Beatrice, wait, I suppose. If it really is that girl's book, then searching for her all in a hurry is meaningless, in fact. You know what happens when a book is added here, I suppose. Emilia, so because of that, Ram went searching for us and Julius group. Beatrice, if in the middle of this, Meili waltzes in looking all innocent, then you can take this as being Betty's childish misunderstanding. Emilia's strength steadily drains out of her as she listens to Beatrice calmly pointing these facts out. Still, with a fretful look across her pale face, Emilia clasps her hands against her chest, as if she was praying. She hopes that the book that had come from the bookshelf was not Meili's one. She clings onto the hope that it belongs to someone who had happened to have the same name as her. But Natsuki Subaru knows that hope will never come true. Subaru was frantically turning his head back and forth between Emilia and Beatrice as they spoke. His thoughts were spinning around in circles. For the most part he was thinking on how to get out of this situation and whether to keep the truth only to himself. As he had simulated before, he can't let Emilia and the others see Meili's memories. It was a stroke of good luck that Beatrice hadn't seen them. Even so, it was only a matter of time until one of them would. It's a fact that Meili is dead. She will never appear in this library again looking all innocent. So of course, they will eventually get a chance to check the Book of the Dead.
Before long they would do it. If they look at the book, everyone will accuse Subaru.
Then, should he do something like disposing of Meili's book?
No, he wants to avoid that.
It's true that this situation was exceedingly difficult. However, Subaru's feelings had become more problematic. Subaru also has a great interest in the contents of the book. Subaru currently believes with certainty that it was Natsuki Subaru who had killed Meili. If he were to look through Meili's records, he may be able to see Natsuki Subaru there.
He could conceivably look at the literal form of the potential enemy that was lying inside him.
If that was possible, Subaru's situation would change drastically.
At least, he should be able to come up with a resolution.
Hence, he cannot let Emilia or anyone else read the contents of the book. Subaru must be the only one to experience the book's contents. Shaula, now this is what you call a commotion. Did something happen? Emilia, Shaula, you've come.
In the meanwhile, Shaula had showed up at the Taigeta library.
Craning her neck, her black hair swinging about, Shaula greets Emilia and Beatrice. She then notices Subaru at the back of the library and waves her hand at him. In this moment, he thinks that her appearance overlaps with how Meili had entered the breakfast room this morning. Subaru turns his face away and resists the urge to vomit. Shaula, Oyo, what a cold response from Master. After spending such a passionate time together with me, Beatrice, I am quite interested in what happened between you and Subaru, but, for now I will postpone it, I suppose.
Speak up if you've seen Meili anywhere. You were good friends with her, I suppose. Shaula, the Chibiko. Number 2 ? Won her?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her for a while.
I don't know what happened to her after this morning's breakfast. Shaula answered Beatrice by shaking both of her hands.
Then, she placed her waving hands against her cheeks, and cocking her head she said, "What's wrong with number 2? At hearing Shaula's question, Emilia cast her gaze down in unease. Emilia, to tell you the truth, we found a book with Mayli's name in the library.
We haven't looked inside it yet. Before doing that we wanted to check whether that child was okay. Shaula, I see. Number 2 ended up dying?
That's troublesome to think about. There are many ways you can die. Things like that may just happen, no? Emilia, HK. Beatrice, you. Looking quite indifferent to what was going on around her, Shaula states her opinion on the matters of life and death, paying zero consideration towards the distressed Emilia. Hearing what Shaula had said, Emilia's cheeks stiffened, and Beatrice glared at Shaula with an expression of anger.
However, Shaula did not pay any attention to how the two had reacted.
Shaula, so, where is this important book?
Once you look inside, you may find out how and where number 2 died, indeed.
Subaru, that's enough from you.
Always talking like this.
Subaru was unable to look on without doing anything. He flares up at Shaula's reckless remarks.
Now Shaula's behavior showed heartlessness too. Up until now, by no means could Subaru tell Emilia his thoughts. He has just about enough discretion to not open his mouth. As for Shaula, she has no.
Shaula, don't get mad, master.
I didn't mean any offense.
But, practically, what should we do with the book here? Subaru, at
least, since we all got together. Shaula, even if you don't do it leisurely, is it not worth a shot to read the book? I don't know what you're getting angry at when I suggested reading it, if number 1's worries.
Subaru falters, the strength of his rebuttal weakens as Shaula presses for an answer from him. She cuts off her speech and quietly sends Beatrice a sidelong glance, and then once again she cast her gaze at Subaru. Her face continued to have an unreserved, but not malicious look on it.
Shaula, master should read the book.
Subaru, Shaula, when you first saw this library, it was master and that other pretty boy too who first experienced what was in it, no? Afterwards, there were no negative effects when you came out, right?
Her ample-sized breasts shaking, Shaula takes a step forward and brings her face right next to his.
His breath was taken away by the woman's suggestion, and Subaru's brain started to once again think carefully. Shaula's suggestion is extremely reasonable for a woman that has such an attitude.
Naturally, it's not known to him what sort of effect the books of the dead have on people once you read it. At least, there had been 2 people who had already experienced it. There should be enough value in trying to read it.
Of course, that experience may snatch Subaru's memories. It could be possible that it is a trap that may start to divide him into his current self and Natsuki Subaru. If that's really the case here, it is odd that Julius hadn't experienced any of these unusual phenomenons. By no means would he conceal his memory loss like Subaru had done. It was a great leap of imagination to come to such a suspicion.
There is no relation between the influence of the books of the dead and his loss of memories.
Making this conclusion was no issue at all in this situation. Thus, with that being the case, her suggestion had come as a lifesaver.
Subaru, certainly, what Shaula said may have a grain of truth in it.
Beatrice, Subaru, are you really going to do it, in fact? Up until this time you shared meals with that companion, I suppose. If he were to take advantage of Shaula's words, for the time being, he could break through the first obstacle, becoming the first one to read Mayli's Book of the Dead, and making sure he is the last and only one to read it, then what Subaru had done would remain hidden inside his mind. However, that is where Beatrice's genuine worry for him entered into the fold. She is concerned about Subaru's soul being damaged. Until now, the dead that Natsuki Subaru had seen here had only had a shallow relationship to him.
There was a big difference between that and Mayli.
They had journeyed together, they had talked to each other, they had shared meals with each other. She was that kind of comrade in arms. Beatrice had been concerned about what sort of mental trauma would befall Subaru if he were to see her death with his own eyes. Subaru, I'll be fine, don't worry.
As Shaula said, I am most likely the best person to do it.
To Beatrice's concerns, Subaru straightens his cheeks so that he looks serious, and nods. Certainly, Looking at the memories of a deceased person whose face you know could very likely cause someone to have mental trauma or abnormalities. If you happen to be a good person, then maybe it would be unbearable.
But that's not the case with him. It isn't so. For Subaru now, the journey with Meili, the words he had exchanged with her, the meals he had shared together with her, by no means was she that kind of comrade in arms to him. For these few hours, he had behaved as if was acquainted with her. They had shared 2 or 3 meals together, and sometimes she had helped him reassure him a bit, but that was the extent of their relations.
She was just an unfamiliar little girl to him. He would not receive any mental trauma by seeing her death. Emilia, I am still against this. If we really have to, then it shouldn't be Subaru, but me. Beatrice, if Emilia wants to look at it, Betty will oppose it, in fact.
If someone has to look at it.
It's frustrating, but Julius or Subaru are our best bets for it, I suppose. But, if you had seen how Julius looked like this morning, you'd probably want to erase him from the list of candidates here. Emilia, Beatrice. Emilia, who looks quite dispirited, trails off into silence at hearing Beatrice's reasoning. At least, Beatrice seems to have chosen to respect Subaru's will. However, due to what had happened just before, Emilia knows that Subaru's condition is quite unstable.
Therefore, Subaru nodded at Emilia, whose amethyst eyes showed deep concern that did not disappear. Subaru, I will look.
Perhaps, what if it's only a misunderstanding, and if you read it in high spirits then maybe nothing will happen. Emilia, if anything happens, I will tear the book from you at once.
I'll pull your hair as well.
Subaru, I would prefer much more if you'd call out to me and shake my shoulders instead. With Emilia's superhuman strength, if she were to pull his hair, the back of Subaru's head would become a permanent desolate wasteland. And then, after retorting with such false words, Subaru faces towards the bookshelf. Unchanging, Meili's book was still there, emitting a strange presence. From the beginning, at the times he had happened to catch a glimpse of it, he had seen it as just an ordinary plain book. But now, from this strange aura the book had, it felt as if he could instinctually recognize the name.
At any rate, he couldn't rely on just his senses.
Thus, Subaru picked up the book to search into what he can't rely on in himself. Subaru, dash. Behind him, Emilia and Beatrice are holding their breaths. Shaula puts her hands behind her head, watching over Subaru's decision with a carefree expression. Whilst taking a look at these 3 individuals, Subaru takes a deep breath, and he places his hand on the thick books, which looked rather like a dictionary, front cover.
Subaru, let's go.
As if he was trying to persuade himself to do it, Subaru mutters this and opens the book, his senses black out.
Ever since the woman had been aware of what was around her, there had been nothing, there had been no one around.
There were no men, women, adults, children, elders, babies, no one at all.
She was alone in the dark, black forest. The woman was all alone. Being able to stand up and walk. Being able to speak. Being able to cry out in order to live.
The woman was not able to do any of these things. All of these things were far away, unknown to the woman, vanished beyond oblivion. Dash.
If she doesn't how to speak, she cannot know how to mourn. If she doesn't know how to use her legs, she cannot know how to walk. If she doesn't know how to live, then there is no reason for her to know about dying.
Therefore, the woman had no choices. The meaning of both life and death were not brought to this woman. She had been snatched away by the fangs of a beast. The beast had a horn on its forehead, and this hideous beast of slaughter was continuously engaged in ferocious slaughter. The woman did not know why this beast hadn't crushed her throat with its fangs and had instead dragged her by the nape of her clothing back to its lair.
However, choices, which were not supposed to exist, were born, and the woman's fate was decided under the beast's. She did not know any words, so she didn't know how to mourn. She did not know how to use her legs, so she didn't know how to walk. However, as she knew the way of living, she didn't think she would die.
Taking notice of what had happened, the woman had followed the murderous beasts and had become their queen, and had dominated the entire area. Treating the prey however she wanted, eating whenever she felt hungry, killing it if she was bothered by it, sleeping whenever she wanted to sleep, living the way she wanted to, killing the way she wanted to, and she was raised to be like the mother of these slaughterers.
In the past, she lost the memory for the reason for her existence.
Things that were nothing, things for which she had no need for like symbols, she could not ever value such things. With the same pace, and with the mind of a beast, whether it was for good or bad, she wanted to die alone, that's what she wanted. This welcome is much bigger than what I thought.
However, I do not mean to hurt you. It was a girl in black. Covered with magic and blood, it was a girl in black.
The woman who led the group of beasts with a mere action of her hand was deprived of everything she had, by that girl in black. Blood overflowed, fierce flames scorched the sky, and the girl in black smiled amidst the bloody surroundings.
Without knowing how to do anything, the woman, once again, was in a position where she had nothing. Girl in black, I will take you back with me. That's why, I shall accompany you. The girl in black forcefully took the woman who had nothing. Leaving the place where she had lived for a long time, where she had spent a long time with the beasts, where she was together with them for such a long time. Even after all that, the woman still could not do anything. She did not know any words, so she didn't know to mourn. She did not know how to use her legs, so she didn't know how to walk. She lost the way of survival, so this time she may have no choice but to die.
The way to mourn, the way to walk, the way to live, you lost all of those. No way, there cannot be any excuses made for such a lineup.
That was her regret of not knowing the way to mourn. Mourn, for my sake. Resist, for my sake. Live, for the sake of loving me.
3.
That was her regret of not knowing the way to resist.
No matter what you lose or what you forget, you can never go against me, that is, because it's your duty towards your mother. That was her regret of forgetting the way of living, and her inability to think about her way of dying. More hellish than hell, more nightmarish than nightmares, more evil than evil.
That was Mother's idea of discipline, not for other women, but just for her. Mother did not lie. Mother was innocent. Mother used every possible means to be loved. Mother, however, just used distorted version of those means. She remembered words. The way of mourning got peeled away. She remembered the way to walk. The way of resistance was painted away. She remembered the way of living. She no longer wished to die, and this got engraved into her. Girl in black, please stop being under the complete control of that person.
Because, except for me, surely, the number of lives left would be short. Suddenly, when she had remembered the way of words, and the way of walking, she had recalled the girl in black. The girl in black had often shown to have the face of a woman. Before she even noticed, she was acting in accompaniment of the girl in black much more than before.
Before meeting Mother for the first time, she remembered when she was embraced by warm water.
Covered with blood, mud, and dirt, the merciless girl in black had sloppily rinsed her of the irremovable dirt. Or perhaps, maybe it was the feeling of freedom that the woman had felt at the end. Mother's intention made it clear that she wanted the woman to be aligned with the girl in black. The girl in black was abnormally strong.
Her way of killing was amazing. She knew more about the way of killing rather than the way of living. Everything else except for that was scarce in her. Girl in black regarding. If you entrust her to someone like me, she will do well. A single event would shape everything else that had happened, or that's how it felt like. She was undisciplined. She wasn't strict. She was her companion in hand. She couldn't take her eyes off her companion. She was not faithful to Mother. She not only knew the way of killing, but also the way of living with freedom. She had seen hell. She had seen nightmares. She had seen evil. For her whole life, the woman thought she would never forget the horror. While she was together with the girl in black, while she went along and helped this undisciplined girl, it felt like what was engraved in her would fade away. But the woman, Elsa, died. She died. She turned to ashes and died. The girl in black who never dies even when she is killed, no,
Towards the end, that girl was Elsa. Died.
She died. She turned to ashes and died.
She had a spear stuck into her belly, she lost both of her arms from her shoulders, and she also saw her with a broken neck.
Still Elsa did not die. She thought she would never die.
Died.
She died. She turned to ashes and died. She had also endured mother's training. She had also endured the hell, and the nightmares and the horror. But Elsa had died. She was going to go back being alone. She had lost her herd, she had lost Elsa. She was all alone.
Died.
She died. She turned to ashes and died.
Killed.
She was killed. She was turned to ashes and killed. Those who had turned Elsa to ashes had captured the woman and imprisoned her.
Alone, inside a dark room, the woman questions the void around her. Hate, hateful, hatred?
The feeling of hatred, what does it feel like?
Sad, sadness, sorrow? The feeling of sorrow, what does it feel like?
She doesn't know how to mourn, she doesn't know how to resist. Even for herself, she doesn't know the value of life. It was like this from the beginning.
Before Elsa had died, before she could recognize that the girl in black was Elsa, before meeting Mother, before beginning her training, before her herd of beasts had been destroyed by the girl in black, before she had begun to lead the herd of beasts, before her life was saved by the whim of a beast, ever since the time she had been torn away from those who were supposed to be her real mother and father, the woman had been a defective product.
The woman was set adrift, living. When she had been a beast, she had imitated the way of living of a beast. After being trained by Mother, she had done exactly what she told her to do.
And even after she started to spend time together with Elsa, she had imitated the way she spoke, she had imitated her, imitated. From the beginning, this woman was that kind of creature. A person that imitates humanoid creatures.
She had behaved as others desired.
The woman was capable of imitating others, she was a mere sham of the people she imitated, she had the form of a person but was nothing like a person.
Kill the bastard, she wonders if that is what she is thinking. Pursue him, she wonders if she is thinking of that in that manner.
She wants to imitate someone that knows Elsa's death, she wants to precisely know what to do in regards to Elsa's death. She wants to imitate.
She wants to see what is the correct norm. What should she do? She had lost Elsa, who should the woman imitate now? Time had passed, and she didn't understand. Meanwhile, while keeping up her appearances on the outside, the woman is a woman who continues to exist for the desires of those in her surroundings. She wished for change. If the events change, if her situation changes, she may come to an answer. That, or Mother may want her to die, that also may be okay. She had let herself be shaped up as requested, as they desired, as if she was adrift. Then, if Mother desires it, she can also take her life which she can't find any particular value in.
Dash. Dash dash dash. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash, she hated it. She hated ending it right there, ending here, she hated it. A feeling of impatience burned her heart. Her desiring soul demanded her own desires.
At the very least she wanted to know the answer. The answer to what murdered Elsa would have been able to do.
Oh, so you came here too.
At night.
In the library inside the Tower of Sand, in the place where the books of the dead were.
A voice came from behind her.
Around there stood a familiar black-haired boy who she knew well.
Her heart jumped in that instant.
She noticed it herself, deep down, that she was afraid. If he were to ask why she was there, she couldn't answer questions like whose book she herself was looking for that she secretly came here. The boy, I just kinda had a book I wanted to look for. I really should have asked the others for help though, I couldn't stand the feelings of restlessness and...
The boy is saying something.
With a smile and a head tilt, she hides her exalted heartbeat.
Pretending as always.
The boy, don't stay up too late.
As she was told that, she left the library.
Slowly walking away, then quickening her pace, and in the end, running.
He saw what she was doing, he knows what she was doing, he realized what she was doing.
Biting her nails and furrowing her brow, the woman squatted and calmed her breathing. He didn't see, he didn't know, he didn't realize anything.
But she abandoned everything and started again. The woman understood why it was that she came all the way to this place.
And it was all the more reason to change everything she knew and start all over again, abandoning anything and everything.
The urge controls her head.
As her repressed emotions are left to grind on her molars, the woman turns around,
going back through the road she just ran through. Her legs gradually relax and she eventually starts walking slowly.
Finally walking so gently so as to eliminate the sound of her footsteps, she returns to the library where the books of the dead are.
With his back facing her way, the black-haired boy was sitting on the ground.
With how many books are scattered around the ground had he already found the book of the dead he was looking for?
Already guessing that, she felt jealous. But before he notices her she definitely has to. The boy, you're so damn shallow. Letting herself be controlled by feelings of desperation, she felt like blaming her impulsive actions.
As she stops her feet, all that is before her eyes is the black hair on the back of the boy's unturned head. She was supposed to be coming back without making a sound and holding her breath. It's true that she doesn't hold a candle to Elsa, but even then, she could at least erase the sound of her footsteps.
Then how did he find out? All of her thoughts become jumbled.
She just came here while eliminating the sound of her footsteps, and he still saw through her with his back to her. What kind of explanation can she give now?
No, even then, she should have said something. Taking her training into account. It would have been fine if she had just come here.
No matter what, the woman was brought by the boy.
She was also supposed to take that into consideration.
With a timid smile and a head tilt, she hides her exalted heartbeat.
Pretending as Al. The boy, don't try to suck up to me, it's disgusting. Nobody would want you doing that to them. Cutting off her train of thought and shutting her up as she was pondering and going around in her thoughts. What did the black-haired boy mean?
The boy, don't give me that composed face.
Submissive little doll. Are you going to ignore the desire in the depths of your own heart? Desire in the depths of her heart.
Why did hearing him point that out weigh on her so awfully heavily? The boy, devote yourself to listening to your desire.
If you do so, you'll see yourself a little more. And when you see yourself a little more, you'll know what you want to do. To know what she wants to do. To see herself. What she wants to do, what she desires, that is. The boy, now that's a nice face. Looks rich.
When she noticed, the black-haired boy had turned around and was standing right before the woman. The boy's hand grabbed onto one of the woman's hanging braids, and stared at her with horrible eyes that held a perverted pleasure. She couldn't take her eyes off of those dark pupils in front of her. The boy, if you understand your desire and began to see who you really are, then you'll begin to act more like yourself.
Your boring worries and anguish. I'll make sure to remember them.
Selfishly deciding what another person wants, the boy declared so while putting the woman's hair tips to his lips. This filled her chest with a feeling of dread. However, a slight pain burned in her chest.
The boy, I'll make sure to remember them.
If she understood her own desires. If she properly came to see who she really was. Could the woman become more like herself, like what was supposed to be?
The woman, I wanted to talk about last night. I'm wondering, how seriously should I take what we talked about last night?
The sun rose, she finished her breakfast, and before they moved to the next trial in the tower, she contacted the black-haired boy.
She thought about it so much she couldn't sleep. She thought, but no matter what she couldn't come to an answer.
The boy greeted the woman in the morning almost like his attitude last night never happened or something.
So she had to make a special chance, she called out to him.
Unable to control her restless feelings, at the very least she needed to get him to a place where no one else could hear them, then it might be better.
The boy, not here. Let's change places. That suggestion came from the boy. They changed places. As they entered the room, she wanted to question him about the meaning of his words from last night.
Come to think of it, in the library last night, The boy had said something about going to talk with everybody else.
The boy, sorry.
As those words were whispered into her ear, her light body was pushed down into the floor.
Falling down. She hit her back on the floor yet couldn't scream.
Just as her field of vision was flickering like that, she saw the face of the boy getting on top of her.
The smirk on his face was the most disgustingly fiendish thing she had ever seen. The boy, asking that directly, is against the rules. Her neck was gripped with a strong force. Her mouth was opening and closing, but the air, that was so important for her body, wasn't coming.
Writhing.
Struggling.
She grabbed the hand on her neck and dug her nails in. Desperately, she kicked her legs. She can't move or push him off.
But if she was Elsa, she could deal with him. The boy, this time it was a loss because of breaking the rules, but I hope you'll act even bolder next time. Do your best as you always have. She didn't understand what he meant. What was he talking about? What was he saying? What was he telling her? The boy, my oh my, this is going to be very interesting, the Natsuki Subaru murder mystery. I'm being killed. The reasoning was nothing but flawed. I'm going to be killed. In the end, could I do anything at all?
Killed.
When I was hunting in that forest, what did I killed?
Meaninglessly unable to do anything.
Being killed. It was fun.
Killed.
It was enjoyable. Be killed. Like I was part of some childish game. Being killed.
Killed. Killed. Killed. Killed. Killed. Killed.
I'll kill you.
Subaru, In an instant, his head jumped back as if he was being flicked away.
Fell backwards, dropping what he was holding in his hands. He saw the world go around in circles. He took a pained breath.
His lungs were having panicked spasms at his labored breathing.
Emilia, hey, Subaru?
As he was remembering the painful shock, the silver-haired girl rushed over to who was screaming in pain.
She was followed by a girl with light-colored hair.
Both of them came and propped him up at the same time.
Subaru, I am. I? WW what just? How?
WH.
4.
Beatrice, deep breaths.
Take deep breaths, in fact. You don't need to force yourself to talk, I suppose.
Emilia, do not touch that book under any circumstances, in fact. His eyes were going in circles and foam was sprouting from the corners of his mouth as the girl, Beatrice desperately called out to him. Beatrice called out to the silver-haired Emilia, who was reaching for the book. Yes, Emilia once again nodded and retracted her hand away. After all, Emilia, but Beatrice, Subaru is looking weird.
This book is.
Beatrice, that's exactly the reason why. It would be troublesome if Emilia were to fall into the same condition, I suppose. It's probably quite likely that he ended up diving in too deep, in fact. He is confusing how he talks, I suppose. At Beatrice's analysis, Emilia's cheeks stiffen and she gulps. Following that, she swiftly comes to his side and holds onto his cheek, meeting his eyes with her own pupils. Emilia, Subaru, remember. You're okay, you are Natsuki Subaru, my knight. You're clueless about the world and broke beyond compare, you get along with everybody and, you're. Emilia starts picking through her memories, hysterically bringing up everything she can.
While hearing her say all of that, begins to. Subaru begins to recall himself.
Subaru, Emilia, Beatrice, I am, me, right?
I'm not her, I am. Without Elsa,
5. Emilia, you're doing fine, stay calm.
Everything is fine.
Slowly, okay? Beatrice, like a splinter, slowly pull out those lodged memories, in fact. And then, you'll be able to come back to the normal Subaru, I suppose. Subaru, HK. Emilia and Beatrice, talk to Subaru, yes, Subaru.
They talk to Subaru.
While those words are reaching his ears, somehow, he sorts through all he saw just now.
Sorting through them. Doing it somehow. Down to the very end. The memories. The moment his life was extinguished.
Julius, Emilia Summer, sorry I made you wait.
I heard about it from Madame Ram on the way.
Echidna, is it true that you found that girl's named book?
Then, Julius, who was running up the stairs, arrived.
Julius, Echidna and Ram arrived and were caught up with the fact that Maylie was absent. To those three people, Emilia and Beatrice started explaining the current situation.
Shaula was silently staring. She was staring at a book, lying at her feet, to which she was indifferent.
She narrowed her black eyes.
There wasn't a single hint of emotion in that stare. She was simply silent.
Silently staring. Arc 6, Chapter 47, I Won't Forgive You. Dark, 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 dark place. In the back of his head, the back.
Myself, I,
who, you, Natsuki Subaru, Maylie Portrait. Natsuki Kenichi, Elsa Granhire, Natsuki Naoko, Petra Lete, Emilia, Shaula, Beatrice, Frederica Baumann, Anastasia Hoshin, Garfield Tinsel, Julius Duocalius, Otto Suwin, Ram, the blue hair, who is, I am, you are, I am, myself is, the others are, I, you, me. Myself, I, Natsuki Subaru. Myself, I, Natsuki Subaru. Who, I, Maylie Portrait. Who, I, Maylie Portrait.
These thoughts spin round and round and round in his mind, blurring the lines between what is reality and what isn't.
They are fused together as one, blending as one, becoming entwined as one, feeling affection as one, hating as one, suffering as one, loving as one, desiring as one, killing as one, wishing as one, destroying as one, threatening as one, understanding as one, crying as one, laughing as one, not understanding as one.
You can only be yourself. Others can only be themselves.
There's no room for compromise, no compromise out of pity, no chance to engender a compromise, no being considerate to each other, there's nothing at all in the end. Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, Shaking his head back and forth, he exerts himself in trying to extract the thorn of the so-called other person from inside himself with utmost effort. Emilia and Beatrice both gently hoist him up by his shoulders, and prop the struggling boy up from his left and right. Whilst feeling traces of the two's worries on their cheeks, the boy, the individual that should be called Natsuki Subaru, is trying to decide the boundary between his own self and others.
He is struggling, trying to regain himself. A swirl of thoughts clouds him. The correct answer disappears due to the whirl of emotions, which were melting together inside him.
His lungs were convulsing. If he were to feel his throat now, he would realize that his breathing had become painful. From within his neck, he was experiencing a severe difficulty in his breathing that had come to life just now.
A fear that he would suffocate was slowly attacking him.
The sensation of impending death once again revives within him. The feeling of wanting to vomit surfaces inside him and causes tears to stream out of his eyes. Subaru, Whilst confronted by this horrible feeling, Subaru slowly and carefully tries to exclude things which don't define him from within him, struggling to establish his own personal identity. The way he says I, the way the second person says it, his memory, their memories, his impressions, his feelings.
Identify which belong to the other person, and distinguish between them.
Just like that, if he sifts through what is not his and removes the stuff that got blended together, he will go back to as he was. Otherwise, this state where they are fused and blended together will never peel off. It was himself, and the little girl who had been killed by his own hands that were mixed together into a hodgepodge of. Echidna, Natsuki-kun, what on earth did you see?
Are you able to tell us?
Subaru, A voice had called out from in front of Subaru, as he was immersed by his current identity crisis.
He looks at her.
Right in front of him, at the same level he was crouched at, a person with pale, turquoise eyes is squinting at him. Anastasia, no, now it's Echidna, right? In any case, it's that girl. Despite Subaru recognizing her, Echidna's eyes remain quite serious, and she continues to speak. Echidna, I sympathize that you are in a tough spot. But, the current situation we are all in is quite grave. If you are able to, we need information as soon as possible. That way we don't make any mistakes when dealing with this. Emilia, wait, Echidna. Just now, Subaru experienced something terrible.
Echidna, of course, I know that.
I also appreciate that everyone else in this place is experiencing this unreasonable situation, you know.
That is why we ought to have a duty in responding quickly to his judgment.
Subaru can only let out a hoarse breath, as Echidna's assertions pierce through Emilia, who had tried to defend him. Whilst talking, Echidna's gaze for a moment turned towards the fallen book on the floor behind him. Taking a look at the thick black binding of the book, Echidna continued her speech with because.
Echidna, the little girl who accompanied us is missing.
Furthermore, we found a book which seemed to match with the little girl's name in this library that records the memories of the dead.
This situation is serious. We cannot afford to be treading water here.
Emilia, that's. Yeah, but. Emilia can't find a rebuttal against Echidna's insisting tone of voice.
In fact, Echidna's complaint was justified.
In this messed up situation, the only one to possess such vital information is Subaru. Taking everyone's feelings into consideration, it can be said that everyone here has no time to spare to calm down. As she knows that, Echidna is prepared to blame him and launch questions at Subaru to harden his heart.
At hearing her resolve, Subaru grits his teeth again, and places his hand against his throat.
With all his strength, fighting against the feeling that he can't breathe, he shut his eyes and. Echidna, I want you to listen to me again, Natsuki-kun.
What did you see inside the bow?
Subaru, I saw. Meili's.
Memories.
Echidna, Subaru responds with perfect honesty to Echidna's questions without attempting to deceive her. Just as he said that, next to her, Emilia held her breath, and in front of him, Echidna closed her eyes. Next to them, Beatrice, Julius and Ram each respectively have expressions of worry and grief floating across their faces. The Book of the Dead had shown Subaru Meili's memories.
There isn't a single person here who wouldn't be able to understand what that meant.
Could there have been a mistake and the memories in Meili's book had been laid out there by some error?
He wonders for how much longer could he comfort himself by clinging onto such futile hope.
However, in this place, he isn't alone in wanting to surrender himself to this deception and escaping towards the more comfortable option. Especially for the girls right next to Subaru whose cheeks had stiffened in distress trying to bear this. Beatrice, calm down, Subaru, in fact. Calm down, and focus on regaining yourself, I suppose. Subaru, so.
Beatrice, it's okay, in fact.
Right now, you can rely on Betty, I suppose. This isn't your fault, Subaru, in fact. Don't beat yourself up, I suppose. Subaru, Beatrice had stood up and hugged Subaru's head as he breathed unsteadily. The little girl was gently stroking his black hair with her hands. Whilst checking on Subaru's well-being, which was scattered into thousands of little pieces, he notes the irony in her words.
Beatrice had so benevolently said that it wasn't Subaru's fault.
But, this was no one's fault but Natsuki Subaru's who had committed this crime. Not knowing this fact, Beatrice was speaking gently to him and treating him kindly. It was so absurd that it was almost comical.
Julius, Miss Ram, what do you think?
As Beatrice and Subaru had been giving this exchange, Julius, with a serious look etched on his face, had turned towards Ram and tried to get her input on the matter.
Compared to the others, the complexion of those two had not paled in shock to the same extent.
Following Meili's memories, it's known that these two had been the most wary about her. At least, Meili had felt that both Ram and Julius had never lacked in vigilance towards her, as she had once been an assassin. Conversely, she had certainly taken note of Emilia and Echidna's carelessness towards her. Julius, if you believe the words that Subaru just spoke, Miss Meili has already. Ram, there's no way Barusu would be skillful or cold-hearted enough to conjure up a lie in this situation. I'm certain that the book is Meili's.
To make sure, We could have someone else check it? Holding her slender arms, Ram glares down at the book that was still lying on the floor.
Following that speech, Julius frowned in thought and said,
Julius, if I were to.
Ram, would there even be any leeway for you, since you'd be reading one of these books for a second time? So to speak, what if doing it a second time you end up in the same state as Barusu? Of course, we could also presume that it has only resounded to this degree in Barusu due to him being immature and inexperienced. Julius, Ram, but unfortunately, when it comes to your mindset now, whether it can be said to be more stable than Barusu's, Ram hasn't evaluated it as being any better. Standing up stiffly, Julius held his breath as he heard Ram's words, who had narrowed her light pink eyes.
However, he quickly shook his head and said, That's reasonable. Julius, it's bitter, but I have no basis to reject the words of Miss Ram. Yesterday, when I acted in this predicament so selfishly and arbitrarily, without consulting anyone, I'm definitely not qualified to do this at all.
Echidna, I am sorry, but I also agree.
Echidna raised her hand up and barged her way into the conversation after hearing Julius' self-deprecating words.
And, whilst fiddling with her white scarf which was wrapped around the base of her neck, she said, Echidna, however, the basis of my argument is not about the state of mind which Julius is in. Purely, I am only stating my opposition to this from looking at the state Natsuki-kun is in and saying that it's too dangerous to try this. Ram, it's pretty much a fact that it's dangerous.
It's quite obvious that this situation is pretty messed up. Julius, indeed.
Since the last time, it seems that the influence from reading the book has come out more strongly. The only question is whether this is down to reading the book more than once or whether it's due to the specific book you read. Ram, maybe it's both the number of times you read it, and who the book belongs to? As Ram and Julius rack their brains, Echidna nods at the two saying, Echidna, simply put, could there be a mechanism where your burden increases the more books you read?
Or, perhaps, could it be that it warps your mind due to seeing the memories of a person that was close to you? I think the possibilities are divided into two.
Ram, a person close to you, huh?
Putting her fingers up to mirror Echidna's conjectures, Ram turns towards Subaru.
Whilst seeing her glaring at him, Subaru desperately tried not to scream from where he was, his face pressed against the middle of Beatrice's delicate chest. Most likely, Echidna's guesses were correct. The reason why Subaru's heart had suffered so much damage was due to her latter guess. The cause of this burden was likely because he had looked at the memories of someone he was quite well acquainted with. People involved in closer relationships, those fresh records of life bring a greater impact. It's natural that people are more interested in closer companions than people they have more distant relationships with.
Subaru also wished this as a fact. As a matter of fact, Subaru
and Meili's minds had partly merged together and he was coming to grips with that he wanted to know her. As a result, Subaru had come to face the unfathomable emptiness in the depth of those eyes. That young girl had been carrying this feeling of emptiness for all of her life. Emilia, anyways, we can't sit still without doing anything.
Let's go and search for Meili. A strong feeling of silence echoed across the room.
It had been Emilia who had looked up firmly with both of her hands placed upon her chest and said this. Emilia had gained everyone's attentions in the library. Subaru widened his eyes at her words. Subaru, search?
Searching. What the hell? What is the meaning of this?
Meili, damn, but I am already dead. Even though they never even cared about me before I died. Emilia, even if we find her, it's probably too late.
If only we had been closer with that girl, then we probably wouldn't have failed her. But, at the very least, we need to find her body.
Subaru, Emilia, so, no one at all knows where that little girl could have wandered off to? First of all, we shall find her.
And after that, we will see what we can do. Let's go search for her.
Emilia's words weren't concrete, they were far off from being reliable and wise.
What was the meaning of this?
The insistence of the me inside Subaru remained unchanging.
Moreover, It should have argued that it was a useful way of using time, if it was being a realist.
However, no one in this place opposed Emilia's suggestion. Not a single person would oppose Emilia directly to her face, even when she turns out to be wrong.
Therefore, what followed Emilia's proposal was a realistic discussion on how to go about searching for Meili. She announced that they would split into groups to search for her.
Emilia, we have no choice but to change our plan for today.
We need to split up and search for her. Ram, before we do that, Ram will go and check to see if Rem is safe.
Before I went out to call for Emilia Summer, Barusu and everyone else, I was with her in the spirit's room.
I will go back now, once again.
Julius, that's okay Miss Ram. Subaru, it seems like a cruel thing to ask, but I want to make sure.
Did you also happen to see Miss Meili's last moments in her Book of the Dead?
Subaru hesitated to answer Julius' carefully worded inquiry.
The answer to that question on whether he had seen Meili's last moments is a yes.
Subaru had experienced the very moment in which Meili's life had been snuffed out. Her neck had been strangled, her consciousness had slipped away as she was being choked, her thoughts had been filled with hatred and despair, and then it had stopped abruptly. It must have been in that very moment that her life had ceased. It was Natsuki Subaru who had experienced this and had been complicit in hiding the girl's corpse. Natsuki Subaru is helping the man who killed me. The Natsuki Subaru who knows me should be hated as much as Natsuki Subaru, in this world. Echidna, Natsuki-kun, I want you to answer. Did you see her last moments?
Where is she now? Did you see what on earth caused her death?
Subaru, Echidna had kept hounding Subaru with questions too as he remained speechless.
It felt like the emotions in her words indicated that she was feeling quite on edge. His heartbeat quickens, his back starts to sweat. He can't even recognize that Beatrice is right beside him. This is dreadful.
In fact, Subaru wonders if everyone knows that he had some involvement in Meili's death. Subaru wonders if they already know and are feigning ignorance in order to draw out a confession from him by cornering him with devious tricks.
These crazy ideas cross his mind.
But, each time these ideas had come to his mind, the look in their eyes denied these thoughts as being plausible. Emilia, Beatrice, Echidna and Julius' eyes had turned towards Subaru. His hands stained with blood, his thoughts scuzzy. Subaru is only struggling to frantically protect himself. He possesses such an ugly, rotten heart, that's what it seems like. Then, better yet, listen to my desires. Subaru, I didn't see up until the point where she died. There's no doubt though that she's inside the tower though.
Subaru bit down firmly the temptations brought by her.
Dangerous feelings are sprouting up deep down inside of him. She was trying to convince Subaru to confess to his crime.
That was the sweet curse left behind by Meili Portrude.
These thoughts are certainly newly born within Subaru.
They want Emilia and the others to find Meili's dead body.
Find her, mourn her, repent for what had happened, make him feel sorrow. The thoughts inside of him want to relieve the emotions coiled within his heart. He doesn't even understand himself. He no longer knows what on earth it is that any of Natsuki Subaru, myself, and Natsuki Subaru want. Echidna, do you have any strength left to read the book again? Beatrice, Echidna.
Echidna had thrown out a suggestion at him, which you could call completely ruthless, as he struggled to decide on what he wanted.
For a second, Subaru tried to reply with if you say I have to do it, but before he could, Beatrice had snapped at her.
While still hugging Subaru's head, Beatrice's eyes sharpened.
Beatrice, what name does Betty have to shout out, in fact?
In any case, I won't let that happen, I suppose. It's more than just for personal reasons that I oppose it in fact.
Echidna, given the risks of being joined together as one, I would never have seriously recommended it. I wanted to make sure he was prepared just in case, that's all.
You know, it wasn't my intention to make him do it even if he insisted.
Beatrice, let's pray that was what you were really thinking, I suppose. Beatrice speaks angrily over his shoulder to Echidna who was hastily taking back her words. Immediately after this exchange, it was Emilia and Julius simultaneously who broke the awkward silence that the two had left behind. Emilia, stop this now. I also don't agree with making Subaru do such an unreasonable thing. I also don't want us to be forever discussing this here, we need to start moving quickly. Julius, I completely agree with Emilia Summer. In these circumstances, we can assume it's very likely that an accident befell Miss Maylie. Something may have happened like slipping off the balcony or off the stairs, or she could have gone outside the tower.
Shaula, that's not what happened.
Out of nowhere, Shaula, who hadn't participated in the conversation until then, had interjected to deny the concerns that Julius had blurted out. She had picked up Maylie's Book of the Dead that had fell down underneath the woman's feet.
Whilst picking it up by its spine, she was shaking it from left to right. Shaula, because, if Chibiko number 2 had gone outside the tower, I would definitely have turned into a killing machine. What I mean by that is that no one went outside.
Emilia, no matter what, we flatly refuse to touch that book. Shaula, leaving it out on the floor makes me feel kinda anxious. Like, what if someone thinks that it's disrespectful towards the library? I don't actually want to kill everyone, you know? Whilst saying this, Shaula was throwing the Book of the Dead around her hands as if she was juggling it. Instead of being afraid of disrespecting the library, she had taken an attitude which could be described as being completely unscrupulous.
Julius scowled at her attitude.
Julius, Miss Shaula, I would like for you to stop messing about with the book. You're... Shaula, you guys think that my heart isn't filled with grief or something like tar.
I'm not sure I said such a thing.
For sure Chibiko number 2 clung to me quite often. I also didn't dislike number 2, but... ultimately, except for Master, I am not affected by anyone else. Looking quite indifferent, Shaula smiled and disregarded Julius' words.
He couldn't catch a glimpse of any evil intent in what she had said.
It was undoubtedly what Shaula really felt, at least, that's how Subaru perceived it. In brief, she's a person who also finds it hard to comprehend certain emotions within her heart, compared to ordinary people.
Actually, no.
Ever since he came to this place, Subaru has only had a limited amount of contact with them. It's no wonder he isn't able to comprehend their true feelings.
He wonders what complex emotions could be hiding on the other side of the mask of her smiling face. You could say she's trying to process what happened to my life.
Emilia, let's split up, we'll look for Maylie.
Subaru, you stay here with Beatrice.
In between Subaru's self-condemnation and the awkward atmosphere left behind by Shaula, Emilia raised her voice and cuts in with a few words to urge them all into action. Subaru's heart panged with shame at hearing the girl's instructions.
They want to find me.
Emilia, Beatrice, I'm leaving Subaru to you, okay?
I'm going to go search around where Reed is.
Beatrice, reasonable decision, in fact. Emilia and everybody else, be careful, I suppose. Exchanging these words, and placing him under Beatrice's care, Emilia and Beatrice sought out everyone's roles, hoping for some stroke of luck in this situation. Emilia took Ram, Echidna and Julius with her, and went back into the tower to search for Maylie. As he sees them disappearing out of the library, Subaru can't find any words to see them off. Beatrice, well then, I guess you aren't thinking about going with them, in fact. After seeing off the search party, she had been left behind next to Subaru.
Whilst glaring at Shaula, Beatrice had bluntly said this.
At receiving Beatrice's scathing glance, Shaula replied in an exaggerated tone, "Buyuit. Shaula, you gotta remember my role here is just as Star's keeper, no?
My body and soul belong to Master.
If Master was to wish for it, I would follow his requests with all my strength. Beatrice, if that's the case, then you must also go and search for Maylie, I suppose.
Don't just dawdle here."
Shaula, really, is that so? Shaula had craned her neck and looked towards Subaru with a look on her face that looked almost coquettish.
Looking over Beatrice's head, she questioned Subaru about it directly. There's something bewitching about her appearance, rather than the usual nonchalant appearance on her face. For the first time her facial expression showed signs of something else other than the usual youthful demeanor she has.
Subaru's heart once again leapt at seeing the color and liveliness in her face. It was as if he had been surprise attacked. He reflexively raised his face up and looked back into Shaola's black irises, in which he couldn't read anything from. Face to face with Subaru, Shaola's lips relax, and showing no traces of malintention she holds the Book of the Dead in front of her ample breasts. Shaola, if Master wished me to do so, I would even knock down the moon. That's why I want to hear it from Master, not from the half-witch, or from Chibiko number 1 or from the pretty boy.
Subaru, I.
Shaola, Master, what should I do? Do you want me to look for Chibiko number 2? Or?
Shaola trailed off her words, choosing not to say anything past that point.
However, while looking for Subaru's decision and while she held the Book of the Dead by her breasts, Shaola refrained herself from saying any more. Subaru reflected but couldn't come up with anything to say to her unwavering attitude.
Where was the right answer deep down in himself?
Subaru, His conflicted emotions towards what Emilia and the others had suggested were proof of Natsuki Subaru's current contradictory existence. Meili Portrait.
By no means could it be said that she had lived long.
By having read the contents within her Book of the Dead, it had snatched away at him as it liked, as if digesting parts of him, blasphemously chewed, swallowed, and digested with an invisible stomach. The life of me and the life of Natsuki Subaru has a double meaning to it. As a result, the mixed consciousnesses of Natsuki Subaru were divided into something which half resembled schizophrenia, having also now taken in the little girl.
Subaru wants to conceal the manner in which Meili had died.
Subaru wishes them to find Meili's dead body that he himself had hid. Subaru hates Natsuki Subaru who killed me. And thus, contradicting wishes were born inside of Subaru, influencing his behavior and trying to make their desires come true. Subaru, Shaola, go and search for Meili. Please go and help Emilia and everyone else. Before he could even notice it, Subaru was issuing out something like an order regarding what to do about Meili.
Receiving his instructions, Shaola raised her eyebrows and straightened her body into a salute.
Shaola, roger that. If that's what Master wishes, I will do whatever you desire. Winking at him, whilst giving him a loving salute, Shaola held out the book towards Subaru.
He received from her the book which felt like a black weight in that moment. Shaola stuck out her tongue at Subaru, whose face had scrunched up into a frown.
She looked somewhat mischievous, just like a child who'd just gotten in the last word in an argument would. She turned away from Subaru and she jumped down the library stairs with one giant leap.
He sees her swaying black hair gradually disappearing from his sights.
Feeling as if he had been released from a great tension, Subaru let out a sigh of relief.
Subaru, such strange things. The falsely accused Natsuki Subaru, who doesn't want to divulge his participation in the crime, or let them find her dead body.
I, the victim, wish for them to find my body and clear the anger and regret from myself. Natsuki Subaru, the perpetrator, who murders people and piles up acts of wickedness one after the other. All of these thoughts exist alongside each other in one body, all of them loom over and try to press Natsuki Subaru into selecting one of their choices. If he truly only cared about his own skin, he would have shut his mouth regarding Meili's life and death. He would have worked his brain harder to falsify the contents that he had seen within the Book of the Dead. In fact, he couldn't really have done that. Subaru wouldn't really have the intelligence to do such an act, but more than that, he felt hostility towards Natsuki Subaru and emphasized towards my own regrets. There was anger towards himself, in letting such a wicked being do as it pleases. It's true that last time, and the time before that, and even before that, that someone had been behind Subaru dying. But even that seems like as if it's a plot set up by Natsuki Subaru lurking inside of Subaru. It seems likely that it's a trap set up to make Subaru act rashly and hate the others. After all, what he had thought before reading the Book of the Dead was not normal. Emilia, Meili and everyone else, not one of them was truly evil. The only one who is evil is Natsuki Subaru. Beatrice, Subaru, it's not good for you to be languishing in thought, in fact. It'd be better if you let go of that book, I suppose. Subaru, Just noticing her, Beatrice was kneeling right beside him, looking at him with a look of concern in her eyes. Right in front of him, she was giving him a look of concern. It resurfaced in his mind that Emilia had looked at him in the exact same way.
A sense of discomfort takes hold of Subaru's heart.
The emotions that Beatrice was letting off, they weren't directed towards Natsuki Subaru himself, rather, they were directed at Natsuki Subaru. It seems like such a terribly dishonest thing to do, in having received this himself after having hidden the fact that he'd lost his memory, and on top of that, having kept his silence about the true nature of Natsuki Subaru. Shouldn't he tell them? Without even having noticed, it had been the current Natsuki Subaru who had snatched Meili's life from her. If that's what was going to happen, then, before that danger is once again turned towards Emilia, Beatrice and the others. Subaru, why are you so kind to me? Beatrice, Wait, that's such a sudden question, in fact.
What's the matter, I suppose?
Subaru, no, never mind. As a final word on this matter, if he is to crack the meaning behind these relationships that he had borrowed, maybe he needs to hear what had happened before becoming like so, their real opinion. He needs to know the real meaning of why Emilia, Beatrice and everyone else have so much faith and are always turning towards Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, The moment he had tried to put some deep thought into it, a feeling of hesitation arises inside of Subaru's heart.
I turn towards Elsa.
Emilia and the others, who in this world treat Natsuki Subaru as someone close to them, turn towards Natsuki Subaru. Natsuki Subaru can't truly experience it, he can only look at it, like as if it is a precious gemstone. Why does this trace, this lingering scent, these remains, this warmth exist? Why? Why is it just for Natsuki Subaru? Subaru,
Why, such a man? Why, such a cruel human being? Why, a man with such a cruel smile? Why, this man involved in the death of Elsa? Why, this man who laughed as he murdered Meili? Why, this man who tried to conceal my death? Why, is such a man, this man, so loved?
Subaru,
I want to know. I don't know. I want to know. I don't know.
Only me, only Subaru, only I do not know the reason.
I don't know, I don't understand. It's all so one-sided.
Subaru, If you can hear me, can you understand me? If you can hear me, can I ask something?
Can you tell me?
Did you think it was genuine?
The smile I expressed. The smile I showed was a fake. There was emptiness in my heart.
That's because everyone wears masks, even you, Natsuki Subaru.
Even despite you not having wanted to show it to your mother and father outside the house. If there's a way to know the truth, then where is it?
What do they all really think of me? What are their true feelings? Why do they all believe in Natsuki Subaru?
I can give that to you, a way to know about this.
Subaru,
A voice resonating in his mind cruelly seduces him. And he realizes that the solution to the problem that had dominated his thoughts for so long was close by.
Had there been up until now a way to know the answer to this resting in between his arms? Beatrice, Subaru? Staring at the silent Subaru, Beatrice narrowed her eyes with uneasiness. Without returning her gaze, Subaru simply looked down between his arms. Subaru, A black, heavy tome, it seemed like it was offering a gruesome welcome to his curiosity. Arc 6, Chapter 48, Murder Becomes a Habit. Subaru, Subaru was silent whilst he looked down at the black cover of the Book of the Dead which he held in between his arms. Beatrice nestles closer to him, and feeling her worried and strange gaze, Subaru doesn't dare to move. Until now, what had dominated Natsuki Subaru's mind were questions he'd ask himself without any particular answer, as if engaging in Zen dialogue.
1.
The truth is, what had occupied Subaru's mind were just shallow thoughts that could be discarded as just wasteful thinking. They were the laughable questions of a child. Everyone, no matter who, always has an inner face which others would never see.
This was an obvious truth which everyone learned as they come of age. The expression of hatred behind a smile, the sorrow and tears behind their anger.
It is human beings that can pretend that these emotions don't exist, while hiding their true feelings. It is impossible to fully understand the true wishes, the true desires, the true intentions of human beings. Brothers, sisters, parents, children, spouses, family members.
You can never fully come to understand any of them.
Friends, childhood friends, best friends, lovers. No matter how close your relationship becomes, by no means is it ever possible to uncover what is hidden deep inside them.
What they love. What they desire. What they prefer. Who they let their guard down around. Who they feel comfortable with.
These problems of the mind and body were a totally separate issue to what he wanted.
Indeed, he knows that. But, still, he doesn't want to abandon these thoughts just for the sake of it.
He wants to know, he wants to understand it, he wants to hear it, he wants them to reveal everything.
That is his arrogant, but desired wish. Even more so, when it involves both his own and the others' lives hanging by a thread, even if there is absolutely no way to do it. No, there was supposed to be absolutely no way to do it. He laughed at the thought of it, sure there was supposed to be absolutely no way to do such a thing.
But, in this Taegeta library, Subaru ended up finding out how. Meili Portut. By reading her Book of the Dead, Subaru saw through Meili's life, understood what she thought and felt, and who she hated at the time of her demise. Of course, his extremely short experience did not define Meili entirely. The time she had spent alive was too long to even accept all her individual events into his brain.
Even if it had been a short life that she had lived, he could by no means have absorbed into him all of her memories.
Eagerly gnawing away at the key points, drinking them in with the intention of understanding Meili. Those were the kinds of painful feelings that the current Natsuki Subaru understood. However, even so, by understanding the core fragments of the girl, Subaru now had a deeper understanding of Meili than ever before.
There was a person whom I cherished.
Her life was stolen away from me, and, now alone, my heart continued to wander.
Being with Subaru and the others, who were the ones responsible for that, I struggled to understand what exactly my purpose was. I went to the library to find her Book of the Dead, and I felt ashamed and in despair when I was discovered.
Subaru had found out everything he hadn't known about Meili, without even intending to.
He had discovered the girl's innermost feelings and desires without even expecting it.
If this Book of the Dead truly did not lie, wasn't it a way of unearthing the true natures of the others? Subaru.
It was just that he wants to know, that's the only thing he desires.
The real intentions of Emilia, Beatrice, and the others in the tower is what he wishes to know. He wants to know why they put so much trust in Natsuki Subaru.
Why do they believe Natsuki Subaru, who was responsible for killing me?
And now, what do they think of Subaru, who desperately pretends to be Natsuki Subaru? Intimacy is just camouflage, hatred is the reality, and feelings like anger, sadness and joy are temporary. Hostility and malice, aren't those their true feelings?
I don't know. I want to know. I want to trust them. I can't trust them.
Are Emilia and the others allies, or are they enemies? Are they enemies who killed Subaru, or are they allies that want him to live?
Do they love him, do they not love him? Do they hate him, do they not hate him?
Won't he obtain that answer by reading their Book of the Dead? Beatrice, Subaru, you really look terrible, in fact. If you are feeling uneasy here, it'd be better if we went somewhere else for you to rest, I suppose. Touching Subaru's shoulder, who was immersed in thought, Beatrice gives her suggestion. Subaru was rendered breathless for a minute, being trapped by the gaze of her characteristic blue butterfly pattern in her eyes. Looking at it, the girl's tiny palm rested on Subaru's shoulder.
What would happen if he took her hand, grabbed her head and smashed it on the floor with all his strength?
Subaru, how small. Beatrice, WH.
What are you suddenly starting to say, in fact?
This smallness is exactly the reason behind Betty's loveliness, I suppose.
Subaru has also said that, in fact.
Subaru reflexively relaxes his cheeks, as Beatrice sullenly blurts this out. Certainly, it could be said that Subaru was not at all in a normal state.
Noticing the similarity between himself and Natsuki Subaru, he smiles bitterly.
Small.
Truly, Beatrice was just a small child.
Her neck was thin and her bones fragile. The hand that rested on Subaru's shoulder was small enough to be fully covered by his palm. If he put even a bit of strength into his arms whilst hugging her, it seems like her fragile body would break.
If these thoughts are turned to actions, he should be able to easily kill her.
If he kills her, if her life blinks out of existence, will her book appear in the library?
Seems like it, doesn't it?
Subaru, Suddenly, Subaru hears a voice from his subconscious, one which would be impossible to call his own. It is somewhat sweet, glossy enough to sound adult, but it was a strangely familiar voice. In that short period of time, the voice became familiar enough that he could call it his own. The voice inside him was that of the dead little girl who mocks Natsuki Subaru's intentions. Subaru, However, Subaru discards this event, concentrating on the matter in front of him. That is, whether the Book of the Dead could be realistically utilized. If so, then how would he go about making this come true? Beatrice, your face looks really pale, I suppose.
Indeed, we should go somewhere else in fact. But before that. Subaru,
Beatrice, I must return that where it originally was, I suppose.
It's no good to mislead Betty in fact.
Saying that, Beatrice takes the Book of the Dead from Subaru's stiff hands. She holds it cautiously to ensure the book doesn't open, and places it where there was an empty gap in the bookshelf, the place where it originally was. Beatrice, it's easy to understand and remember where I positioned it, I suppose.
However, it's possible that the books in this library will just start moving on its own. Subaru, a safety measure,
That's, yeah, I suppose that's right. Beatrice, you ought to think that bringing it outside is pretty dangerous in fact. This is safer than throwing them out onto the floor because Shaula is worried about that, I suppose. Subaru, I feel like being in this library is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Subaru dryly spits these words out as he replies to Beatrice. In reality, even in the world which Subaru knows, it's said that opportunities like coming across a book which has been published a number of years ago only come once. Just like coming across a second-hand bookstore whilst traveling, if he misses out on this opportunity, he may never find the book ever again.
This speculation may also apply to this library.
Like usual, had he been overthinking this?
No doubt that this thought is bothering him.
Either way, whilst warily looking at Beatrice's back as she struggles to arrange the books, Subaru immerses himself deeper and deeper into his sea of thoughts. Realistically, though, he needs to find a way to kill the girl. Although, Beatrice isn't the only one he should think about. Every single one of the members who are inside the tower are in a position to becoming a target to Subaru's plan involving the Books of the Dead. Meili, is it really better for you to continue doubting its reliability?
It feels to me like you want to kill.
Onii-san truly is warped. Tut tut. The voice of the little girl interrupts Subaru from his thoughts, clicking her tongue at him.
The first thing he wants to say back to her is that he thinks that this is a necessary thought experiment.
By no means is Subaru a psychopath that is dominated by homicidal impulses. He isn't controlled by such abnormal urges whereby he must take pleasure in deeds like that. But, right now, when he was thinking this through, this had been the only choice that had come to his mind.
It seemed rational.
Meili, enough with the excuses.
Ender, can't you just tell me what you're going to do? It would be very easy to get rid of Beatrice. This is because Subaru can see her back. Unprotected, defenseless, completely unguarded. It can be clearly stated that Beatrice's life is precariously balanced by a thread which depends entirely on Subaru's flawed reasoning.
When that rationality surpasses reason, Subaru will very likely take the girl's life quite easily.
When it comes to Beatrice, the only options he has are to do or to not do.
It seemed possible to entirely disregard the countless other possibilities that branched off as an alternative from his standpoint. Meili, What about the half which Oni-san?
The likes of Emilia would be even easier. An easy victory.
Once, he had even seized her by the neck after he had woken up.
In the past, she hadn't shown any signs of resistance.
As long as Subaru put all of his strength into his arms, he could easily break that fragile neck of hers. Certainly he can say that she has strength similar to that of a pro wrestler, but it means nothing unless she is prepared to use it.
If in an instant, he strangles her neck with all his strength.
Meili, it's your speciality, Ram, despite her sharp tongue, is in essence also merely a weak girl.
It reminded Subaru about the time she cried while pressing her head against him.
With her thin arms desperately embracing him, weak, she was just a girl after all.
Echidna is also the same way.
Come to think of it, they're all weak girls.
He really made the wrong selection of people if the mission was to cross the desert. As much as he would have liked to have more suitable people with him, there really just weren't enough people to go around. Therefore, even though Subaru could take advantage of that chance, the last obstacle in his way is a different story. Subaru, Julius.
The only man who is the same as Subaru, until even now this character which carries a sword in hand, is an obstacle that stood in his way. It'd be impossible for him to say that it would be a good idea to strike at him head-on. You could also it's a suicidal act to strike at Emilia head-on, but that's a whole other story.
In any case, if he was to implement the Book of the Dead plan, he will be the biggest wall in his way.
In other words, Julius is the one he should beat first. Meili, with the amount of time it takes to search for the books, however much time you have, it's not going to be enough, alright? According to the words of the girl, Subaru's purpose isn't simply kill and be done with it. Rather, killing is a necessity, a passing point that must be cleared, as his desires lay in front, on the side of the books of the dead obtained in exchange for death.
For that purpose, it is necessary to be certain. He had killed, he had failed, so he could not let it end like this. Beyond this, he has a goal.
Beatrice, Subaru, the book is all right for the moment, in fact.
Let's get far away from here. Like the spirit's room or somewhere like that, I suppose. You should calm down there, in fact. Subaru, spirits.
Room. Beatrice, coming back, taking Subaru's hand helps him to stand up. Subaru is reminded of the room with the spirit, and his restart point came to mind.
That place is the green room, and at that place. Subaru, Patrash.
Beatrice, you're saying that Earth Dragon's name again. Geez, there's no point worrying about you, I suppose.
I was the worried one, I can't believe this, in fact.
Subaru, so sorry.
I didn't mean it like that.
For a moment, the figure of the Black Earth Dragon brushed his mind, and his lips softened. As Beatrice watched, Subaru hurriedly came back to his senses. However, even in this scene, Patrash remains the only one who Subaru can put his trust in. Actually, only Patrash who ran the risk of death to defend Subaru, regardless of its true intentions or feelings, a being who remained by the side of Natsuki Subaru. Meili, really? If she knew that Oni-san isn't Natsuki Subaru, I still wonder if he would do the same thing. Subaru, Meili, after all, on Oni-san's side. There isn't anyone, is there? Resonating in his mind is a smiling voice, mocking Subaru, haunting him, an existence that differs from Natsuki. Subaru tries to break his optimism.
It was a silly point, and he would have been better off laughing it away.
However, at this moment, Subaru couldn't afford that.
His heart came to half agree with the girl's words.
If she knew that this Subaru was a fake, he feared that she would also come to ignore him. Beatrice, hey, Subaru, give me your hand, I suppose.
Subaru, triple A.
His brain being toyed around by the girl's voice, Subaru grits his teeth with emotions that were hard to accept.
Consequently, his vision started to shift out of focus. Holding out her hand, in an attempt to hold his, suddenly she made a face indicating that she had noticed something. Her gaze staring at Subaru's wrist, she noticed it. Beatrice, there are scratches, in fact. And so many.
Rolling up the sleeve of Subaru's right arm, Beatrice furrowed her eyebrows at the scratches, pathetic and painful to look at.
Even if it seemed she did not notice the scratches deeply bored further up in his arm, just the forearm is enough.
Subaru, dash.
At the moment, Beatrice does not know of Meili's death.
She therefore shouldn't be able to immediately connect these scratches with Meili's death. But, even discounting this, she should be wondering where on earth he got these scratches.
If Meili's corpse is found, she will inevitably be suspicious.
Subaru, dash.
His unprepared heart began beating like an alarm bell going off.
Before his eyes, laying her eyes upon his hand, Beatrice did not notice that expression of his.
With instant action it would be possible to take care of Beatrice.
Meili, what are you gonna do?
Shouldn't you get started already?
As if playing with his self-confidence, the voice urges Subaru to a decision.
His temple throbbed from the blood circulating through it, along with his pounding heart. Continuing on from her last statement, Beatrice said.
Beatrice, it seems you scratched your arm again.
A bad habit, I suppose.
Subaru, ah?
Beatrice, this isn't good, in fact.
If Emilia had noticed it, you will have made her worried. You should stop doing things like that, I suppose. Even Betty can't overlook this when it's this bad, in fact. Tracing Subaru's scars with her fingers, Beatrice heartbrokenly withdrew her eyes. Following those remarks, Subaru was unable to move from the unexpected impact of her words. It was almost as if Beatrice was familiar with the scratches that covered Subaru's arm. Even so, supposing the others noticed the scratches on Subaru, it is still completely different from the horrible situation, for entirely different reasons. There's no mistaking that this time the arm is scratched in self-mutilation. She had even said that she had concealed this from Emilia, which in itself was shocking. Beatrice, if you go to the room with the spirit, these wounds will be healed as well, I suppose. But still, because Betty cannot bear looking at it, Betty will heal it even if a little bit. As she says so, Beatrice wraps Subaru's wrist with a pale light.
The gentle sensation brings warmth, but the healing of the wound itself will probably be painful. Healing magic is what is being shown before his eyes.
Subaru, dash. At the same moment, any hostility that Subaru had for Beatrice inside was rapidly swept away. Along with this warmth, the humanity of Natsuki Subaru, which had ruptured along with the wounds on his wrist, certainly seemed to be restored as well. Meili, boring. The little girl grumbled in Subaru's head, as if her hopes had been betrayed. Whilst listening to her directly in his skull, Subaru swallowed down the evil environment that had taken root in his head.
Certainly, it had been a choice. But, it had been nothing more than an option. There is no need for him to lead himself in the direction that longs for their Book of the Dead. There are no preparations set in place, in short.
Subaru, dash.
Inflicting harm on Beatrice right now is not a good idea. His preparations are not ready yet. Even if he takes the worst possible means, it must be done after thorough plans are made.
As such, now, this place. Beatrice, come now, let's go, I suppose.
Subaru. Betty will eventually talk about it to everyone afterwards, in fact. Subaru, all right.
Sorry to bother you, Beatrice. Beatrice, promise not to speak about this, I suppose. Although he did not know whether the concern of the girl before his eyes is genuine or not, Natsuki Subaru thought that he ought to listen to her. Firstly, though this is unrelated, there exists a phrase.
Murder becomes a habit.
That is one of the phrases the famous detective, Hercule Poirot, left the world with.
Murder becomes a habit.
The meaning of this phrase doesn't refer to a person who has killed a human being and then suddenly wakes up with a preference for murdering people, who then repeats the crime to satisfy their cravings.
Murder becomes a habit.
It refers to someone who solved their problem once by murder. For them, whenever another problem arises, they will think about trying to break through the problem through murder again.
Murder becomes a habit.
By the time they start to consider that murder is not one of those options, the utmost important thing would have had already changed.
Murder becomes a habit.
The truth is, even if there was a single murderer who didn't commit a crime by his own will, even if he dislikes the act, even if you see a glimpse of the memory of the one who had been harmed by such an action, that habit does not go.
Murder becomes a habit. That habit. It does not go. Murder becomes a habit. Arc 6, Chapter 49, To You, the Worthless Excuse. Gradually, he becomes aware of a sensation of numbness coming from his arm. Slowly but steadily, the scratch marks of Meili's dying throes were starting to vanish and heal. Realizing that he was being healed, Subaru turned his eyes away from his sleeve.
Subaru, well, this room was certainly the big deal it was made out to be. The spirit that he had been told of, one which dwells in this room full of ivy, healing the wounds of the living, definitely resided here. Although, as far as Subaru is concerned, he hadn't experienced this efficacy when he had visited the room in the past, so up until now he had doubted how effective it was.
He was made to regret having been suspicious of that thing in this room, but now he relished in the sensation of his wounds being healed.
Meili, despite my precious words spoken from beyond the grave, Onii-san is still being disobedient. Subaru, Meili, but, Beatrice-chan's poor judgment has saved you, re-GHT. Thanks to her, the evidence left around your wrists will disappear. The shade of the little girl who is incessantly speaking inside his head annoys him.
Her constant yammering felt quite gross to him.
He can't say when it was that the little girl's remarks, that did not reflect on what he truly thought, had started to wrench open his mind. He doesn't know whether this little girl's shade is running rampant due to being part of Subaru, or whether it had been because of her ghost literally possessing him after reading her Book of the Dead.
Whatever the reason may be, he mustn't bend his ear to what the little girl is saying. He mustn't listen to her. The only issue was that she was irritating him.
Thus, Subaru consciously closes his mind to the sound of these incessant hallucinations. However, the more Subaru tries to seclude himself in his own shell, the louder and more talkative her shade becomes, growing more impish and poking fun at Subaru.
The most annoying thing about
Meili, right now, you don't have Beatrice beside you anymore, do you? Since there's no one in your way, why don't you just get rid of that sleeping girl? Subaru, HK. Meili, hee.
Don't start looking like you're about to cry.
I know you're trying to ignore me, but you can't. Onii-san's such an adorable guy. The little girl's voice, which had no corporeal presence, was heard by Subaru as if it was a whisper in his ear. If he closes his eyes, it feels like the little girl's gently leaning on his back, her figure spitting out these sweet words to his ears accompanied by sweet sighs. It almost feels like he is able to see her hallucination. She had been brought to the spirit's room for rest, and once again Subaru was presented with the same choice as when he had held the Book of the Dead. Beatrice was on her way to tell Emilia and the others that Subaru had left the Taigeta library and that she had brought him to this room. Right now, Subaru had procured some time where no one would be able to see what was going on. And, right in front of him lay the girl who is sleeping on the ivy bed just as if she were an offering to him.
All alone.
Subaru, Rem.
Even if he tries to say the name of the comatose girl out loud, no emotions rise within Subaru. He has no memories known of her, he only knows her name. All he knows is that she's Ram's twin sister, and that she was one of Emilia's companions, and that they had come to this tower looking for a way to wake her up from her long slumber. Beyond that, he wants to know what happened.
Meili, there's no other way around it.
It's either you do it or you don't do it.
The sweet girl's temptation reminds Subaru, whether he is willing or not, about the Books of the Dead plan. Even though now she had fallen into a deep sleep, there must certainly have been a relation of some sort with Subaru around the time when she had been in good health. By borrowing the powers of her Book of the Dead, he can find out what kind of relationship and feelings she had towards Subaru. Above all, he would be able to take that life far more easily than Meili's. The likes of this girl who is in a comatose state could even be suffocated by just smothering her face with a damp cloth.
He must do it quickly. Subaru, am I being stupid? No, I'm definitely being stupid. Restraining the feeling of impatience brimming in his arm, Subaru rethinks his foolish idea.
Immediately carrying something out like that wouldn't be good.
His eyes had been covetously attracted by the spot right in front of him. It would be pointless to carry this out later. Killing is the method.
Subaru desires to find out what everyone truly thinks of him. As far as it comes to achieving that result, this was also a good moment to screw up how he'd do it, and rush the killings. Even at the Taygeta library, hadn't he thought the same way?
If he is to carry out his Book of the Dead plan, he needs to carefully choose the right order to eliminate them in.
Subaru, Julius, Amelia, Shaula, Ram, Echidna, Beatrice, Rem. Counting them on his fingers, Subaru lists the people who remain inside the tower, excluding Meili, namely, the order in which he'd prefer to get their Book of the Dead if at all possible. This order should enumerate who'd become most likely to become a hindrance to his execution of the Book of the Dead plan. If he did the opposite of what he says, unless he followed this hit list he had come up with, if he were rush into it and act, then it wouldn't work out. He doesn't want to screw up. Meili, if you don't, then you'll end up at a disadvantage when killing.
That's scary.
Subaru, dash.
He keeps his silence with the talkative shade. She seemed to give off quite a strong hint of displeasure towards him.
Nevertheless, even if he tries to speak to her, her behavior doesn't change.
It remains the same.
Subaru doesn't necessarily want to kill Amelia and the others.
But still, if he has to kill them, he wants to go through with that once. Only once is perfect. And only if he has a complete plan.
Subaru, dash. And thus, with that in mind, Subaru sighs as piercing yellow eyes gaze at him. Noticing them, the gaze came from the figure sitting right next to the sleeping girl in this spirit room. The gaze had come from his jet black earth dragon, Patrash. Patrash's gaze seems like it's filled with worry and gloom as she looks towards the exhausted Subaru. She may have worked out that before leaving this place for a while, Beatrice had said keep an eye on Subaru to her. As long as Patrash's eyes are focused on him, no matter how frustrated he gets, he will be unable to commit any violence towards the sleeping girl. In that respect, he would like to thank Patrash for having made him not make a premature decision in this matter. But, after reading the Book of the Dead, Subaru was becoming unable to direct solid trust towards anyone, even to Patrash, who he was supposed to feel a great deal of affection to.
Subaru, I wonder.
Is this all going to your plan, Natsuki Subaru?
He wants to believe in them.
The more he ponders about their true intentions, the more Natsuki Subaru isolates himself within this different world where he has no one to turn to. Isn't this clearly because of the game presented by the wicked Natsuki Subaru? Subaru, dash. Bit by bit, the scratches that had been caused by Meili continue healing. Whilst savoring the feeling of his aches and pains fading away, Subaru rolls up his sleeve to where the painful scars showing Natsuki Subaru was here were carved in. He traces his nails above the scabs, and realizes they are also being healed. He doesn't mind that the scratches which served as proof of his horrible criminal acts were fading. No, not his, he hadn't been himself then. However, he cannot let the knowledge that it hadn't been himself be erased.
Subaru, this message as well.
The wound that had been carved into his left arm, and the one in his right arm too, had both been scratched in a similar manner. On his still unfamiliar black arm, which is mottled by black spots, there is a wound that at first had not been there. He had carved this wound there as if he was returning the favor for the wound that had been carved into his left arm by his other self. Dash, who are you? He holds that question engraved into him as a wound. Subaru, dash. Subaru had not given a single care when wounding his own flesh without abandon.
Subaru, HGH.
Patrash gazes pitifully at the wound left behind on Subaru's arm, as a result of his own self-harm.
Even if the scratches she had given him were to disappear, if they were to look at Meili's own hands, they would find it clear that she had died trying to put up a fight, trying to desperately ward off the one who had killed her.
The logic of thinking that he had concealed Meili's murder from everyone was based entirely on his terribly sloppy cleanup afterwards.
All it would take is for one gear to collapse to set everything into motion.
He feels like a marionette being dangled from the top of this tower, standing on thin ice, turning his face away from the root of his problems, an amusing clown desperately fighting to keep his balance.
That is what Subaru has become.
However, this amusing clown's performance will finally earn itself a curtain call without encountering any more obstacles in his way.
And that is because,
luckily for him, Meili Portrute's corpse had not been found anywhere. Subaru, dash. The atmosphere around the dinner table is awfully heavy, matching the gloomy expressions everyone wore. This was due to the dangerous circumstances that they had found themselves in. Half of them had recognized that their desperate search for Meili's body had been fruitless and that they had already been far too late. Although they had all been way too fraught with anxiety to call their search an all-out frontal assault, they had still split into groups and mobilized everyone so that they could search for her. As a result, they had spent almost half a day trying to find her without even finding a trace of her.
The feeling that it had all been for nothing had grown. It was understandable that many of them were experiencing immense levels of stress.
Ram, everything's just been going wrong since we came to this tower, huh? Subaru, even if I think that, I clearly didn't say it out loud. Whilst munching on his dinner, which consisted of things such as dry bread, he mumbles this, staring at Ram, with a growing feeling of lethargy. Receiving Subaru's protests, Ram shrugs her shoulders, a blank look adorning her face. However, even for her usual calm and composed self, an aura of fatigue was coming off from her.
And it wasn't just Ram, everyone in the tower was in the same state as her.
Emilia, more or less.
I first went to ask Reed about her, but he said he hadn't seen her. He said that no one had come there since yesterday and that he was getting bored. I don't think he was lying.
Since Meili had seen what Reed's like, I don't think she'd have gone there alone. Beatrice, it's hard to imagine that even that arrogant man would harm such a little girl. Though, I can't say that for sure in this scary place. But, Betty ultimately agrees with Emilia's thoughts, in fact. Emilia and Beatrice exchange words between them regarding the red-haired, eye-patch-clad man who guards the second floor. Although in his mind that man had done nothing but cause him great torment, Emilia had faced him and more or less heard him out safely. It seems like she had managed to come back unharmed.
Feeling a sense of relief, Subaru shook his head.
There's no reason for him to feel such a sense of relief, rather, he has no right to considering what had transpired before. He doesn't know if he even has the right to comfort Emilia.
Echidna, can I mention one thing?
It may sound cruel, but I want to propose something, and I am prepared that I may end up being shouted at because of it. Draining her bowl of soup, completely indifferent to its taste, Echidna raises her hand as she finishes her meager dinner. Whilst facing everyone around the dinner table, she narrows her turquoise eyes, and says, Echidna, searching for that little girl.
I think we should stop for today. And from tomorrow, we should focus on trying to capture this tower again. What are your thoughts about that?
Emilia, HK.
We will do no such thing.
What on earth would Meili think of us? Echidna, it is already too late, she has no way to think or feel anything. That was proved by Natsuki-kun's confirmation after he read her Book of the Dead.
I am against further searching for her.
Emilia had been the first to oppose Echidna's proposal, which could be said to have been both realistic and level-headed. However, Echidna's expression didn't waver when hearing Emilia's argument that had come purely from her emotions.
However, on behalf of Emilia, who was at a complete loss for words, Beatrice spoke in her place. Wait, I suppose.
Beatrice, your point at first seems to make sense, in fact. But, it seems quite sudden for you to mention it, I suppose. Why is it that you want to stop the search for Meili? Echidna, dash. I guess it was a strange thing to say, right? In this tower, the food supplies we brought in are limited, and as more days pass by, it will likely become more burdensome for everyone in each camp to stay here. If our stay greatly drags on, then you ought to think that a search party will be sent out to look for us. Ram, naturally. Emilia Summer and Anastasia Summer. Well, what's inside of her now is different, but both of you are esteemed candidates for the royal selection.
You both shouldn't even be in this tower in the desert.
Echidna's proposal had been more rational, level-headed opinion.
The mood at the dinner table was brimming with tension. Shaola, gee, this isn't much fun.
If you're going to squabble, I'd rather you did it away from Master and I, but I don't mind either way. As for me, I'll build a happy family with Master, just the two of us. A girl first, and then a boy.
1.
He doesn't deign to reply to Shaola, who had slipped into the seat right next to him as she babbled on, sticking her tongue out at the tense atmosphere around her.
She'd also shown this kind of attitude back at the library.
Shaola had pressed Subaru for a choice back at the library. What was it that she had wanted Subaru to say back to her? If she refers to Subaru as her master and completely idolizes him, then how far would she go for him? How far would she obey him, if Subaru were to give her a command? Julius, we should stop arguing. Julius, with anguish etched across his handsome face, breaks the tense mood around them.
He places his arm in front of Echidna and looks at Beatrice and Ram. Julius, Beatrice Summer, Miss Ram.
As a member of her camp, I deeply apologize for Echidna's careless words.
However, don't misunderstand what she meant to say.
She didn't make such a proposal with only rationalism in mind, with no other meaning to it. Echidna, Julius, stop.
That speech was.
Julius, we may have lost the little girl that accompanied us here from Emilia Summer's camp. That pain can be felt there.
If possible, we should be more understanding in this situation. Hearing Julius' sincere remarks, Echidna stops herself from saying any more. Julius then turns to face Beatrice once again.
Julius, for now, Anastasia Summer's body has been pretty much taken over by Echidna's spirit. It's true that in her current state we can't find a way to get Anastasia Summer back.
But there are other issues as well. Echidna is with every passing moment consuming Anastasia Summer's odd.
Emilia, her odd, is diminishing? Is it still happening because we can't get Anastasia back?
Julius, indeed.
I imagine that's why she wants to hurry to borrow the sage's wisdom by capturing this tower. The rest of them react in shock at hearing Echidna's secret being spoken out loud by Julius. Echidna's secret had been revealed by her own camp member. Shrugging her shoulders at the people staring at her, she says, "Ah. Echidna, no point in trying to gloss over this.
It is as Julius said.
I don't think it's a good idea to consume so much of Anna's odd like this, which isn't really abundant in the first place. If I can, I want to return this body back to Anna as soon as possible. Emilia, you can't get free until you are released from her human body."
Echidna, even though I am able to move around freely using Anna's body, I'm pretty much stuck being bound to her body.
I don't know how much I can trust you with what I'm saying, but...
Echidna paused for a moment, and then continued her speech.
Echidna, essentially, my being should ideally stay within its original vessel. Even borrowing her body, though it may look like her, doesn't have any of her contents.
It's unnatural. It's honestly dreadful. Everyone in the room simply looked on in stunned silence.
Casting his eyes down, Subaru felt as if Echidna's speech had cast a spell on him. Her story had struck Subaru's heart to its very core. A borrowed body, lacking substance, and having only its exterior appearance remaining, this similarity pierces his heavy heart. Echidna, anyways, that is why I want to hurry up and capture this tower. By all means, if you don't believe what I have said, you can let someone like Beatrice poke around this body just to make sure. I suppose they will immediately see how distorted I am as a spirit and how much odd I have consumed.
Echidna leaves to the others the proof of her own situation without noticing the turmoil brimming inside of Subaru, brought upon him by her words.
In fact, after being nominated, Beatrice takes Echidna's arm and probes into what in principle is her body. It seemed like Echidna's words were proven to be true, and, receiving that result. Emilia, okay. I understand the difficult circumstances that Echidna, Anastasia-san is in.
It's no wonder you want to hurry up and climb all the way up to the top of the tower.
Anastasia, I do not know if this will bring you peace of mind, but if it is as it is said and the sage in this tower is omniscient, possessing esoteric wisdoms, then it is possible that he may also know the whereabouts of where the little girl disappeared.
Putting it in another manner, I am fully aware it is the cowardly option.
Emilia, no, thank you.
It's better than having no hope left at all.
You're also looking out for me, and Meili too, aren't you? Echidna, maybe. Or maybe it is just that my, Anna's body is far too cute.
Echidna, her face showing traces of embarrassment and unease, turns away from Emilia, who seemed prepared to agree with her opinion.
Emilia narrowed her amethyst eyes, seeing Echidna react like this. Taking a deep breath, she once again spoke. Emilia, I am really worried about Meili.
But, I also get Echidna's point.
So, starting from tomorrow again, let's do our best to try and get to the top of the tower. Of course, I will keep looking for Meili as much as I possibly can, but Julius, remember to not neglect the importance of capturing the tower, Emilia Summer. Emilia, I know. What's important is that sometimes I don't have to think about everything all by myself.
Putting her hand on her cheek, Emilia chastises herself, a firm resolve grows deep in her irises. Turning back, she looked towards Subaru, who had been observing the exchange as if he was a spectator.
For a moment, the intensity in her gaze overpowered him, but the words Emilia continued with did not scathe into him.
Emilia, is that okay with you too, Subaru? Subaru, I guess that's okay.
That way Meili can also rest in peace.
No, I guess we all need to move forward.
No, that. Why are you asking me?
Emilia, because Subaru read Meili's book, MHM?
When I saw Subaru's reaction immediately after reading it,
That's why I think the one who is the most worried about Meili should be Subaru. Emilia reminded him about it.
Hearing her words, Subaru held his breath. It wasn't just Emilia who was looking at him.
Beatrice, Ram, Echidna and Julius. Everyone was looking at Subaru. What sort of intention is present in those gazes?
He can't hazard a guess.
Without even realizing it, Subaru moves his lips in accordance to the treacherous spirit inside of him.
Subaru, I'm definitely worried.
But I think Meili also would have wanted us to go on. Perhaps he is just the best in the world when it comes to uttering such shallow words. Late at night, Subaru springs himself into action, finally having the time to freely act without anyone interfering. Subaru, After the group resolved to rack each other's brains for ideas on how to capture the second floor, and after having established a firm plan for tomorrow, the meeting at the dinner table ended.
They then proceeded to get ready for bed. It was a night in which unforeseen problems had occurred to one of their companions. Naturally, they recommended that they put all their bedding together in one room and sleep together.
So, more or less, they gathered together in one room and made an improvised partition across the room using a blanket to act as a curtain between the male and female sides. However, Subaru had insisted on sleeping inside the spirit room. The after effects from reading the Book of the Dead was most of his excuse. Practically, after having experienced what followed Subaru reading the Book of the Dead, no one had tried to argue with him. Of course, Beatrice had shown particularly strong disapproval at letting Subaru sleep alone, but the spirit room has a fixed capacity limit. Sick with worry, Subaru's voice had trembled, but Beatrice had to withdraw her opposition to it. Rather than it being a boon of Subaru's acting prowess, it had likely been his awfully pale face that had influenced them. Honestly, it was a miracle that he hadn't collapsed. He was aware that he was in a terrible state. Meili, I think Meili also would have wanted us to go on. What an actor you are, EH? Subaru, Meili, Fufu, don't get mad, no W. It isn't sarcasm. I truly think that, and I admire it.
He had thought she had been surprisingly quiet during the meeting at the dinner table.
He wonders if she had something to do with the barefaced lie he had told at the end.
Even if he refuses to listen to this troublesome hallucination, blocking his ears to her voice has no effect.
That sweet voice continues to cause him discomfort, just like the sound of scratching a chalkboard with nails. Meili, so, tonight you're not going to take care of the blue-haired Oni-san's neck? Subaru, Her shade kept repeatedly hinting to Subaru, who had waited for the evening to grow dark to take action, about the existence of the sleeping beauty in the room. To the same shade's temptation from several hours ago, Subaru's answer remained the same as before.
Subaru, it isn't her turn yet.
Saying that, Subaru leaves the room without even looking at the sleeping beauty's face. At that moment, his eyes met with Patrasha's, who had slightly opened her eyes. He handles the situation by bringing his finger to his lips, shushing her, a gesture that indicated to her to keep it a secret. He did not know to what extent the intention has been transmitted to his reptilian companion, but at the same time it feels like Patrash is more clever than creatures like dogs or horses.
Whether or not she is, it would be nice if she remains silent.
Subaru, After ensuring he had made it so he ended up being left alone, the reason why Subaru started to move in the dead of night wasn't to take the lives of his sleeping companions and to put the plan of the Book of the Dead into practice. Of course, he had carefully considered that scheme too. With Subaru's abilities, it would be best for that plan to be realized with surprise attacks, and you could say that while they're sleeping would be the best opportunity.
However, it is still too early.
It is a last resort, a deed that goes against humanity, that he shouldn't do unless they force his hand. Then, for what purpose had Subaru started acting in the dead of night? It was because of Meili, my corpse, what are you going to do about it? Realizing where Subaru was going, the voice of the little girl, as if standing behind him, poses him that question. Subaru doesn't reply to her, but the direction he was walking towards was just as good as a confirmation to her question. Subaru is acting to dispose of Meili's still hidden corpse. Subaru, Whether you can call this a ridiculous story or a lucky situation or whatever, in any case, he had no other choice. That today, Emilia and the others hadn't found Meili's remains should be called nothing more than a devil's plot, rather than God's plan.
Thinking back on it, in regards to the situation, holes were appearing in his cover-up operation. It's up to himself to curse his own poor thinking. Unexpected as it was, she hadn't been found. That had saved him.
However, from tomorrow, whilst committing himself to capturing the tower, he would not leave whether they find her or not down to guesswork. At least, he expects that Emilia will not abandon searching for Meili. Seeing that she is a girl without any troubles of her own, her heart will not give in until the situation is resolved. It's easy to imagine that she'll continue to look for the little girl that had vanished.
Therefore, it was necessary for Subaru to have peace of mind.
If he can't have peace of mind, he wouldn't be able to lay the groundwork for his success.
Unless he lays the groundwork, he won't be able to build his castle on top of it, in the future.
If the groundwork can't be built, he will not be able to achieve his future. To Natsuki Subaru's peace, the existence of Meili Portrait is an obstacle. Meili, I guess it kind of feels like you're being
even more restless now inside your he add. He turns a deaf ear to her. He had just made his affirmation clear, she would not get in his way. He firmly refuses to let that happen.
As Subaru travels stealthily through the night, making sure not to draw any attention to himself, he arrives at the room where he had hid Meili's corpse. Although the rooms in this area all look the same, you can see discoloration in the stone wall near the entrance of this one, making it so that the room is easy to identify via this landmark. Subaru, honestly, this is going to leave a bad aftertaste. Taking her out from the tower's entrance into the desert and burying her in the sand would be for the best. She would continue to decay if she was left for a few more days inside the building. And although the temperature aren't too high or too low, a body, after ceasing biological functions, cannot be expected to avoid rotting.
Indeed, if he wanted to never have to see it again,
the best would be to do something somewhat impossible and leave it far from the tower.
Outside where it would become food for the prowling witch beasts. However, he imagined how that would weigh on his heart. No matter what, it was an impossible decision.
Subaru, At the back of the dim room, was enshrined a square lump of rock.
On the opposite side of it, her corpse was hidden. You couldn't overlook it if you consciously looked at it. It was an awfully childish manner of hiding.
While he was feeling pathetic at losing his head, Subaru went around to the other side of the stone. There, Meili's approximately half a day old remains. Subaru, huh?
Without thinking, his voice leaks out. His head renounced grasping the view before him. On the other side of that stone was absolutely nothing.
At the very least, he had made arrangements for the little girl's corpse, closing her eyes, crossing her arms together on top of her chest.
The bruises adorning her pale neck, even the corpse of the poor little girl. They were nowhere to be found.
Subaru, why, I was sure.
I left it here. It was supposed to be here. He couldn't have possibly mistaken the room. He didn't make such a fundamental mistake when coming here. He didn't. So if he didn't, where was the dead body which had to be here?
Where did Meili Portrute's remains disappear to? What are you sneaking about to search for this late at night, Barusu? Subaru, HK? Astounded, the voice coming from behind him made his body go stiff, and Subaru fearfully turned around. Paling, within his field of vision, at the entrance of the not-so-small room, stood a single silhouette.
Bobbed pink hair, sharp, light pink irises, with crossed arms, her imposing yet lovely features staring in his direction with coldness.
With that out-of-place feeling in her chest, while staring at the petrified Subaru, the girl, Ram, gazed at his eyes and with an absolutely cold tone of voice said, "Ram, or I guess I should call you a fake. A worthless excuse of a Barusu, of Natsuki Subaru." Arc 6, Chapter 50, To You, the absolutely worthless excuse. At the sound of her cold voice, Subaru literally felt his heart freeze. Subaru, dash. Looking back at the front of the room, Ram stands still at the entrance, her light pink irises ablaze, boring into the shell-shocked Subaru.
Though Subaru had only came in contact with her a few times before, he had rarely ever seen her reveal such emotion on her face. In that Ram, there was a fervor that easily betrayed that impression.
Subaru, NHH, Ram, what are you getting so flustered for?
Ram asked you a question. Now it is your turn to answer, Barusu. No, it's your duty to do so. Subaru, I am.
Just. Ram, just? Promptly, Subaru's head begins to spin as he tries to explain himself. Somehow he manages to move his tongue, cursing the slow, stammered response given by his sluggish mind. He needs to meet this situation with a silver tongue. However, in addition to having been thrown into this unexpected turmoil, in the first place, before this had occurred, Subaru he hadn't even processed how Meili's corpse had disappeared. He hadn't even prepared the words to talk his way out of things. He wasn't even able to prepare to come to grips to what was happening right before his eyes. All that Subaru can do is open and shut his mouth awkwardly as he tries his best not to say anything improper. Subaru's manner now supported his suspicious behavior louder than any words could. Subaru, dash. Ram narrows her eyes at Subaru's silence.
The coldness in her gaze, which he had already thought to be at the level of absolute zero, falls even further. It almost feels as if he had been assailed by a sharp, bone-chilling blizzard.
While desperately trying to keep his knees from trembling, Subaru slowly starts to understand, too little too late.
Had he been set up? When Meili's body hadn't been found, the meeting at the dinner table had been a bluff.
When they had reported that Meili's body hadn't been found, Subaru had been relieved that he had escaped from a chance of being blamed. Desperately searching in vain, they hadn't found the little girl's body that hasn't even been hidden that well. His bad luck had prevailed even in these unnatural circumstances. Subaru had accepted the convenient truth, putting off any niggling doubts that had concerned him then. And that resulted in him being caught up in this act. Hadn't Subaru also repeatedly seen this in various TV shows? In the final scene, the murderer who had meticulously put together his perfect plan returns back to the crime scene and gives himself away as the police and the detectives are closely watching the crime scene.
And due to that, they give away that they committed the crime by showing themselves as being the smoking gun. A time where such a thing had been comedy. Somewhere in his heart, Subaru had thought that
any connoisseur of mysteries will take note of the sheer foolishness of the dumb criminal slipped up at the very end. He had acted completely the same way, rather worse, for his shock of being caught up in this act had made him quite a miserable sight to behold. Ram, fake. Ram's quiet mutter barrels into him as he is stricken by his own absurd actions.
With just that single word, Subaru's brittle heart crumbles and sinks in his chest, as if he had been shell-shocked by a mortar attack. As soon as he had heard it, his face had turned as white as a sheet, his lips trembling. Ram let out a sigh.
Ram, so, you have nothing to say to defend yourself?
Even I wonder if you are truly aware of how obvious your poor acting is. You didn't prepare well enough when disguising yourself as him. There's a limit when it comes to not being diligent, don't you agree? Without hiding her contempt in her voice, Ram starts to tell Subaru why she had suspected him.
Fakeness, poor acting, and showing insufficient understanding towards Natsuki Subaru were all pointed out by her. Not only was Subaru lost for words, but his heart felt as if it was going to crack, and the flow of his blood ached with each heartbeat. In fact, Subaru bit his lower lip, and blood started to stream out, accompanied by a sharp stinging pain. A fake, a poor imitation of Natsuki Subaru, a fake.
That thought settles into the pit of his stomach as if it were thick, black sludge.
A disgusting sludge covering him from head to toe, a weight that caused his knees to stop trembling. Instead, where the depths of his eyes had burned, a blaze glowed, dancing atop the fuse of his dark emotions.
One could call it hostility, malice, malintention, or perhaps an intent to kill.
Ram, there's no way such unnatural behavior would go unnoticed, well, except for those that are clueless.
That could be said of Julius, Anastasia Summer. Well, Echidna. Subaru, you're sure letting it all out. Here I am listening to you patiently without even saying a word.
Ram, dash.
Subaru, a fake? I think you're crossing the line here into false accusations. What on earth are you saying?
Ram, false accusations, huh? As Ram's sharp tone started to abate, Subaru, though sensing her sorrow, tries to defend himself. Of course, the point she made had been completely correct, even if he didn't agree with having been sternly described by her as that worthless excuse. That unfilled void between Subaru and Natsuki Subaru existed. However, she couldn't have noticed this. If she comes to notice it, then it would become impossible for him to worm himself out of this situation. He can't stop here, halfway through. Subaru, false accusations upon false accusations. My ears are deaf to them, you know, I can't hear any of them. Shoulders shrugging and cheeks distorting into a scowl, Subaru speaks while glaring at Ram. He acts out his response, as if, right in that moment, that barefaced lie was the truth of this world.
Even he could have fallen for that lie. Subaru, as to why I was wandering about in the middle of the night.
It's because I just wanted to stretch my legs and think a bit whilst there was no one around.
I just wanted to go somewhere to not disturb your little sister.
Rem's sleeping, as well as Patrash. Ram, no one. Did you really think that nobody had seen anything? Ram had quietly asked Subaru this as he was rapidly blurting his excuses out.
Her words were brief, but sharp, designed to puncture deep into his heart.
Subaru, dash.
Holding his breath at hearing her inquiry, he racks his brain, trying to figure out what she really meant by saying those words. Seen, nobody had seen, she can't have seen him. He was caught on Ram's wording, seen. What does she mean by this?
Meili's corpse? Or perhaps the Meili from before she had become a corpse? Or had she seen him working on hiding Meili's corpse?
Or maybe. Ram, nothing. Even if it was your plan that nobody would see anything, the Earth Dragon was diligently watching your strange behavior. And because of that, Ram was also able to watch you the same way. Putting her fingers to her lips, right in front of him, Ram deliberately makes a scene out of showing this particularly uncouth gesture towards Subaru.
Subaru, what the heck are you saying?
Without understanding the meaning of her behavior behind her gesture, Subaru let out these words in bewilderment. However, he did have quite a recent memory of this particular gesture.
It was none other than the gesture Subaru had shown to Patrash before leaving the spirit room. Right now, he couldn't for the life of him understand the meaning behind how it had cropped up again in this place with Ram. Ram, you need to study him more, you worthless excuse. The utter disappointment those two words carry is what drives home that this is Subaru's final warning. Subaru, dash. Up until now, though extremely cold and unfeeling, Ram had kept up her stance of wanting to talk, even if her intention of exchanging words with Subaru was disappearing by the second. The instant Subaru had seen the look in her eyes, he realized that his excuses were meaningless. Ram will turn a deaf ear to whatever excuses Subaru comes up with. Since it had come to this, Subaru has no other choice but to break through this situation using brute strength. In that moment, Subaru starts to consider how to kill Ram inside of his head. Subaru, dash.
Think about how to kill her. There is no longer any point in feeling reluctant about it. He had already killed one person. One or two, it makes little difference.
A while ago, I had a lot of experience in snatching away the lives of a great number of people.
From here on out, there'd be no hindrance in the execution of his Book of the Dead plan.
Meili, blue tea, that only san. Countless choices within Subaru crumbled away noisily. On the verge of being left with only his dangerous thoughts, the shade of the little girl that had been keeping silent up until now had chimed in. Though invisible, the presence of the shade beside him was so strong he could practically feel her breathing. It hugged Subaru's body from behind him, softly whispering into his ear and tempting him.
And the contents of that sweet, saccharine temptation is.
Meili, surely she's in a poor position, re-GHT? Her center of gravity is shifted onto her left side, her balance is poor. Those sweet whispers had whispered to him the weaknesses of that awe-inspiring, yet terrifying girl. When it comes down to it, she had given him instructions on how to kill her.
She is smaller than him, she is weaker than him, she has less experience when it comes to killing. With the knowledge she had accumulated by spending so much time with the assassin in black, it should be easy to kill this woman.
Meili, knock her over towards her left-hand side, and bash her head against the wall.
That'll do the try-CK.
As he was taking into account the difference in strength between himself and Ram, relevant advice comes from her.
By just following that, the girl's skull will crack, and flowers of deep crimson will bloom upon the wall.
Crimson flowers that would marvelously complement this lovely young girl's pink hair.
Subaru, TCH.
Without any cues, and without any obvious openings, Subaru faces his opponent, preparing to step forward and attack her.
Receiving a round of applause from the shade, Subaru steps forwards without hesitation towards Ram's body, which was slightly tensed, towards her right-hand side. He will throw her body against the wall and then.
Ram, since you're lost for words, you're now resorting to violence.
What a barbaric, boring conclusion.
In that moment of offense and defense, before Subaru's arm could reach her, Ram had opened her lips and uttered these words. Meeting each other's gazes, Subaru's breath was knocked out of him seeing the Ram's cold eyes. Ram, did you really think that the oh-so-frail and feeble Ram would challenge such a barbaric man alone?
Rather than mocking him, Ram's words feel similar to pity.
As she speaks, Subaru hears a crackling sound in the air mingling in with her voice.
In fact, he was not hearing things.
The moisture in the atmosphere freezes rapidly, the air around him was being forcibly changed from gas to solid. Subaru, WH, That crackling sound he had heard, had been caused from Subaru's own foot stepping against the pile of ice rising at his feet. It had stopped him in his tracks, causing him pain. Subaru, ice? Ricocheting from the hard, cold impact, Subaru could hardly believe his eyes. But, the transformation didn't just stop here. Bars of ice weren't just materializing where his foot had been, rather, they rose from all around him, enclosing him, materializing into an ice cage.
Subaru, you're kidding me. What the?
Magic? In the blink of an eye, the ice cage finishes materializing. Subaru was completely trapped within. Seizing the bars of ice with his hands, Subaru tries to violently shake them in an attempt to break that prison. However, his efforts only result in him being astounded at the strength of the ice.
The bars did not yield even an inch. Even if he kicks and punches with all his strength, he doesn't at all believe that he'll be able to break through.
And thus, Subaru had been imprisoned within that ice cage. Everything would have been so much better if Ram had been wrong about this. Looking at him with her sad amethyst eyes, Emilia comes into view from behind Ram. What had happened was hardly surprising. Subaru finds himself dumbstruck like a monkey inside a cage. Subaru, Ram and Emilia had banded together to restrain him, that much was obvious. Unlike Subaru, however, they had the option of cooperating with each other. From the very beginning, Subaru had been forced to fight alone in this place. Confronting a dangerous person alone had probably never been considered a choice by them. Ultimately, Subaru had definitely been dancing in the palm of their hands at every step of the way. Ram, in this scene, I also had to feign superficiality, but I sure as hell didn't open my mouth as brazenly as you. As an actor I can barely say that you are below third rate, let alone second rate. Ram spits this out, crossing her arms and looking at Subaru sitting in the cage. Looking at her, he noticed that she hadn't even moved a single step away from the place where she had first made her entry. Even worse, she hadn't even changed her posture.
Between her and Subaru, that's what differed between the two actors, that's it.
Ram, with such acting, only a seriously oblivious person could be fooled. Then, who the most mentally tough person was amongst everyone, there's nothing left to even consider.
Subaru, from that way you're speaking, aren't you praising me? Thanks.
Ram, you're welcome. Next to Ram, who had reacted with a faint air of bitterness, silver hair flew up as Emilia stepped forward. Judging by what Ram had said, this ice cage had been handmade by Emilia. In other words, it can be concluded that this was the kind of magic she is able to use. Had he not been stuck in this situation, Subaru would have definitely been impressed by her enchanting ice magic, which suited its owner's beautiful, mystical face quite well. But, seeing that practically he was a captive in the ice cage, and witnessing just how strong it is, at a glance he can understand the difference in strength between him and her, and just how inferior he is.
The difficulty level of executing his Book of the Dead plan, that ranking had now greatly changed. But, before that...
Emilia, Subaru, what were you trying to do at this time? Weren't you supposed to be resting in the room?
Subaru,
Looking worried, Emilia asked Subaru what he had been doing here at this time. A serious look of anxiety dwells in her eyes, but, when it comes to this situation, the only possible conclusion is that she's torn between simple honesty and foolishness.
They were all mistaken about the reason he had taken this path. Even Subaru has a say in this.
A reason how he had ended up like this certainly exists. However, telling them would be like grasping at thin air. Who on earth would believe Subaru's words? Ram, Emilia Summer, it's pointless to ask him that.
I doubt he will answer your question honestly.
I am doubtful in handling it as if it were Barusu. Emilia, but, Subaru is Subaru. Ram, you must understand that, right? Ram, you have to remember that a counterfeit will have a similar appearance only.
That's how Ram judges it.
If anything, it seemed to resemble something closer to one of Subaru's own thoughts about himself. Ram had rebuked Emilia's notion. Most likely, it had been Ram who had suspected Subaru and also proposed to keep an eye on what he would get up to at night. For sure, Emilia must have been standing by as the rear guard, brought along in the case of an emergency. In other words, the answer that the equivalent of Natsuki Subaru is not Subaru had already been noticed by Ram a while ago. And afterward, all that was left was to take the steps to confirm both the fact and the accompanying grievances. Ram, thanks to Emilia Summer, you were captured without any harm done. I wonder if a bit of pain will make you willing to tell us what we want to hear? Subaru, pain. Like torture? That's not only extremely sadistic, but isn't there a famous saying that doing things like that necessitates careful thinking? Ram, I will do what is necessary. Besides, I don't really like inflicting pain on others, but it is a specialty of mine. Keeping him in a cage with a space of not even 2 meters square, Ram wasn't going easy on Subaru. Pale and slender though her fingers may be, her humble claim of inflicting pain as my specialty feels frightfully convincing to Subaru. If he keeps going like this without doing anything, if the opportunity to launch a counterattack doesn't present itself, It will end up becoming a case where no matter how hard she searches for his secrets, he would just be meaninglessly confessing his miserable behavior. Emilia, wait.
You can't hurt him. I won't let you do that.
However, Emilia, who herself had imprisoned Subaru in the ice cage, was the one to stop Ram before she could resort to extreme measures. She turned her back on the cage Subaru was in and faced Ram directly. Ram, Emilia Summer, weren't you supporting Ram? Emilia, I endorsed your opinion of questioning him because I also felt that Subaru was acting strange, but it's because I thought this might happen.
That I decided to stay here.
Ram, it's because I didn't want something like this to happen that I asked Beatrice to keep Julius and the rest company. And yet, I did not think Emilia Summer would be so
disobedient.
I was too naive.
Without hiding her irritation at the difference in their opinions, Ram points at Subaru, who was hiding behind Emilia's back.
Regarding them, she utters the biting words, "Is that fine?" Ram, he's too lacking in the points that the original Barusu should obviously have.
I heard you talk about the Watergate City. Pristella.
It seemed like there you'd met a shape-shifting Sin Archbishop. Emilia, yes. Another reason for us coming here was to change back those people who that Sin Archbishop changed into a different form. Ram, then what are the chances that Sin Archbishop could have become any of us? Emilia, Ram, even if they're a Sin Archbishop, if they are able to freely change their shape, then we can't go by outward appearances, their normal conduct, the feeling when they try to talk, if all of those things are different. Ram responded with logic while holding back her anger towards Emilia's emotion-driven opposition. They're nothing but deductions and baseless accusations towards Subaru, but they didn't have any basis to deny them. And no less important than that, Subaru, no, I felt like rejecting the topic at hand. Subaru, HK. A flashback, white memories. They come not from Natsuki Subaru, but from a small fragment of the memories seen in the Book of the Dead.
The memories from when I was herself. Training, that's what they called their actions towards me.
Even though dread was carved into me many times, the most terrifying thing to happen to me was when my body was made to change into countless innumerable frogs. Even though my consciousness existed only in one body, my infinitely fragmented consciousness did as it liked, leaping whenever it wanted, running wherever it wanted. Dreading the thought of not being able to go back to my original self brought the realization that I had forgotten what my original self was in the first place. Having my reason for existence as a living being crash like that, I was thankful from the bottom of my heart to Mother the moment I was returned to normal. And at the same time, the idea that I should never, under any circumstances, go against her orders was etched into my soul. Subaru, HK.
Recalling that dread directly, almost as if he'd personally lived it, Subaru's field of vision blurs.
One's own appearance is something that is directly linked to one's identity and sense of self. Tampering and changing that as one liked on a whim, that could only be called blasphemy.
The most detestable deed of all.
Emilia, that's too extreme, this is quite unlike you, Ram.
Speaking like that, trying to shut me up.
Ram, can you even say nothing's up?
Before that man behind us.
Emilia and Ram continue their arguing while Subaru alone drowns in anguish, feeling like his stomach was churning. However, Ram's claim proved to be a probatio diabolica.
As for something happening, even if there can be proof of it, no one at all would be able to prove it not happening. 1.
This Natsuki Subaru was not the Natsuki Subaru that they wanted. To explain that theory, some kind of shapeshifter power was helpful. It made it simple, and at the same time, it was unbearable for the current Subaru, from the bottom of his heart. That feeling of being inside all of that enmity was too much for him to bear. Subaru was wheezing in pain. Ram, I need to make him spit it out, right now. So I can know where Meili and the real Barusu are.
Subaru,
That complaint from Ram, like a surprise attack, overloads Subaru's consciousness.
It was a bolt out of the blue, a truly unexpected comment.
Subaru, Raising his face, Subaru looked between Emilia and Ram, at their continuing quarrel. Gazing at her back, he couldn't see Emilia's emotions, however, Ram's face was clearly visible to him. Her eyes, burning with rage, contain no schemes like the lie she used to trap Subaru in this place.
At least, what she just stated was what she really meant.
In other words, this means that Ram and the others hadn't found Meili's remains. She had just been lying in wait ready to launch the blame on Subaru right here, his suspicious behavior being too much to convince her that he was Natsuki Subaru in the end.
That was it. He understands where the confused Ram's questioning was coming from. But at the same time, he didn't understand.
If it hadn't been Ram or Emilia, who was the one who had moved Meili's remains? If it had been neither Ram, nor the others, nor Subaru, then they were operating under a different motive. Emilia, real or fake, you can't just decide like that. I mean, the Subaru that is here right now is Subaru. I have amnesia. Ram, huh?
Holding onto the ice cage bars, Subaru's scream cuts into the duo's quarrel.
Hearing that screaming voice, Ram appears taken aback and confused. That one unexpected angle of attack leaves Ram's mind blank. If it had been a trick, employed to poke gaps between her logic and disturb her thoughts, then it had been a success. But there had been so much intent, this had been Subaru's scream of truth.
Subaru, TCH.
As for why he had cried this out right at this moment, even Subaru himself has no clue. In this loop, Subaru had hidden the fact that he had lost his memories, and had tried to imitate how the old Natsuki Subaru had seemed. Thanks to that, his life hadn't been snatched away this loop.
But in truth, concealing his amnesia had complicated everything else in this loop. So what will happen now, after his grand reveal?
Ram, after all this time, you're still joking like that? In reality, the moment her stagnating thoughts had resumed their activities, Ram's expression became dyed in anger. The girl probably thinks that Subaru's desperate cry now was a desperate lie, that it's nothing more than nonsense. Emilia, Ram.
Listen to what Subaru is saying.
There was a reason after all. Ram, are you serious, Emilia Summer?
That was completely unbelievable.
With arms stretched, Emilia stands in front of Ram, rallying Subaru's words. If she thinks he had only jumped up in taking advantage using this absurd excuse, Subaru may as well give up on continuing to speak. However, standing in opposition to Ram, who wants to reject it completely, Emilia still faces her with resolve. Emilia, it's worth believing him. Didn't we all up until now? Ram, TCH. Ram's cheek slightly stiffens at Emilia's appeal. For a second, a trace of doubt flits through Ram's light pink irises, various thoughts seeming to spin through Ram's intelligent head. She starts to open her stiffly closed lips, and Emilia, Ram, let's listen to Subaru and
Ram, what about Rem? Emilia, ah.
In an instant, Ram's teary-eyed, petite form spins around and leaps at Emilia, deciding in that moment to fall back. Emilia had prepared herself to hold down Ram. But the approaching Ram's movements proved to be faster, and Emilia's left hand was caught by Ram's right. Ram, don't get in my way now. Emilia, Kia. As she spoke, demonstrating her excellent footwork and defensive movements, and minimally moving her wrist and shoulder, Ram flings Emilia's body aside, in a manner that had demonstrated maximum effectiveness. As Emilia flies away, her figure slowly somersaulted to the side. Through her surprise at her world's sudden revolutions, she quickly grasps her situation and attempts to swing her long legs onto the floor below. Emilia, HK. In the spot where Emilia landed, lay one of Ram's shoes which she had flung off. Tripping, Emilia loses her balance and lands on all fours. In that close combat, Emilia had been overwhelmed by Ram's technique, and Ram slips into the gap created. Thrusting her wand between the bars of the ice cage, towards the tip of the frightened Subaru's nose. Ram, I dare you to say that again. Subaru, it's
not like that. Ram, with that face. And that voice. Say that you forgot Rem. One more time.
Tightening her jaw and grinding at her molars, Ram was collecting something on the tip of her trembling wand, and he knew what it was. It was invisible to the eye. A power which you would probably call mana was accumulating in front of his eyes, but even then, Subaru couldn't follow with any words.
He couldn't think of what to say to Ram.
To that girl in front of him hanging on the verge of tears. If he wasn't Natsuki Subaru, but Natsuki Subaru, would he have been able to do it? Emilia, you can't, Ram.
Stop.
Emilia, having just clambered back to her feet, screams in an attempt to stop Ram.
However, she doesn't make it in time.
Emilia, dash. A white light blinks through the ice cage's bars, and the shock engulfs Subaru. That shock flings his body all the way to the back onto the ice bars, the back of his head banged against them.
Subaru, HGH. His head shook violently, and his consciousness became hazy.
Without even having time to explain himself, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness slipped away. Subaru, huh? Letting out a faint, weak groan, his consciousness starts to resurface.
Gradually, his consciousness rises to the surface from the sludge of darkness.
Feeling as if he was somewhere vast, steadily accelerating, stretching into reality, and finally. Subaru, Uyua?
Ow?
In the instant in which he had flitted back into consciousness, he had been yanked up by a force that felt like it had seized him by the scruff of his neck. Sharp, hot pain burned within Subaru's mind. Groaning and writhing in pain, Subaru wakes up on the cold, hard floor. Subaru, ow, what is this? His body roused by throbbing pain, Subaru reaches out his hand to his left shoulder. The moment he touches it, scorching pain once again burns across his mind.
He couldn't move his left arm at all.
Subaru, did it get yanked out of my socket? Is it dislocated? Never felt this one before. Dangling about, his arm cannot move to his will.
However, when he had tried to move and touch it, he had felt a sharp pain.
Thus, Subaru stood up with great care.
Looking around at his surroundings, he sees that there was nobody around. And this room was Subaru, the room where I hid Meili.
In other words, he was in the same room where he had been conscious up until just before. As evidence for that, behind Subaru, the ice cage Emilia had magically crafted was still there. It was strange that Subaru had been lying down outside of the cage. Looking at the cage, it didn't appear opened, and it didn't look like he should have been able to get out of it by any normal means. Subaru, so does that mean my shoulder was?
Thinking to that extent, Subaru notices the relationship between his dislocated shoulder and his escape from the ice cage.
The gaps between the bars of the ice cage were so small that it would be impossible to get through them unless he was the size of a child.
By force, it should be possible to get through with his shoulder dislocated.
The question is, how did Natsuki Subaru manage that whilst unconscious? Also, Subaru, where have Emilia
and Ram gone?
Their figures could not be seen anywhere. They had been arguing in this room up until not long ago. Perhaps their argument had blown up to the point that they had killed each other.
That situation was far too unnatural. No, it was more like a terrible situation than an unnatural one.
Subaru had been knocked out of consciousness, and thus knew nothing about his shoulder's dislocation, or Emilia and Ram whereabout, or anyone else who should have been here. Subaru looks around the room, wondering what had happened during his unconsciousness, looking to see whether anything strange had occurred, and there he saw it. Natsuki Subaru was here. Subaru, dash. On the walls, everywhere he could see, those words were engraved, cut into the stone wall, crudely shaped words were carved as if scribbled into a notepad.
Had it been the fragment of stone that was near the wall that had done that?
It seems like it was part of the stone that had been in the back of the room, which had been originally used to hide Meili's dead body. Using that stone fragment, the phrase Natsuki Subaru was here was engraved onto the wall.
If it was just that, then the impact had not been as great as when the same words had been carved into his arm.
Under the influence of the surprise and astonishment that the redux had brought along to him, he should have laughed it off as no big deal.
But, however,
Natsuki Subaru was here. 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 Subaru, you are. Tightly packed together, abnormally so, the words were engraved so that they completely covered the walls inside the room. They had even looked so natural that he hadn't truly noticed the uncomfortable feeling from the start. The words were so abnormally and stubbornly engraved to the extent that it had looked somewhat like an optical illusion, due to the excess of that pattern on the walls. Inside this room, for what purpose?
Engraving these characters.
Hum? Oi, fuck is all this? Fuck is this evil feeling in the room? Fuck is this crap decorating the walls? Subaru, dash.
Shuddering, standing stock still, the voice coming from behind Subaru inspired fear, and it wasn't down to the fact that he hadn't detected its presence.
After all, Subaru's attention right now had been firmly fixed at the writing on the walls.
He wouldn't have noticed anyone approaching.
Thus, he was not surprised because of that. Subaru's surprise had come from how familiar that crude voice sounded.
The terrible memories of it that he wanted to forget.
You, hell you doing looking so blank, small fry?
What's a small fry doing so far away from his flock?
Aren't you just asking to be a bigger fish's prey? As he spoke from behind Subaru, who dares not to look back, the red-haired man's laugh rang out like a shark's.
Oh, how he laughed indeed, that man who should by all means not be here.
Arc 6, Chapter 51, Tower of the Living, Part 2. Hearing the voice of the familiar man from behind him, Subaru trembles in fear, to the point that he forgets to breathe. Subaru, dash. Right in that instant, he even forgets about the pain from his dislocated left shoulder. His mind is dominated by a vast succession of negative emotions, such as fear and cowardice. A tempest of hopeless feelings clouds over his thoughts. A single word repeats inside his head: why?
Why? His list of questions is inexhaustible.
Why is his left shoulder dislocated? Why is the phrase Natsuki Subaru was here carved all around this room to this extent? Why are Amelia and Ram's figures, who had captured Subaru, nowhere to be seen? Why is Meili's body, which he had hidden, nowhere to be seen?
Why had Natsuki Subaru lost his memories?
Why had Natsuki Subaru been summoned into a different world?
Why?
Couldn't he ever tell his mom and dad the truth about everything?
Why?
What are you doing all huddled up? Don't be so silent, gross bastard. Why is the man who wasn't supposed to be able to come down standing here?
Uck.
Suddenly, irritation rises in that man's voice, causing Subaru to whirl around in a panic.
To look directly at the figure behind him is a frightening notion.
In most cases, what triggers this sense of trepidation is a fear of the unknown. However, the fear that this man inspires comes from more than just the immediate risk of looking. This is far deeper than just unease from being unable to see, for this specific opponent's intent is not merely to inspire fear. Subaru can't help but think it's a much closer to a straightforward urge to maim or even to kill.
Ha. What ya looking at? With that face.
Are ya that scared?
Ya look like you're about to cry.
A disgusting bastard, in this fucked up room. Smiling sardonically at Subaru, who is still trying to make up his mind, the man dressed in a male kimono brazenly bares his white teeth, long, red hair, an eye patch covering his right eye, his bare chest wrapped in white linen strips, and a muscular, well-built body. He is looking down at the pitiful Subaru. Pleiades Watchtower's second-floor guardian, Reed is the man that is calling out to him. Subaru, dash. Reed, does your mouth not work?
Can you not hear me speak?
Or, are you trying to show that you have no plans of speaking with me? If that's the way it is, I don't really mind, but still, I guess it feels more dignifying that way. Bluntly saying this out loud, with words that show utmost arrogance, Reed stares at Subaru with an angry expression on his face. Whilst being overwhelmed by the hostility coming from Reed, Subaru forces his lips into a mumble.
Subaru, T-I.
Reed, huh? Subaru, wasn't your eye patch on your left eye?
Why?
Is it on your right eye?
It was a question that he should not have uttered right now.
As Subaru asks him, Reed's eyes flicker slightly, and just after, the man clanged his teeth together with a clack.
Reed, whim, it's a whim. Either eye is fine for me. That's way it is, I put it on just when I feel like messing about. I wear it and don't see outer of the eye.
It's just for show.
As Reed said that, he turns over the eye patch covering his right eye using his fingers. And there below his eye patch, there are no wounds, his eye is in good health exactly as he had stated. And of course, there are no signs of injuries in his uncovered left eye. In short, his words had been completely true. He understood that his eye patch was really only an item for doing something because he wants to. Even so, when it comes to him, it's a means of bridging the power gap between himself and others, messing about and.
Reed, what Oi, isn't your shoulder dislocated? I did think looked a bit weird.
Subaru, GH. Immediately following that paroxysm, a burning sensation scorches the lining of Subaru's brain, with a sudden impact. Subaru, GHA. His throat is constricted by sharp pain, and his field of view around him flickers, pierced by great anguish. Looking at it with no consideration or hesitation, Reed had grasped Subaru's dislocated shoulder with his right hand. With a mere twist of the wrist, he had casually inserted the dislocated bone back into its socket. The dislocated bone was fixed, echoing a dull click across the room, and freedom of movement returns to his left shoulder. However, the pain that for a moment had become negligible returns to him, tears pour down Subaru's cheeks, the pain makes him feel like cursing the world around him. Reed, don't you be acting so over the top. It looks like I'm picking on you when you look like that, damn it.
As a matter of fact, it's not me who's picking on ya, more so it's that smoking hottie.
Subaru, smoking hotting? Reed, that smoking hottie with silver hair. The ice cage behind you, I can pretty much tell by looking at your dislocated shoulder. Did you fall out with your friends? Ha, how amusing. Reed snorts this back at Subaru, who is holding his left shoulder, and groaning in pain. Having heard those words, Subaru understood he means Emilia when he described them as a smoking hottie.
And, at the same time, when it comes to what had happened in the room, between Subaru and everyone else, Subaru fears that Reed's observant eye must have grasped what happened. Subaru, how? Do you know?
Reed, stuck inside the sullen tower, the stuff between a man and woman'll either improve beyond imagination, or deteriorate beyond imagination. Those are the only two options.
When it comes to you're the type to piss people off beyond belief. It's not so hard to figure that out. In all honesty, none of those conclusions are wrong. Therefore, Subaru has no way to refuse those words.
Tearing his gaze away from Subaru, Reed turns to glance at Emilia's ice cage. Subaru, dash. Twisting his neck, he strides huffily away from Subaru's side, eyeing the ice cage for a moment before he stomps on it, applying force but for a brief moment. In that instant, the structure gives a sharp cracking sound. In the next, the destructive force spreads to all of the resilient prison, shattering the lattice entirely. Needless to say, no matter how hard Subaru had tried, he couldn't shift that ice cage even slightly. The cage's integrity had refused to yield. Whether in terms of magic or strength, with a simple glance, the disparity between is immediately revealed, leaving Subaru dumbstruck.
Ignoring his reaction, Reed stretches his hands and feet lightly.
Reed, well, looks like you can move it again all right.
Excellent, excellent indeed.
Muttering that, making sure he had some kind of feeling in the arm, he slowly steps out from the room. He takes absolutely no notice of Subaru, who stood stock still, perplexed out of his mind.
The confusion still hadn't settled down. He isn't able to completely grasp what happened, but he knew that in this place, taking his eyes away from Reed would result in nothing good.
Subaru, wait up.
Didn't you
say you couldn't come down from the floor above? Why are you walking around this floor like it's normal? As Reed walks along the corridor of the fourth floor with complete indifference, Subaru rushes out of the room, quite unpretentiously, staring at Reed's back as he strides across the floor with an air of majesty, Subaru throws out that one question which had been inside his head since the very beginning.
In response, Reed waved his hand without looking behind him.
Reed, when did I say I couldn't walk out second floor?
If that's what you're saying.
Then isn't that a little bit off?
Don't worry.
Your assumption that I can't leave has a bit of truth to it.
I only became able to leave you now. Subaru, just now.
Wait, so may I ask why my assumption collapsed? Reed, I'm not gonna give you a full lecture and explain everything.
I'm about to leave. You're about to piss yourself. That's that, the end. Ah, wait, it's not end yet.
Following Reed in his wake, Subaru catches up to him.
Changing the tone of his voice, Reed narrows his eyes at him.
Subaru's body shrunk in place. As Reed distorted his cheeks at him, it looked like he could kill him just with his sharp eyes. The red-haired swordsman, who didn't carry around weapons, unarmed. With merely the glint in his eyes, this man's gaze would be enough to put someone to the sword. Subaru takes a deep breath.
Subaru, WH. What the?
Reed, excellent, keep blustering on like that, you. If you can't even do that, why've no right to call yourself a man? And so, I've a question for ya, why borderline failed man? I'm about to bid this sullen tower farewell, but where hell did your annoying buddies run off to? Subaru, huh? As the hostility exuding from the man nearby squeezes his heart, Subaru hears this surprising remark, causing his eyes to widen. Seeing the disheveled Subaru's reaction, Reed naturally continues with AU. Reed, I plan to get out of here, where there's food, water, and sake.
Let's not even talk about women.
Well, from your friends, that smokin' hottie and that woman with such a slutty figure are certainly fine prospects. Though, since I'd feel guilty seducing smokin' hottie, the slutty woman would have to be prime candidate for it. Subaru, Lee.
Ving?
This tower?
But. What about?
Your trial, no, what about everyone else? What are you going to do about this situation, and everything that's going on?
Reed, 's nothing, everything I said doesn't have shit to do with me.
Your issues should be solved by yourself, I've got nothing to do with it.
Ah, hold up.
There's one last disgusting task I need ya.
Subaru, disgusting.
Task, gar? Reed's facial expression suddenly changes, jabbing at Subaru's forehead with his finger, as Subaru's eyebrows had knitted into a grimace at those words. Subaru's back crashes against the wall of the corridor due to the sheer strength of the poke. Looking down at Subaru laying in a painful heap beneath him, Reed snorts out a humph. Reed, I already told ya. I don't think you're able to accept my answer, ya lil' chicken.
Is it a small fry, or a lil' chicken, trampled underneath my feet? Subaru, that's a problem with your own definition.
Reed, don't use me, who so fortunately appeared before ya as a tool to dispel your worries, questions, or regrets with. Your issues are for ya to solve.
Don't use me as a crutch.
Subaru, dash. Calling those words akin to something like anger was not be quite right. Feelings of anger have some emotion to it, but Reed does not care at all for what Subaru was feeling.
His feelings do not stir at all for him, his mind is one of indifference.
Thus, there isn't any anger present in his voice. However, just these over-the-shoulder words were enough for Subaru to feel as if a knife had been stuck into his heart. Groaning from that pain, once again the questions left behind filling Subaru's mind lurch as if they were going to bury him alive.
But, just before that happened.
Reed, it came. Swiveling his head to look towards the end of the aisleway, Reed grumbles this as if something was up. Lifting his head up, Subaru's eyes are also lured towards that direction, pointing them towards where Reed was looking at. However, he couldn't spot anything different there.
However, he realizes that it was delayed. Crouched down, his buttocks against the floor, he notices it. A faint tremor. The tower is shaking.
Faintly, not quite on the same scale as an earthquake, but he felt tremors nevertheless.
Bang.
Clacking his teeth together and laughing, his eyes shining, Reed steps forward, sandals firmly treading against the floor. Seeing his unhesitating manner from the corner of his eyes, Subaru confusedly follows in his trail. Reed had said that he shouldn't use him as a tool to dispel his own worries. It's undeniable, there was no doubt in Subaru that Reed's words had cut right into his frail heart. Subaru's issues could not be solved by merely complaining about them to Reed. However, apart from that, Subaru now has a responsibility to get to the bottom of why Reed was wandering about the fourth floor, and what was happening in the tower in general. Subaru, Reed. Reed, Subaru, hey, wait up. Wait up.
At the very least, tell me. What are you going to do?
With long strides, and a quick pace, Reed's back was proudly advancing forward, and he did not deign to stop and answer Subaru's question.
His shoulder is in pain, there is bewilderment and confusion in his heart, he doesn't have any assertiveness.
Subaru is driven by his half-hearted obligation, he has no other choice but to chase with utmost effort after the man's back who was striding forward. And suddenly, the back of the man with the swaying long red hair abruptly ground to a halt and stopped. Reed had stopped his feet as he reached the spiral staircase present in the atrium at the end of the corridor. It was the place where the amnesiac Natsuki Subaru had twice been pushed to his death. As Subaru had been busy frantically chasing after Reed, he only noticed where he is standing at the last second.
He holds his breath, frozen in place.
However, his desire of wanting to break the deadlock in the feelings of hopelessness surpasses the feeling of avoiding this place that brought about his death and gives Subaru the strength to move forward.
It wasn't the place that had killed Subaru, it was evil that had killed Subaru.
It isn't the place that ought to cause him to harbor these feelings of avoidance, rather the main cause of this should be attributed to the criminal. Subaru, The beating of his heart, and the sound of his blood flowing through his veins feel frightfully loud. Ignoring that, Subaru wipes off a bead of sweat and pushed on forwards towards where Reed had stopped.
He is standing at the edge of the drop, looking down below at the scene beneath his eyes. Wherever he may be, he is a man who really suits the posture of looking down on things.
Whilst thinking such a useless thought in the depths of his mind, Subaru follows his gaze. Following his gaze, he finally notices it.
Having been lost in his noisy heartbeat, the sound that he hadn't heard before was now audible to him.
Subaru, Right beneath him, at the bottom of the large staircase, on the fifth floor, having appeared out of nowhere, a repulsive herd of witch beasts of flame were filling up the hall, presenting to him a spectacle of absolute hell.
Witnessing this display from beyond even his wildest imaginations, Subaru's vision went completely white.
Subaru, huh? The cracking of the scorching crimson flame makes it sound as if countless wailing infants dwelt in the tower. Connecting those two factors led to only one conclusion, that was, this terrifying witch beast, which wore a mane of flame around its neck, is only one part of a violent chaos of a horde. 4 legs and a torso akin to that of horses, an upper body with arms that are comparable to a human's, and a gaping more complete with fangs spreading through the human half. The dreadful heat's flames scorch and devour the oxygen within the tower. There are about 20 witch beasts here, more or less. He can see them rampaging about below him on the 5th floor. The dreadful heat reaches below towards Subaru and Reed, who are dozens and dozens of meters above. Flinching back, being taken by surprise by this heat wave, to the extent that he felt like his eyeballs dry up in an instant. What is, really?
What is going on?
Reed, seems like there's some eerie witch beasts.
Do you know what they are? Subaru, I don't know.
Without counting the giant earthworm witch beast, it's also my first time seeing them.
Ah?
Next to Subaru, who cannot keep his eyes off of the scene, stands Reed looking at the exact same spectacle, issuing that question to him. Subaru shakes his head at that query, his voice unintentionally trembling at the change in his view. The witch beasts are rampaging about inside the tower, bearing standards of flame, looking like both horse and man, a more convenient term to call them by would be centaurs. The centaurs let out a piercing yell. Coming out from their warped maws is a violent yell, a shrill roar as if caused by sheer fury. And the reason for that was due to the lone knight who was fighting back, swinging his slender sword, weaving his way through the herd of witch beasts. Xi.
Holding his breath, an elegant sword slips through the gap between the herd of the witch beasts, who carried swords of flame.
Blood scatters, the arms and legs of a witch beast is severed, its delayed shriek reverberates around the surroundings. Whilst listening to this, the knight who risked being overwhelmed by the amount of centaurs springs forward and leaps towards the next beast, sword poised.
Subaru, Julius.
Reflexively, Subaru's lips calls out his name, deeply moved at having found a survivor.
He can't tell which emotion is stronger within himself, the one of joy or grief. Nevertheless, immediately after his consciousness leapt, he had done something unknown. There had been a situation like that once when he found himself with Meili's corpse beside him.
He can't say for sure if the next time he meets with someone, whether they'll end up as a corpse.
There's always such a fear in him. Therefore, it was good news that he had broke through this fear.
Subaru, Without paying attention to the expression of surprise from above, beneath Subaru's eyes, Julius wields his sword and continues to fight against the witch beasts. Although he is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, is it a situation where the strength of one isn't equal to that of Julius? Al thought, if the witch beasts which freely emit flame think of swarming Julius, who had only a sword to fend off against them, would mean his limits would be called upon. And if he burnt to death, then his Book of the Dead should appear in the library. Read, where are all others?
Oh, this sure ain't looking good. Subaru, TCH.
In that moment, a dark thought had floated across Subaru's mind, desiring for the death of his companion. That idea fought in the depths of Subaru's heart. Reed's muttering as he gazes at the scene below jerks his thoughts back to reality. But Reed wasn't aware of Subaru's internal conflict.
Baring his fangs, he takes a step forward.
Already on the verge of falling down to the depths below, he steps forward again. Subaru, hey, what are you going to do? Reed, your only ability asking questions?
Stop relying on me and try to pull some Darren moves every once in a while. Talkin' TR's completely pointless.
You're not a sexy lady for me to feast my eyes on, nor your interest in talk tar.
You, with what intent are you tryin' talk me with?
Subaru, Reed, lemme ask again, hella you goin' do? One of your comrades is just right there, trapped face a bunch of disgusting witch beasts, and you're still being indifferent?
Say that weak guys don't have options is just a pitiful excuse.
Just as carnivores held supreme authority in nature, so did Reed's philosophy echo the right of the strong. This philosophy's incompatibility with Subaru only served to reinforce its veracity, that was the sheer disparity between the strong and the weak. Reed,
Without neither a word nor glance to Subaru, Reed at last stepped into motion, leaning forward slightly. There had been no chance to stop him.
Like this, Reed fell forward, weightless, tracing the path that Subaru had followed to his death.
Straight down Reed fell.
Back then, Natsuki Subaru's consciousness had left him before he had crashed into the ground, and he hadn't been able to even see the moment which had actually caused his death. That red-haired swordsman, Reed dropped down in the same way, falling.
Thump thump.
Its back being struck by sandals falling from such great heights, the centaur's equine body is crushed. Its limbs, unable to bear that impact, shatter. It's unbelievable how the witch beast's huge body was crushed, blood the color of ink spraying out, staining the floor of the 5th floor. Completing this scene is, falling from a height that would have been fatal to Subaru, energetically stomping on the remains of the witch beast, the violence of Reed Astria. Subaru, From an observer's point of view, the mindless witch beasts cease their movements. Noticing the chaotic appearance of this red-haired man, their childlike wails stop. Looking closely revealed that these headless witch beasts were using their non-visual senses to gauge their opponent. This is what Subaru surmises. Reed's abnormality is clear to even those who were blind. That observation is equally apparent to the knight, with all 5 senses intact, who had been engaged in a vigorous battle with these creatures.
Julius, you. Why are you here?
Read, why?
Is there anything else you can ask at all?
What's th secret to being popular with women? What's the best kinda alcohol? How do you get TB so strong, for instance? Standing in front of Julius, whose eyes are wide open in sheer shock, Reed brushes away the pieces of meat on the soles of his sandals.
He turns his hand to another centaur standing beside him. Was it a joke?
In his hand, he held a thin, wooden stick. He could see that he was holding a chopstick. Read, my secret tea being popular with women's my face.
Th best kinda alcohols gran higher, and sfer how I'm the strongest in the world? Simply because I'm me.
Pausing for a moment after he finished speaking, Reed lightly began moving the chopsticks at his fingertips. In the next moment, the frozen centaur's body exploded in a shower of blood. Slow to detect the collapse of its body, the witch beast finally released the cries of its throes of death.
Those screams, reminiscent of the cries of a baby, clinging desperately to this world, are indeed the cruelest of tactics.
However, a smile remains firmly on the face of the man who had caused all this. He raises his unbloodied weapons, his chopsticks, once more, this time not towards the witch beasts, but Julius. Then, looking at the yellow irises of the faraway Julius, who seems to dread those chopsticks far beyond what he appears to, Reed bares his fangs. Reed, right, let's get this follow-up trial going. Since I'm not bored yet, why don't you try and get as close to passins you can, ya fuckers? Arc 6, Chapter 52, God, please forgive me. Odd dance began to unfold, with the stage being the fifth-floor atrium. With his long, red hair flying about, the eye-patch-clad man flawlessly weaved left and right, with absolute control of his burly body, wielding only short, fragile sticks of wood.
Unfolding right on the stage was an unbelievable spectacle.
Xi. A witch beast in the form of a centaur rushed towards the redhead, its half-human, half-horse form raising a cry that sounded like something a newborn baby would emit.
On its upper half, the human part, the witch beast had no head.
It wielded a sword of flame, carrying it in both hands. Were you to come into contact with this immeasurable, scorching heat, even if were to graze you, then certainly your body would end up becoming carbonized. And, yet, how was it that the man was doing this? He had twisted his body into this dance within the searing heat, fending it off as if it was child's play, using only those plain as day wooden sticks that he carried about. Flames did not alight upon the wooden sticks which had successfully warded the creature off.
They didn't catch on fire.
Why? Perhaps it was just because he was swinging those wooden sticks faster than they could catch on fire and burn.
There must be the reason why.
The reason he managed to fend off the sword's fiery blow was because he had deflected the flash of its sword with a nonchalant parry. And, it seemed like the reason why that man found this so enjoyable, as the air around him became red-hot with murderous intent, was because he was absolutely insane.
Fully enjoying the prime of this world, Reed in this crazed state resumed the trial.
Reed, look.
You, what happened? You, are you playing?
Unlike before, it's time to get serious, you.
Use your companions around you, time to take vengeance on me.
You. Whoa. While bellowing angrily, with spittle flying from his mouth into the midst of the flames, Reed held a wooden stick in each hand. In a similar manner to how those blue eyes glared at him, Julius was encircled by the flames around him. As Julius dealt with the witch beasts around him, with his sword in hand, a sudden feeling of tension and bewilderment floated across his face. He didn't want to pay any heed to the words of Reed, who, as expected, was treating this as if this were song and dance. And with that same expression, Julius shouted out.
Julius, what the heck, what are you thinking? These witch beasts came from the basement. This is a big deal for the tower, we should combine our strength.
Reed, wowzers.
Slave of the sword is even a slave of the sword in his thinking.
You, like this, can you even enjoy living? From my experience, guys who hold off on doing what they want to do, live much boring lives than guys who do what they want, understand, you?
Julius, what do you?
Reed, First of all, what's the problem with letting those disgusting burning horses run around?
They're only as bothersome as rain to me.
Cept rain's plenty bothersome, 'cause I'm a clean freak, ya see. Julius' argument had come from a sensible point of view, but Reed laughed at it like it had been madness-spurned nonsense from a madman's reasoning. Comparing the flock of clearly murderous witch beasts of flame to something on the same level as the rain served as proof that any reasoning within Reed was long dead. To reason with him would be impossible, for everything left within him was meaningless, save for chaos. Julius, H.K. When Julius heard this, he was disturbed by a thought he'd never even considered, and as a result, a trace of hesitation was born in him as he brandished his sword, and his parry to the centaur's attack was belated.
Julius, damn.
Julius did not meet the arcing, flaming sword with his sword, he instead dodged it with something like a backward somersault. And straight afterwards, another centaur came to trample his head under its hooves.
He avoided it by jumping forwards, using his momentum from his landing.
He thrusted his sword towards the body of the witch beast that had been wielding the flaming sword just before as the witch beasts behind them screamed. Julius, MMMPHN. As he went to turn around, a hoof kick caught Julius's left shoulder.
A muffled sound, and then a look of anguish ran across his handsome features. Even so, he used the momentum of the hoof to turn his body around, and with his sword, he cut down the witch beast by its legs, and with one mighty sword sweep, he ran his sword through its body. Then, he slammed the pommel of his own sword into his bleeding left shoulder.
The sound of raw meat and bone reverberated, and far more drastic than had been the case when Reed had treated Subaru's own shoulder, his bone slotted back into place.
Reed, and that's that.
Heh, not bad, that expression of yours. As their giant burning bodies and trampling hooves transformed the fifth floor into a burning hellhole, only one person, Julius, had dared to fight against everyone's despair. Reed was pleased by this, with a cruel smile taking form on his face. Were the witch beast unable to reason, it would consider Reed and Julius equally harmful opponents. However, if it were intelligent, then the answer would be clearer than flame. Stained with blood, lacking his usual elegance, Julius's sword kept the witch beast's attacks at bay and steadily cut them down one by one. Meanwhile, Reed didn't seem troubled, and with martial arts skills that were about the same, or higher than Julius, he was reaping the lives of the witch beasts as if he were a Shinigami. And, in the meanwhile, Julius, G.H. Reed, I like to move forward, but there's danger everywhere? Picking his ear seemingly in boredom, Reed's long leg slammed into the back of Julius, who had been turned away from him.
How much power had been in that kick?
Having received it, Julius' body was blown away with ease, just like a stone, wrapped up in a piece of cloth.
His body crashed into the tower wall. His crash could be felt reverberating all throughout the tower. The witch beasts let out a shrill cry, welcoming their prey's predicament.
Hunched down on the floor, the herd of witch beasts rushed forward in a mad scramble towards Julius, who was coughing up blood. Julius, G.H. AAA. Julius slid his torso up from the ground, and as he kicked out at one of the hooves with his long legs, he jumped back onto his feet. Using that momentum, Julius clambered up using the shoulders and the torso of one of the witch beasts that had rushed forward as a foothold, and tried to break through their encirclement. He pointed his left hand towards a gap left in between the witch beasts. Julius, dash.
Nothing happened. Grasping his left hand, Julius's face showed bitterness.
The witch beasts had turned around, drawing nearer towards Julius. Reed, even at a time like this, ya ain't gotten serious yet, you.
Julius found himself between the witch beasts, while Reed sighed and waved his stick.
Holding one each in both hands, a heavy gust of wind was raised as he swung them, lifting up around about 10 of the centaurs up into the air.
A sensation of being unaware of what had happened rose up in the witch beasts as they felt their hooves floating in midair.
Reed, die, ye useless horses. Right there, Reed gently took a step and jumped up, towards the witch beasts. One by one, he cut the torsos in half, pierced their heart, broke their upper body, destroying all of the witch beasts, massacring them all, total annihilation on a completely different scale. Flying in the air, he landed on a place where all the bodies were scattered. Everything happened in about 3 seconds. The witch beasts, known for their tremendous lethality, killed without any help, all destroyed. Then, the fifth layer filled with the centaurs was swept away, and in this case, it felt like there was room for some relief. Reed, geez, cut it out already.
One after another, they emerged from their nest.
Reed clicked his tongue, and, as if to confirm what he had said and indicated, from the stairs that led towards the 6th floor underneath, the sounds of hooves and the cries of their baby-like voices were once again approaching the 5th floor. If this went on, due to the accumulation of the corpses, it would only be a matter of time before the witch beasts would go up. If the desert outside was the natural habitat of these witch beasts, it was unimaginable how many of them there were.
Reed seemed to have a similar idea, and he slowly crossed his arms together.
Reed, destroying the mood of people wanting to go out for a walk is like getting disturbed while cleaning the plates for the leftovers. Kicking those shits, they are bad guys, mhhhm? Oi. Julius, wait, go out? That's already the case, and you're still saying you want to go out? Reed, you heard me, that's my conclusion.
Like I said,
these guys ain't nothing but drops of rain, playin' with 'em's just boring.
they're really nothing special.
Only one person's capable of playin' with me. The rest of you can't match up to my level at all. Julius, TSK. Clenching his teeth, Julius was highly dissatisfied with Reed's attitude, but he hesitated to express that.
If he would express that here, the fight with Reed would break down.
In this case, the situation would be against both Reed Astria and the witch beasts.
Yes, Julius was thinking correctly. Glancing at him, he saw Julius's hesitation in an instant.
Reed, nothing can be done about it, it's their nature. Reed was disappointed from the bottom of his heart, and he muttered, which made Julius' cheeks become stiff. How much anguish was coursing through there? Julius's, his expression an overly complex emotional vortex, it was like a child heading for the top of the mountain which was covered by clouds.
The pain within his heart was absolutely invisible to everyone other than him.
However, it was immediately after that the hellfire which spouted from below rose up aiming at Julius. All of what was happening below was well visible to the mediocre guy looking down at the battlefield from up above.
Subaru,
While everything had reached this point, Natsuki Subaru overlooked the 5th layer fight from above. He realized that he had even forgot to breathe because of the situation downstairs. Under his eyes, Reed and Julius were facing a war against witch beasts. Subaru wanted to intervene as a mortal piece of meat, even considering such things were an act of arrogance. Struck with admiration towards Reed, who operated far outside the norm, he could feel nothing but fresh-born or towards him. But, for the first time, Subaru witnessed Julius's fight.
His swordsmanship and skills were at a level at which dust like Subaru could not be beneficial.
If Subaru challenged him, he would definitely be shot down in an instant. It would only be an ugly defeat. To face him without utmost seriousness, with only a wooden practice sword, well, that frank face would never waver. There would only be agonizing, crushing defeat. Whether it was Amelia, or Julius, or Ram, it was all the same. Or, let's say Beatrice and Echidna, not to mention Shaula, and everyone in this tower. Natsuki Subaru's meager power could not be compared with theirs.
He had taken them, the people of this world, the inhabitants of this fantasy world, far too lightly.
Weak and young, Meili was the only one he had killed. Even then, it was Natsuki Subaru who did that, which meant that Subaru did not participate in that.
He can't kill what he can't kill.
Natsuki Subaru realized that he did not have the strength to fulfill the Book of the Dead plan. After realizing that, Natsuki Subaru's heart became hesitant. Amazed while standing, Julius lost his calm, and did not notice the witch beasts behind him.
Reed noticed them, but he did not warn him.
At this rate, Julius would be burned to death by the flames of the witch beasts, who were approaching him from behind. Through Subaru's mind, the fulfillment of such a notion flashed.
Julius's Book of the Dead would also be added to the library.
Subaru could not allow this situation to unfold with his own hands. It would be a tragedy, by going with the flow of the situation, Subaru would push Julius into his death dash. Subaru, behind you, Julius. Julius, TSK. Upon hearing that scream, Julius's body reflexively unstiffened. Without hesitation, his slender body flew to the right, over the hellfire that had been set loose from behind him, swept across the floor of the 5th floor, incinerating everything in its wake. Explosive flames which dyed the air crimson. The source of this continuous emission was a witch beast an entire size larger than all the previous ones. Adolescent and adult, whether or not such distinctions existed amongst witch beasts, Subaru felt such a discrepancy in their power levels. Xeeeeee. Embraced by the flames, the big centaur that made a piercing noise, gathered several other centaurs around him. Once again the 5th floor was swarmed by a herd.
The situation turned once again back into a stalemate.
Having been caught up in the aftermath of the hellfire, Julius flung off his burning cloak in which flames had set it alight from the hem without turning back towards the witch beasts with his nimble figure.
His eyes turned to the other side.
Julius faced Subaru, who was feeling desperate and unable to move. Julius, dash.
Subaru, ugh.
That moment, even with the distance between them, Julius's and Subaru's gazes crossed with each other's. Even though they are clearly quite a distance apart, in positions where they can't even see each other's faces, Subaru felt the complex emotion buried in those yellow eyes, letting out a groan from the depths of his throat. Doubt, confusion, hesitation, worry, various shades of negative emotions swirled around within the depths of his eyes.
They pierced straight into the depths of Natsuki Subaru's inexpressible guilt. And then,
just after, speaking this to Subaru, who wanted to do nothing but run away from there, Julius spoke out. Julius, Echidna, Anastasia Summer, find her. Dash. Julius pointed his sword towards Subaru, no, not at Subaru, behind him, when he shouted that it was likely to point up to the 4th floor. With trust that was cracked and full of scars, Julius clung onto this supplication.
Or rather, at this moment, was this shouting right? Even Julius himself did not completely overcome the confusion. They were words shouted in the midst of everything.
Doubtful, confused, hesitant, concerned, he still did not stop, and made a decision.
So.
TSK. Like a bullet, Subaru lifted his heavy legs, which were attached to the floor, and ran as fast as he could.
Scrambling forward, while stumbling, he clumsily ran.
He turned towards the spiral staircase and started running towards it.
He did not know the destination.
Was this escaping, or not escaping? He didn't even know anymore. He didn't understand his feelings, but even so he could not stop running. Leaving Julius downstairs, in the place where there was a horde of witch beasts and Reed, Subaru ran away like a rabbit. Reed, whoa.
Truly, utterly helpless, that nature.
In the distance, Reed, who was watching the situation from afar, muttered silently.
Mutters which seemed identical to all his previous ones. Whether or not a touch of emotion was lodged into them was unclear. Why did he scream?
Why couldn't he let him die right there? Ha, ha. While he sprinted, almost running out of breath, Subaru questioned himself over and over again in his head.
Why did he scream?
Why couldn't he let him die right there? Meili, letting him die shouldn't feel any different than killing him yourself, right? Embracing Subaru's back while he ran, the shade of the girl sentimentally grumbled her complaint. The shade hadn't come out even once after Reed's appearance. Her voice, although her neck had been strangled, was entirely torturing Subaru, as if cursing him.
It seemed practical. Subaru's actions were contradictory.
His thoughts, his actions, his desires and his goals, none of them aligned. The Book of the Dead was constantly in a corner of his head, that craving awaited eagerly for an opportunity. The shade of the deceased girl could see through Subaru's conflicts, so why did he, even when she gave him a push in the back by calling out to him in his time of doubt, waste his chance? Dash.
He had given Julius an excuse to withdraw from the line of fire.
However, in the end he remained downstairs, where the danger of Reed and the witch beasts was very much still present.
It was a half-hearted way of leaving someone to die. Was it that he just didn't want to be involved in the actual scene? Having strangled Meili with his own hands, the depths of his heart had that impulsive fear engraved in them.
Could he say that even if someone happened to die in front of him? Was that why he ran away so desperately?
The words he gave to Julius, that he entrusted to him, were also unrelated to
Subaru. While he was absorbed in his thoughts, Subaru's feet were abruptly stopped by an overbearing call.
Had he not stopped his feet while he was turning, he would have run over the owner of that voice without noticing.
Coming from the corner he had turned to, a shadow rushed over to Subaru.
It was. I was looking for you, in fact.
Right now going there is too dangerous, I suppose. Be Beatrice? And,
holding up the hem of her dress, Beatrice came running up to him with an earnest expression.
Following Julius, Subaru felt both relief and surprise at the same time at having confirmed her safety as well. However, the surprises didn't stop there.
Someone else was accompanying her from behind.
Subaru, Echidna?
Why are you two together?
Echidna, it had to be here that I met you, Natsuki-kun. With a slightly disturbed breath, the girl following behind Beatrice, Echidna, grumbled so. Aside from the surprise of the unexpected meeting, what had taken a strict hold of Subaru's heart even more was the emotion with which Echidna's pale green eyes were looking his way. HK. That clear as day suspicion would be made aware to someone in Subaru's position whether they wanted or not.
Reed, of course, knew nothing.
Julius and Beatrice's demeanors indicate that they also didn't know anything at all. However, Echidna's demeanor told a different story.
Echidna knew
about the exchange that Subaru, Emilia, and Ram had in the room where he hid Meili's corpse, where he was locked up in a prison of ice. And, possibly, that might not be limited to only her.
He remembered how Julius looked at him with a complex emotion in the end. All of them supposedly shared what happened to Subaru when he woke up.
So, it was only natural for Echidna to react this way, rather. Beatrice, you're HK.
Right now's not the time to talk about that, in fact.
Come over here, I suppose. However, in contrast to Subaru, who was remembering his hesitation, Beatrice one-sidedly took his hand.
The hole in Subaru was stabbed at by that tiny hand taking a hold of him.
As a matter of fact, if they were informed by Ram and the others of his circumstances, it was immeasurable how much determination would be required to go ahead with this action. It was such a careless move that it made Subaru want to question their sanity. Beatrice, are you serious?
He escaped his cell. In a situation like this.
However, Beatrice taking Subaru's hand made Echidna's face go pale and scream at them.
She was questioning the pros and cons of Beatrice's actions.
She raised her own hand above and pointed it at Subaru. She pointed her finger at him.
The look of that gesture held more pressure. That seemingly restrained attitude did not seem like a bluff to Subaru. To him the situation was the same as if he were on the end of the police's gun muzzle.
However, for the sake of life, Subaru took it as a matter of course. From Echidna's point of view, being wary of Subaru was obvious.
Beatrice was, for some reason.
Even now, standing in front of Subaru and standing off even against Echidna.
Echidna, hold it, Beatrice. With such odd behavior, siding with him is a dangerous choice, so I can't allow it. Just as Ram warned, he isn't Natsuki Subaru.
Beatrice, that's not true, in fact.
Holding his hand like this. Betty, who has been in contact with him like this, knows, I suppose. Subaru and Betty are still bound by contract, in fact. You're supposed to understand this if you're in the same position as Betty, I suppose.
Echidna, even if that's the case, he's still untrustworthy.
Escaping his cage in circumstances like this. How is this trustworthy at all? There's no possible explanation for this.
As Echidna screamed so, her expression had the strongest emotion he had ever seen of her. To date, she'd always stifled her feelings skillfully. The her that had always given off that air now seemed painfully anxious.
Continuously forceful, she desperately tried to eliminate the threat before her.
Desperately, doing so. Dash. An overwhelming number of witch beasts are overflowing downstairs. Every single thing happening in this tower is to be feared. It's natural she would have an outburst when thrown into that impossible situation. While looking at that, he thought, Subaru, just, whatever. Beatrice, Subaru? Beatrice, who was holding his hand, hearing Subaru's whisper, her eyes widened in shock. That Beatrice's small soft hand was then released. With a sudden sound, something that had always been pulled taut, snapped.
Snapped, like so. Echidna, what are you trying to do? Pushing away Beatrice's shoulders, Echidna furrows her brow at Subaru, who stepped forward. Bewildered, her caution was more than that. Even then, Subaru's heart didn't falter. Subaru, just as you see, I'm giving up, just, do whatever you want with me.
Just like that, he couldn't feel his own emotions anymore. He committed a crime he doesn't remember. He desperately wanted to conceal all of it, causing doubts around people. He just tried to stay in peace, but was unable to do so, as he was continuously frightened by the shadow of Natsuki Subaru. Echidna, with that admirable attitude, do you think we'll lower our guard? If so, it's hopeless. From the bottom of my heart, I can't forgive you. Subaru, fine, whatever.
You're free to add that in too. This tower is finished. Subaru could not handle it. He had gone over his mental capacity, having gone through one too many impossible situations. This was just him wanting to grumble at his blockade. However, it seemed that Echidna thought differently.
Echidna, this tower is? In other words, you already have achieved your goal. Subaru, my goal? Echidna, don't feign ignorance. Your goal, it is the shrine of the witch, isn't it? Because your goal is fulfilled, everything reveals its true nature. I should have followed Anna's intuition.
I shouldn't have brought anyone else here.
Echidna's voice, speaking with anguish, was filled with contrition and remorse. Subaru knew of no such true identity. Just now, she was something she had never seen before.
Moreover, she suspects that Subaru is related to that.
But does it even matter?
The end of the world is approaching.
Beatrice, Subaru, Subaru.
In fact, what's wrong with you?
The way you're talking, it's nothing like Subaru, I suppose.
You cannot stop in such a place like this, in fact.
Subaru, like me? Beatrice appealed and pulled Subaru's sleeve, whose expressions had completely disappeared. The trembling voice shook his ears, and Subaru stared at Beatrice. Subaru, what is being like me? Just where is that being like me, which you guys are looking at? Echidna, amnesia.
Do you intend to continue your disgusting farce?
Ram, who knows she lost memories of her little sister, or Julius, who has gotten himself has been forgotten. The people around you have lost such precious memories, and yet you maintain your cruel act. Subaru, act?
Act, you say? Give me a break.
If it's acting, then isn't it obvious I'd act with much more determination?
Who would? Who would like to become Natsuki Subaru, by their choice? Who would become that disgusting guy?
With his brain a total mess, Subaru bursted out with anger at Echidna. If he had the freedom of choice, if he had the luxury of being picky, who would like to become Natsuki Subaru?
Twisted, unbearable, that was the kind of existence he was.
Just who would wish to become Natsuki Subaru? Subaru, you're all just ganging up on me.
Who do you think you are? I lost everything.
I was just coming back from the convenience store.
All I remember is that there was just the store clerk with me.
From that, suddenly a different world? Sand Tower?
What I am supposed to do?
Trial. Fakeness. Natsuki Subaru.
Don't mess with me.
Don't mess with me. Echidna, dash.
Subaru, that's right. It must be my fault. I came here when I shouldn't have had. I didn't want to go back home.
I was too scared to bother Dad and Mom by this face mask of someone fake.
So I was all excited in the beginning, but just in the beginning.
Beatrice and Echidna were quite open-minded about the emotions of the exploding Subaru.
they surely didn't know their meaning.
To them, Subaru's anguish was simply meaningless.
He also confessed of this being a different world for him.
However, they did not understand the meaning of different world in its truest sense. There was an unquestionable gap between their understanding. Subaru was not the Natsuki Subaru they were seeking. Neither if they saved Subaru, would they get the one they were seeking.
Subaru, why are you all suddenly thinking about it now?
I don't know either.
But I have suddenly just reached my limit.
Because I am like this, something that was perfectly fine got broken.
Even if I want to, I can't do anything. Not a single thing.
So. Subaru, so. Just forgive me now.
Please forgive me. Please, give me your forgiveness.
If God wanted to punish me, then I understand.
It was my fault.
Subaru said, overwhelmed, with his voice gradually fading away and holding back all his bitterness.
He asked for forgiveness, as he rubbed his forehead on the aisle.
He did not know who he should ask this of, so he prayed to God. Taking the name of all the gods that were to his knowledge, he prayed.
He wished forgiveness for the punishment given to him, to his slothful self. All his despair surely stemmed from the drastic change his life suffered. So, please forgive me.
He no longer wished to have anyone else involved in the punishment resulting from Natsuki Subaru's foolishness.
He did not want to hurt himself, he did not want to hurt anyone else.
Subaru desperately and tearfully appealed to the silent Echidna and Beatrice. Beatrice's palm gently stroked Subaru's back, who was crawling next to the two of them.
That feeling of the palm of someone not of the same gender as him, why did it still persist with him? Hearing to the answer of that question was too hurtful for Subaru. Echidna, I don't believe you.
Beatrice, Echidna.
Beatrice called out to Echidna, who had sighed out her conclusion. At her voice, Echidna loosened her head.
Echidna, even if you cradle your head and sob, none of my doubt will be erased.
My answer remains the same, I have the responsibility of borrowing Anna's body.
For her safe return, no matter who curses me, who hates me, I'll bear it. Beatrice,
Echidna, however, I don't want to do anything that leaves me incapable of facing her.
Saying that, Echidna gradually lowered her fingers towards Subaru's forehead. Seeing the fingers lose the pressure they had ever since coming to this isle, it became obvious that the issue of those fingers holding Subaru's life had been solved. But that had nothing to do with the salvation Subaru wished for. Echidna, Beatrice, you're free to go with him.
I plan to go to where Julius is.
After reuniting with him, if no surprises arise, we'll meet again on the top floor. Beatrice, understood, I suppose. Hey, Subaru, stand now.
If you won't stand, then Betty is ready to even carry you, I suppose.
Echidna turned her back and recognized that Beatrice respected her beliefs. At that time, as Beatrice tried to lend her small shoulder to him, Subaru stared at Echidna's back, who was trying to keep distance from his affairs. I'm leaving Echidna, Anastasia Summer in your hands. Echidna, by this, what do you think you're doing? Echidna turned her neck around and glared intensely at the hand which grabbed the sleeve of her left hand. Echidna, with stiffened cheeks, asked Subaru, whose face was all messy with his tears and a runny nose.
He was unable to answer what he was doing. Subaru could not stand Echidna's accusations.
Even so, Echidna judged to not take Subaru's hand and comply with his unreasonable request. As she realized that, Subaru's fingers continued to damage her judgment.
Echidna, I intend to give it away. Even so, how come has it come down to this?
Subaru, Julius, asked me to.
Echidna, he did? Don't joke around. He could make this decision, but...
At that moment, Echidna, who was the reason behind Subaru's tears, reconsidered what she was going to say, letting out a before that.
Echidna, did you meet him before coming here? He was supposed to keep watch at all 5 layers, and if he met with you...
No, rather than that, what did he ask you for?
Right now he is.
Subaru experienced a crushing tightness in his chest at hearing that short question.
The cracks in his heart hadn't healed yet in the first place.
Just why did his body act, for a world out of his control, where he could not do anything?
Why did, till he had made that promise with Julius? Echidna, I don't get it.
Anyway, lastly, where did you last meet Julius? Tell.
Subaru,
Echidna, driven with impatience, picked words to continue the conversation. Looking at her efforts, Subaru sighed.
It was not because he was hesitating to tell her.
A situation even more urgent than this unavoidable one with Echidna had come up. Behind Echidna, who was staring at Subaru, a dot of red light floated across the aisle.
Subaru had no idea what it could be.
The dot of red light, floating in the dark and moving slowly, directly faced Subaru's black eyes. Subaru understood that this was a situation of being eye to eye with someone or something thanks to his mere intuition. At the same time, the eyes of the one who had locked with his own, its figure was faintly visible through the dark. A black body that stood in the dark, with a glowing dot of light, and a pair of strangely developed sharp pincers, and above all, a trembling sharp tail stinger. Subaru, wah?
An unbelievably huge scorpion, with its tailpiece pointing towards them.
Beatrice, Subaru. At the moment when it swung its tail, Beatrice, who was standing next to him, called out.
The light swept through the aisle, firing shock waves and violently shattering the 4 layers of stone.
Arc 6, Chapter 53, a voice chimed. Volatant tail stinger which came flying towards them shattered the stone aisle, causing an eruption of smoke as the destruction spread rampantly. Feeling the spectacle seemingly in slow motion, Subaru witnessed a petite young girl in a dress jump into the core of the vortex of the terrible destruction unfolding before his eyes.
With her vertically rolled hair fluttering, jumping into the destruction head-on had been Beatrice.
Courage no, foolhardiness. Though a matter of course, the petite young girl's build was fragile, it had much less capacity to withstand the tail stinger's blow than the stone monument. Should she even try to act as a shield, the young girl, with her stature, would not be able to obstruct any strike above Subaru's chest. In other words, it was naught but an impulsive action, naught but a death futile. Just as how the sobbing Subaru, with his face stained with nasal mucus, had grasped Echidna's sleeve. Just as how he had ultimately called out Julius' name, who had been scorched in the flames of deeds. Just as how he had tried to slam Ram's head into the wall, and had not abided by the illusionary young girl's advice. Beatrice too, had overlooked the impossible, and tried to receive and halt the tail stinger. Subaru, woe? Beatrice, incomplete EMT in fact. At that instant, Beatrice, who had appeared forth, grasped Subaru's hand and held her empty hand aloft ahead, at the same pace with the young girl's shout. Something invisible to the eyes similar to energy flowed out of Subaru's body. Before Subaru, whose head was tottering, the tail stinger's blow was blocked by a seeming light screen which had been activated in front of Beatrice's pointing palm. The shockwave, which gave one the impression of this being the last thing one gets to see, was blocked by the defensive wall which had Beatrice's palm as its center, and it unrolled the damage onto the environs, seemingly avoiding Subaru and the others.
The launched tail stinger did not end with a single blow, and rained upon them continuously.
However, all of it was blocked by the shield which had taken the form of the young girl named Beatrice, and led the damage onto their rear. The terrible shock wave blew violently. One of the scattered fragments of the aisle grazed Subaru's cheek. The noise became further distant, in the situation where his field of vision became white, and as he squinted his eyes due to the pain of his cheek, Subaru had his glance robbed by Beatrice's back, the titanic scorpion which had been visible for a single instant. If this was indeed that scorpion's tail stinger which had rained incessantly upon them, then it was a matter of course that it was a mortar which could effortlessly turn a human body to dust.
Having that be shielded by a young girl with such a small build, gave Subaru the chance to pick up his life.
An instant before, he had been thinking of what unimaginable hell must he endure, having continued to wish for salvation from God. Subaru had no room to be cursing his own misfortune, and close to his awareness, an existence separate from Beatrice or the scorpion had been present in the corner of his field of vision.
That was Echidna, who had been dragged into this attack and exposed to the same damage.
She had once declared acting separately and tried to part ways with Subaru and Beatrice, but immediately preceding the commencement of the attack she had been restrained by Subaru, and thus dragged into this situation. Fortunately, she had also been in the location which Beatrice was protecting, so the tail stinger's damage had been obstructed by the light screen and did not reach through.
However, that was all.
What Beatrice had blocked was merely the direct damage that had been rained upon them by the tail stinger. She had not been able to defend against the secondary damage that the tail stinger brought with itself.
In other words,
Echidna, whoa, ah. Raising her voice faintly, Echidna lost her balance and collapsed backwards.
Though she stepped back in order to support her body, there was no floor to support her legs.
Shattered by the tail stinger's attack, the aisle crumbled halfway. As a result, the structure of the tower's aisle was damaged, and due to the collapse of the floor, ceiling and walls, Echidna lost space to step on. Upon being abandoned into an unknown space, death due to falling would be inescapable. Instinctively comprehending that fear, a sense of impending crisis levitated in Echidna's eyes. Subaru, HK. Subaru instantaneously stepped ahead and grasped Echidna's hand, preventing her from falling to death. Echidna, Natsuki-kun?
Beatrice had grasped his right hand, while he grasped Echidna's with his left hand.
Thanks to Reed's coercive surgery, his shoulder was still in, the pain was deep-rooted, his shoulder may get dislocated if overused.
Without handing the responsibility over to Beatrice, who was busy desperately catching the tail stinger, Subaru braced his legs as he gnashed his molars and had no choice but to muster the entirety of his strength in order to restrain Echidna's body weight.
Subaru, GH, ya a tilde.
Regardless of her small stature, Echidna possessed the weight of a human. Lifting up a human is not an easy task to begin with.
Much less with a single hand, much less by a wounded person, much less with the other person being uncooperative due to this crisis. Even upon being pulled, the danger of falling had not been reduced.
Though that was something which was well understood even if not given any thought. Why, he braved this risk.
Echidna, don't do something which will make me surmise something about you. Subaru, like, I care.
It was just instantaneous. Echidna, that response
does seem fitting of Natsuki-kun, as well.
Overlapping the exhausted soliloquy, he refuted Echidna's remarks, whom he had saved reflexively.
Though unshapely, she turned her body around and with the support of Subaru's arm, somehow laid foot upon the crumbled floor. Somehow supporting her actions until the very end, Subaru looked down onto his arm. Letters engraved as wounds, patterns of black speckles covering it which he did know happened when, painful and fierce white scars all over his body remained which had been carved by his own volition. Subaru, it moves better than what's in the limits
of my memories?
His arms functioning being better than what he remembered, or the countless scratches on them. His physique, which had become slightly stronger, narrowly managed to save Echidna from falling to death.
Though his body was too defective and limited for the execution of the Book of the Dead plan.
Echidna, somehow I managed to get back up. Beatrice.
How are things on your end?
Beatrice, about to hit the limit, I suppose.
About time.
Putting her unfitting emotions somewhere else, Echidna, having climbed up, called out to Beatrice with a grim expression.
At her call, Beatrice stiffened her lovely cheeks and responded, and at the very next instant.
Baisan. The scorpion, which must have unleashed a rapid fire of the tail stinger, clung to the ceiling and pointed its enormous pincers towards them while letting out a cry. Subaru, HK.
With the seemingly scything down pincers closing in, Subaru had his thoughts slowly washed away.
According to his ordinary knowledge, when speaking of a scorpion rises a strong image of a venomous stinger, but the truth is, over the thousands of species of scorpions, venomous species were only a few dozen in number. In that case, what would be the weapon of a scorpion which hunts without venom? Of course, those pincers would be its weapon.
Sharpness, Or perhaps it should be called cutting strength instead.
It may seem less hazardous when compared to a venomous stinger, but should the scorpion be this large, its killing ability anyhow cannot be made light of. That was also made clear through the spectacle of the walls or floor of the tower, which had managed to barely hold their structure, being minced like tofu being cut with a knife. Beatrice, Murak. Beatrice evaded the spectacle, seemingly a symbol of destruction and massacre, by jumping and rebounding with an unbelievable leap, no, by flying unnaturally, as if abusing the laws of inertia.
It was a queer sensation, of seemingly escaping the effect of gravity with Beatrice at the center.
Beatrice grabbed the lower back of Subaru and Echidna's clothes, taking a large distance away from the scorpion's attack. And with the new distance in between, Echidna prepared the fingers of her right hand in the direction of the scorpion's face. Echidna, El Jawald. White lines of heat were fired from each of her 5 fingers respectively. The 5 beams mowed down the eye like the claws of a giant and scorched the face, right pincer and shell of the scorpion clinging to the ceiling. Perhaps due to being unable to endure that strength and damage, the scorpion vehemently waved about its tail stinger and right pincer, and whilst slipping into the dust which erupted due to the isle's destruction, retreated to the rear. Echidna, Jawald. Jawald. Gyld. Subaru, wait.
Calm down, Echidna. It ran away. That thing ran away. It ran away.
While the scorpion drew back into the plume of smoke, Subaru bound Echidna's arms back, who all the more refused to halt her attack. Even after that, Echidna continued struggling for some time, desperately glaring towards the other side of the plume of smoke, finally relaxing her body and entrusted her body weight onto Subaru. Echidna, ha, ha, ha.
Did it, do it?
Subaru, not, totally.
It probably ran away.
Subaru shook his head horizontally before Echidna, who was short of breath and in an unbelievable condition. The plume of smoke was yet to clear away, but it gave the impression that the scorpion's corpse was not present there. In fact, even right now he was trembling with the fear of the tail stinger's counterattack from the other side of the plume. Subaru, but, isn't that a...
That one just now was. Beatrice, a witch beast, in fact.
A boorish fellow, which suddenly appeared onto this 4th layer.
The tremors in the lower floors, and the witch beast of the 4th layer.
On top of that, the abnormalities in the upper layers.
Subaru, up, down, inside.
Are there problems happening everywhere? Subaru changed his expression and turned around upon Beatrice's report, as she made a serious face. Certainly, Julius was continuing the battle in the lower floors, and the existence of that scorpion, that witch beast, had become clear. It was also convincing to believe that the abnormalities in the upper floors were happening due to Reed's descent. Echidna, though it seems you do not realize that one of those problems is you. As if trying the very basis of Subaru's thoughts, Echidna stood alone, having distanced herself from Subaru's chest. She wiped the sweat off her forehead, gazing at Subaru with vigilance she found impossible to eliminate. In her pale cerulean eyes was vigilance, suspicion, along with anxiety, perplexity.
Echidna, just what? What are you? Where do you stand? What do you want?
Subaru, I don't know the details. I said, didn't I?
I don't know what occurred, and what's happening either, the same as you.
After all, Beatrice, amnesia. Subaru's muttered weakly in response to Echidna's question, unable to respond with nothing but the same former perplexity. The one to claim the last one was Beatrice, who had been lost in thoughts with a serious expression. Amnesia. Subaru had opened his heart to subjects regarding that only before the two of Emilia and Ram. In other words, Beatrice and the others are aware of the cage as well as Subaru's excuses. And despite knowing, this was the attitude Beatrice possessed. Echidna too thought as she nearly ran out of words.
Echidna, how did you escape from the cage? Subaru, when I took notice, I was lying outside with a broken shoulder.
Though he answered straightforwardly and honestly, he did not expect to be believed. However, overlapping lies with lies leading to gradual deterioration is what the current situation was. Though his self had even prayed to God with a dripping nose to award him with punishment, but there was no longer any point in keeping up appearances and pretenses. With that mental state, Subaru responded to Echidna without any falsehood, making her hesitate to say something for a brief period. But, after that, she immediately closed her eyes, and resumed without looking at Subaru. Echidna, why did you save me, just now?
Echidna, had you not offered your hand, I would have unmistakably died.
Taking Anna's body with me, it surely would have been a death terribly filled with regrets. As if other human affairs, the question distanced him away by a single step. However, the reason she dared to do that was the same as the reason why she abstained from looking at Subaru's eyes. Namely, a last resort to ensure she did not err her judgment due to her emotions. With Echidna's such judgment before him, Subaru pondered.
Why had his self offered his hand to Echidna? Was it because Julius had entrusted him in the end? Did those words make Subaru offer his hand? Subaru, it was instantaneous, I don't know.
However, shaking his head left and right, Subaru denied that notion. Certainly, Subaru had thought back to Julius' words and moved in order to prevent Echidna from acting separately once. But when her life was actually in danger, the reason why his body moved was not due to such deliberate thinking. He did not know, why had his self made such a move? Subaru, it's not like everything needs a reason, you know?
It was sudden. Everything was sudden. That's why,
Prepared to despair, Subaru expressed the emotions within him whilst faltering.
He thought that he would undoubtedly receive a cold response by Echidna, having made her hear this.
Echidna.
That might be the true nature of the human known as yourself.
Subaru, eh? So spilled out Echidna, relaxing her shoulders, having stiffened herself up before his eyes. Upon hearing that, Subaru stared in amazement, eaten by the dumbfoundedness. Subaru stood in mute amazement, as Echidna shrugged her shoulders upon his gaze.
Echidna, it is inevitable that we would want to quarrel here. It would also be foolish to remain here for long, and accept the witch beast's second attack. Let's move. I want to unite with Julius.
Subaru, Beatrice, agreed, in fact. For now, let's get away from this place, I suppose. Echidna and Beatrice indifferently determined their plan, leaving out Subaru, who was at sea. Echidna ascertained the area behind Subaru and Beatrice tightly grabbed Subaru's hand. Upon that tiny sensation, he looked towards the young girl, as Beatrice, with a deep nod. Beatrice, do you not remember taking Betty outside as well? Subaru, I'm sorry.
I don't know what you're talking about, Beatrice, it's fine, in fact.
Hearing the terribly transient emotions of loneliness mixed in Beatrice's voice, Subaru felt as if he had committed the most dreadful crime in this world. But Beatrice shook her head left and right before Subaru, who was bleached with a fear of unknown nature.
And concealing herself's lonesome feelings, carved a daring smile upon her lips.
Beatrice, even if Subaru has forgotten, it is still present within Betty's heart. It is impossible for what Subaru engraved into Betty's heart to fade away at all, I suppose.
That's why, it's fine for now, in fact.
Subaru, Beatrice. Beatrice, even if Subaru forgets, Betty will never forget.
Betty will always remember.
And Betty will also make Subaru remember, I suppose. For that, Betty will do whatever she can, in fact. That had been a response far too dazzling for Natsuki Subaru, who was standing here all alone. Just how many predicaments had she overcome, how many times had she tempered her heart into steel, to make a girl this young wield such will?
Subaru,
He could be saved, and upon that sensation Subaru held his breath. Spontaneously, a sensation welling up deep within his eyes tried to kill Subaru, as he braved letting that warmth overflow. Beatrice supported that strenuous effort of Subaru's, by gripping to his hand without saying a thing.
By merely gripping his hand, it proved to be his support.
Echidna, it does not seem to be possible to tread the path Natsuki-kun came from due the witch beast's attack just now. Though undeniably dangerous, it seems there is no choice but to utilize the side of the isle which remains all right, where the witch beast retracted to, and move. Beatrice, Echidna, you too. Echidna, talking about forgiving, not forgiving, doubting, not doubting is unsuitable for this place.
Regardless, the suspicions I have cannot be cleared. However, the situation does not allow for that.
Creating an order of priorities is an indispensable ability in business.
I witnessed that, right by Anna's side.
That is why, no more arguments were to be had in this place.
That must be Echidna's conclusion.
Subaru also avoided objecting to Echidna's judgment, who had made compromises and possessed feelings of rejection, and decided to abide by the judgment of the two. There was no change in his feeling of wanting to run away even now. However, he wanted to believe that if he crouched down and had his hands on his head, a scene further befitting of pleading for would await him rather than simply offering his prayers to God. Behind him, the isle Subaru came running from was in a terrible state.
Receiving the attack by the scorpion's tail stinger as if a catastrophe, most of it had been converted into piles of debris and wreckage, and did not seem like it could be used, just as what Echidna had said.
What Beatrice's magical safeguard had protected was only her own and the other two's lives. Even if they tried to go towards Amelia and the others, who were moving separately, or Julius who was fighting in the fifth layer, they had no choice but to advance upon that side of the isle which the scorpion had retreated towards. Subaru, ahead of jumping over the hole due to which Echidna nearly fell to her death, after clearing up the smoke in the part of the isle her white lines of heat had grilled, a reason for Subaru to spontaneously groan fell over there.
It was that witch beast's tail, which had perhaps fallen off from its roots.
Echidna, I see, it means there was no counterattack. Its means of attacking splintered off, which is a bit of good news, I guess. Beatrice, that's what it seems, I suppose.
Don't fall off the floor, in fact.
It's time to jump over, I suppose. Beatrice and Echidna nodded to each other as they looked at the fallen tail, which even had the stinger attached. By appearance it was overwhelmingly grotesque, but the witch beast had certainly lost its means of long-ranged attacks with this. Of course, the circumstance in the lower floors was that countless centaurs clad in flames were surging forth. Just because the danger of that one witch beast had diminished, it could not possibly be said that the hazards present within the entire tower had reduced. Subaru, here. Subaru lightly jumped over the hole while continuing to hold Beatrice. Beatrice's body was light, far too light for any comparison. The fruits of an year's worth of labor which Subaru felt in his own body which were nowhere to be found in his memories, her lightness was seemingly irrespective of that.
Keeping that in the back of his mind, Subaru turned his eyes once again towards the fallen tail which lied ahead of the hole on the isle. The tail had launched a rapid fire of the tail stinger as if a catastrophe, but its structure was completely different from the scorpion's biological features which Subaru was aware of, to an extent that it could be called a separate article entirely.
Though a matter of course, the venom stinger of a scorpion which Subaru knew could not be used for things like shooting, and probably couldn't be regenerated either. Above all, evident from the isle's destroyed condition, it had not been firing the tail stinger as an object.
It had been firing power which resembled a stinger in form.
Basically, it could alternatively be said that just like Beatrice's light screen and Echidna's white lines of heat, what the scorpion was firing was something akin to magical stingers. Naturally, since it had been utilized as a stinger, it would no longer be able to invoke it after having lost its tail. That is what he wanted to believe. Subaru?
Thinking that far, Subaru embraced unease. He had noticed it after observing the fallen tail.
That fallen tail had been cut off nearly from what was its root, but the wound's mouth appeared as something unusual.
Had it been burned off by Echidna's lines of heat, regardless of cutting strength, there should have been scorch marks remaining on the wound. As a matter of fact, the surrounding part of the isle which had been struck as well also had such burn marks.
However, there were no traces of that on the scorpion's fallen tail, but instead had an awfully clean cross-section. Subaru, B.
Subaru noticed, something was strange, far too late. The tail fallen on the floor which he had kept at the edge of his field of vision, quaked with a start.
An instant later, A light burst open.
There exists a mechanism, named autotomy.
A phenomenon primarily witnessed among arthropods and lizards, is often called things like lizard's tail and refers to the action of cutting off a part of one's own body for escaping from foreign enemies. This action is also seen among pincers of crabs, and in other words, the witch beast shaped as a scorpion had perhaps done something similar. In the case of a lizard practicing autotomy upon its own tail, the detached portion of the tail moves around for a while and serves the purpose of distracting the enemy while the real deal escapes. Of course, the tail possesses no such consciousness and only acts reflexively, but it is an example of a species which practices autotomy being capable of such reflex action.
Then, would this not be possible as well?
Once the prey gets close to the detached tail, it would explode and spread damage, a duty like that of a land mine, and also granting the ability to do so to the amputated part.
Subaru, UGH. He wailed.
Whilst spilling out a wail from his throat, slowly and steadily, Subaru dragged his feet.
As for why he was dragging them, it was not because of fatigue. The problem was physical.
With a large and deep tear in the flesh of his left leg, and in a situation where he continuously bled from that wound, he had no choice but to move that way. And, what Subaru was dragging, was not his body alone.
Enough, now. Leave me, and go.
So pronounced Echidna, having lost all of her strength, as she was dragged along by Subaru, who was dragging his feet. Subaru took both of her armpits in his arms, pulling her from behind and anyhow leaving the scene. Once the scene of the explosion is left, that witch beast shall return, the scorpion witch beast, which left the explosion as a parting gift, responsible for ripping Subaru and the others to shreds. Subaru, shit.
He was negligent. He let his guard down. His mind had been completely submerged in lukewarm water.
Just an instant before, there had been words which Beatrice told him. There had been somewhat of a softening in Echidna's attitude, resulting in a gap within his heart, and that is thoroughly why they were the way they were now. He was so pathetic from the bottom of his heart, that he teared up. Why, despite being made to stand before such crises, yet his self displayed no growth.
Displayed no change. Troubles, trials, hardships, are they not chances to grow provided by God?
However, if hardships could consist of only being beaten up, bleeding out and having bones broken, having the soul shattered and the life robbed, then just what do humans suffer for? Echidna, Natsuki, Kun.
This is enough. Subaru, it's not enough. Not a single thing is enough.
Echidna, Beatrice, rather than me, right?
Closing her eyes, Echidna whispered with difficulty.
Responding to her words with a yell, Subaru halted his breath upon the words she followed up with. Echidna's words, though sad, were sound. Should Subaru be asked who was more valuable to him between Beatrice and Echidna, though sad, Subaru shall choose Beatrice. The worth of lives may be equal, but the worth of humans is not equal.
There exists a sequential order when it comes to relationships.
In a scene of choosing, that order would probably be followed.
However, Beatrice wasn't here. She was not there. She was no longer anywhere.
The moment the tail left by the scorpion witch beast exploded, Subaru pulled Beatrice towards himself in fear.
How fortunate would it have been, had he been able to protect her body and everything just like that.
However, Subaru's actions were tragically slow, and his wish could not be fulfilled. The tail of the witch beast, from which the light exploded and countless stingers were scattered throughout its environs. Though Subaru had not been exposed to that explosion from close proximity either, the reason why he survived despite being fatally injured is to Beatrice's credit entirely.
The moment Subaru hugged and pulled her, she tried to shield Subaru's body and vitals. As a result of which, was exposed to the concentrated light.
Subaru, HK. Echidna, I, see.
That child is truly like that.
It seemed that even Echidna's imagination got an idea of the words he had been unable to continue.
Subaru could not possibly refute her husky, sighing voice.
Subaru, bleeding and wailing in agony, had been unable to even exchange a final few words with the young girl, who had seemingly melted away. However, merely her final expression, he did possess in his memories. Eyes seemingly relieved, seemingly loving and cherishing Subaru. That far too convenient expression for Subaru had been Beatrice's end. And if that's so, then Natsuki Subaru, who made her disappearing self make that expression, should vanish from this world without leaving the slightest trace behind. And due to the process of elimination after Beatrice's disappearance, Subaru escaped by dragging Echidna with him, who had still been breathing,
as if for atonement, as if for redemption, or perhaps in an effort to be rightfully punished by the offender.
And Subaru's such actions were restrained by the feebly breathing Echidna, telling him that it would be pointless for him to do this, she, who had been so enthused about returning Anastasia's body.
That too was a matter of course.
Both of her legs had been blown off from the roots.
At this point, she had almost stopped bleeding.
Pulling the body he felt to be lighter than even Beatrice's, in a state where she had not received any immediate medical attention, what kind of a future must be awaiting her?
Subaru, RHK.
When such thoughts filled his mind, Subaru stumbled upon the debris, and collapsed at that very spot. At the same time, Echidna, whom he was dragging along, was also thrown down onto the aisle and she toppled over. Momentarily, merely the wails of two people, seemingly cursing the entire world, echoed through the aisle.
Echidna, it hurts. Ah, it really hurts. The human body truly hurts. Subaru, my bad.
Sorry. No, rather than that, Echidna, don't apologize, sincerely, Natsuki-kun. Also,
I no longer have any face to show Anna. This pain is my sole repayment to Anna.
Subaru, repayment? Remaining collapsed on the ground, Echidna assented, unable to even move her body, as Subaru shook his eyes, unable to comprehend the words she had spoken. Just what did repayment mean? Looking at Subaru's puzzled expression, Echidna said, after all, isn't that so? By loosely opening her mouth slightly. Echidna, if I return this body to Anna now, she would have to taste this doomed pain, and the fear of death.
That would be hell. I should be the one to taste it alone. Subaru,
Echidna, unable to return this body to Anna for her sake, and unable to assist Julius.
It is fitting for me to fall into hell like this. He could understand that emotions of self-derision and self-reproach were vehemently scorching Echidna's heart.
Even Subaru was able to grasp that Echidna's lifeless eyes, after having recited this, had commenced counting down to her gradually approaching death.
Without having done a single thing, the powerless, insouciant, incompetent oneself. With those regrets, Echidna shall die.
She shall die, leaving Subaru behind.
Subaru, why?
HK.
Echidna, please don't think about making it
easy, okay? I am, fine like this. Echidna's fading life force, dreading it, Subaru raised his voice first. However, her words suddenly bestowed a new choice upon Subaru, who had been unable to do anything. He shall make it easy. His actions, at this point, were far too slow to call it a comforting death, yet, assisting her by shortening the time of suffering and hastening her death was something even he was capable of. Subaru forced his agonizing body to stand up before Echidna's sidelong glance, as she breathed lightly, faintly, and he picked up a broken piece of the crumbled aisle, confirming its weight, of a size which could be grabbed with a palm, about the size of a fist at maximum. However, even this could surely serve as a weapon for taking away the life of a young girl on the verge of death. Subaru, Echidna.
Echidna. Keeping the piece of rubble in his hand, Subaru called Echidna's name and got on his knees beside her, and denied her condition.
Not a response, she did not even open her eyelids. But, it could be understood from her expression that she was not unconscious, having faintly stiffened her cheeks and pursed her lips. She perhaps no longer had any willpower left to even stop him. Should Subaru raise the piece of rubble overhead and swing it down energetically, her life would be taken easily. Melee, smashing someone's head with a stone, even I haven't done something like TS. So heard Subaru, the echoing sweet voice of the young girl within his mind as he held the piece of rubble in his hand.
However, this action was not for the sake of reading the Book of the Dead.
That may happen in terms of results, but as of this moment, Subaru did not have that in mind whatsoever.
He was being a suicide assistant.
A suicide assistant, for the sake of making someone's parting, who was already on the verge of dying, as comfortable as possible.
If someone had the right to take away that life, then surely this moment alone was sincerely.
This was the sole opportunity of atonement for Subaru, who happened to be present here, for Natsuki Subaru, who no longer was capable of doing anything.
It was the sole opportunity, and yet his hand trembled.
The depths of his eyelids called out to agony, his throat forgot respiration and ossified.
Raise it overhead, swing it down. An exceedingly easy action.
The present Subaru was unable to do that.
His body would not move, as if he had forgotten how to move his body.
Subaru, ah. Spilling out a husky sigh, the piece of rubble fell to the aisle's floor, giving rise to a report. Conceding defeat to that report and his powerless knees, Subaru crumbled down at that spot.
Subaru, no way.
Can't you even do something so simple, Natsuki Subaru? Swinging down a weapon for the sake of making it easy for someone who was suffering and heading towards death, are you not capable of even that deceit? Atonement of mere words, guilt which was merely an expedient. If that's wrong, then how would you explain this plight? Echidna, Natsuki-kun. Subaru, I am.
Echidna, for helping with suicide, you
can't even clasp a stone. Raising her thin eyelids, powerless pale cerulean eyes looked at Subaru, who was knelt down, and whispered.
Thinking that weak voice, akin to a sigh, had put Subaru's weakness to blame, he halted breathing.
However, as Subaru drew back his body, Echidna unsuitably loosened her lips. Echidna, forgive me, for doubting you.
Subaru.
Echidna.
As she lost her breath, she apologized. Echidna apologized to him. She apologized for having doubted Natsuki Subaru. And before he could ascertain her true intent, she died.
Killing Meili and hiding her corpse, acting without saying that he had lost his memories, continuously piling up nothing but others' doubts, escaping out of the ice cage he had been trapped in, unable to fulfill the wish entrusted onto him, protected by the young girl who tried to save his heart, and finally, unable to stain his hands with blood for the sake of the dying young girl, as Subaru knelt down in his own disgrace, Echidna apologized to him and died.
Subaru. He wanted to die. He wanted to forget everything that had happened just now, and die. He wanted the people all over the world to point their fingers towards Natsuki Subaru, saying that he deserved to die, and be sentenced to death penalty.
Natsuki Subaru despaired upon oneself, that he had committed a sin befitting of that. He despaired. Despair feasted upon and eroded away Natsuki Subaru's heart.
Subaru. He could not move. He had no right to move. Nothing good would happen even if he moved. It had been proved.
Natsuki Subaru had proved his own incompetence. No, calling it incompetence would be rather cute. Instead of that, furthermore, Natsuki Subaru had proved that he was a jinx, a pest, an angel of death.
Subaru. Should despair nest into one's chest, kill one's heart, what gets eaten to ruin even before one's life is one's soul? If that happens, then no longer would it remain possible to stand up. No longer would it be possible to fight against anyone.
Should he realize that he himself was the genuine source of anguish without being able to defy it whatsoever, it was a natural consequence.
I want to disappear. I want to vanish. Should have decided much earlier. Before things turned to this, in this different world.
Should have known, must have known before coming to a place like this different world.
Why do you trouble other people's hearts by simply existing? There's no way you could ever have the right to solely occupy a part of others' hearts, no matter how small it may be. You filthy wall stain.
You, an existence like the dust accumulated in the corner of a room, like the maggots which swarm over a pile of pure garbage, like a scar which never disappears located in an eye-catching spot. Natsuki Subaru, why won't you die? Even after dying, all that awaits is redoing?
Who decided that? Who made sure that it would continue eternally?
If once isn't enough, then die 10 times, die 100 times.
Die until you disappear.
Die until you vanish from anyone and everyone's memories, until you're no longer able to affect anything at all, until your name, your existence, your vestiges no longer remain in the hearts of anyone.
I love you.
Shut up. Disappear.
Erase me.
I love you, I love you, I love you. Keep quiet. Don't talk to me. Don't get in my way of disappearing.
I want to disappear, just disappear.
I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you.
I want to die. I want to disappear. I want to be smashed to pieces. I don't want to leave a single trace. I want to become something which never existed. I want to erase my existence. I want to disappear from history. I want to disappear from memories. I want to disappear from remembrances. I want to disappear even for the girl who said she won't forget. I'm worthless. I'm meaningless. I won't leave anything behind.
I don't have anything worthy of leaving behind.
All, anything, everything, disappear, vanish away from this world.
I love you, 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 I love you. As despair ruled over his heart, the world surrounding him and everything else was concealed by the black shadow. The hollow confession of love was poured onto him ceaselessly as it drew near in order to bestow punishment upon the garbage which took the form of a crouched human.
Should he be swallowed within it, would he finally disappear? Would he sink within nihility far greater than death? Would he really be abandoned within a convenient place, like a dark space which no eyes could ever reach? If I can die there, then, I will. I will.
Natsuki Subaru, headed towards the despair which seemingly painted out everything.
That's as far as you go. A voice chimed.
A voice, akin to a silver bell, denying the end of this world, chimed. Arc 6, Chapter 54, Starting life in a different world from zero. The world was about to be painted in darkness. Sitting down without any strength, the silhouette stretched out its countless hands towards the motionless Subaru. Just like spirals, or a whirlpool, the pitch-black hands were trying to wrap Natsuki Subaru along with his soul into its clutches. The places where he was touched, like melting, like crumbling, like coming apart, he knew that his very being was going to go hollow. But, strangely enough, he couldn't feel anything unpleasant at all. Subaru, His body was going to crumble as far as he could see, his very being was going to be overwritten, his soul was going to be churned up. Whilst it was infringing perhaps the greatest blasphemy that could be done to a living thing, Natsuki Subaru's heart was quiet enough to say that he was at peace. Though there too was the effects of having disappointed back then resting heavily in the depths of his heart.
But, it wasn't just that.
Since it was just this silhouette, its shadowy tendrils which were steadfast and unchanging. It was only this silhouette that showed consideration for Natsuki Subaru's emotions, who wanted to vanish and disappear even now.
I want to die. I want to vanish.
I want to fall apart, I want to be trampled, I want there to be nothing left of me, I want to turn to ashes.
Even if I am to revive over and over again, come and erase even the ashes left from my body.
This black silhouette will grant such a desirable prayer. This black silhouette will grant what Subaru had earnestly cried out for.
I love you.
Just repeating these words ad nauseum was irritating.
Even if he plugged up his ears and closed his heart, she put her fingers in the gaps of his closed heart, and slid them in from the opened gaps, directly whispering her love. I love you. I love you. I love you. Stop this, I am fed up.
No matter how many times you repeat this, I know this. I don't love you. I don't love myself.
I know about being loved. I know it all too well. It was his parents.
Both his mother and father loved Subaru from the depths of their heart.
He knew that. There wasn't any reason for him to not know.
And so, Subaru had wanted to disappear. Despite being loved by his parents, he couldn't love himself, which had no worth in being loved.
I love you. 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 Stop it, forgive me. Enough already. No matter how many times you repeat this, I can't take anything more from this. Already since a long time ago, I let this conclusion slip out from inside of me, I know it.
And despite knowing, I just turned my eyes to it. The people who were concerned about Subaru for dear life, with such desperation, all of them couldn't be bad people.
He knew that. He couldn't not know that. So, Subaru should have just died.
He should have endeavored to not be illuminated by the compassion of those bothered by Subaru's very existence.
I love you. 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 Stop it, I said. I know. If I endure this torture until the end, will you grant my wish?
Will you swallow me and break me and pulverize me and finish what that other person had twice tried to do? Will you delete me into nothingness?
If you can do that, I will accept it. I want to accept it. If this is the end.
If this could be the end, then Natsuki Subaru would disappear.
I love you. 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 Question mark colon. That's as far as you'll go. I love you. 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 I love you.
Dash.
Dash 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 dash. A voice
chimed. It seemed just like the confession of love that was being whispered endlessly into his ears. A voice reminiscent of a silver bell rose up, piercing through the confessions of love that were painting over Natsuki Subaru's existence in the world. It pierced right through and reached down towards Subaru. Subaru, dash.
A light gushed out.
It pierced right into the pitch-black shadowy appendages that had tried to swallow up Subaru. A shockwave broke out, the hand that had received the direct hit snapped off and was torn away, but that was just one from a countless number of them. It was just one amongst thousands that had been cut down. That effort meant absolutely nothing to the hostility coming from that enormous, powerful mass of shadows. But even so, the person who let loose that blow stepped forward with determination, dodging, evading, avoiding the shadowy arms' erratic movements that were launched towards them.
And then?
Subaru. Subaru, HK. Stumbling forward, calling out Subaru's name, the owner of the voice that was ever so reminiscent of a silver bell grasped his feeble hand. Subaru's body was pulled up abruptly and she took him away from that spot with all of her strength. I won't let you, as if saying so, the silhouette stretched out its arms, blocking their front and rear, trying to block off both their path forwards and their path of escape. However, even with that obstacle in front of their eyes, her legs went forwards without stopping. Subaru, L, Ya. One hand gripping Subaru's own, sticking out her free hand, a dazzling light was born there. And immediately afterwards, A beautiful crystal of ice appeared, shining brightly. It was the very same kind as that of the ice cage which had kept Subaru confined. It was a mesmerizing, valiant riposte of ice. And right in front of them, she smashed down the pitch-black tendrils and expanded it so to make a wall that forcibly wrenched open their path.
Witnessing the instant of the shadow being washed away, Subaru, who had harbored the impression that the strange silhouette would swallow everything in its path, could only feel that the heart which he'd thought would remain forever unbeating had started to tremble again.
And, as his heart started to clump back together, as soon as it stirred, his eyes also turned to face the beautiful face right beside him. The long silver hair of the girl who had won over Subaru's heart glittered like the moonlight as she held Subaru's hand whilst looking straight at him.
Though her survival was also confirmed, in his heart, he was not excited by this.
Quite the opposite, in fact. In the depths of Subaru's skull, he felt like something was going to crack.
Of course he couldn't be delighted by his survival.
The people he had made sure were alive, Julius, Beatrice, Echidna, he had let them all die. Though he hadn't seen the end with his own eyes, he can only imagine that things went south with what happened when he left Julius behind down with the witch beasts and Reed. Beatrice was blown to smithereens protecting Subaru, and he couldn't even ease Echidna's suffering whilst she was on the brink of death. Natsuki Subaru was pestilence personified.
Death was intrinsic to his very being.
As his own death was shaped into nothingness, correspondingly, he imposed that misfortune upon everyone around him. He was such a being that couldn't help but conjure to mind such a ridiculous metaphor, pestilence ensconced in such a pitch-black fate. Subaru, enough already. Emilia, huh? Subaru, I said, there's no use even struggling on anymore. Subaru forcibly stopped moving his feet, struggling against Emilia pulling him along by his arm, and still, Emilia tried to pull Subaru's arm, though Subaru, now possessing grit determination, did not allow this. Although the disparity in their strength was evident, Subaru's determination still remained steadfast. Had he found that dark urge from the depths of his own dark irises? Nevertheless, it took Emilia's breath away and she stopped pulling his arm with all her strength. Emilia, dash. The two of them, Subaru and Emilia, were at a standoff.
Both of them were staring at each other.
Looking around at their surroundings, there were no signs of the silhouette that had tried to engulf Subaru. Had he shook it off him when he had escaped together with Emilia? If that's the case, then wouldn't they still come across it again if they turned back? It seemed as if that thing was the best way of completely erasing Natsuki Subaru.
Subaru, why did you come and save me? This behavior, it's absolutely ridiculous. You should have, because you assumed I was an imposter.
With that in mind, you should have locked me in that ice cage and chosen to kill me. That would have been the best course of action.
These words were purposefully deceptive, twisting the truth at will, each word spoken maliciously opening more wounds.
His goal was to deny himself even the possibility of thinking of the idea that Emilia would once again take his hand. However, to Emilia, who saw only the truth when she looked, Subaru's despicable tactic was futile. Her eyes narrowed in anger, and she raised her voice at Subaru. Emilia, I wasn't trying to kill you.
I just wanted to hear your side of the story, as there was something unusual about you. And since you hadn't told us about your missing memories,
Subaru, that may have been just something for my own convenience.
Did you believe it that easily? You're a fucking idiot. You've gone crazy. You, Julius, and Beatrice. He had been locked up in the ice cage, and he had told them the truth about having amnesia as if he had been in desperation.
No one who possessed the ability to think should have believed such words.
Ram and Echidna's attitude was the correct one.
And yet, despite that, more than half of the others were stupid. Subaru, no.
Everyone's stupid. I don't get it. In the end, even Echidna apologized to me.
Emilia, in the end, Echidna? Subaru, what happened?
Are Echidna and the others?
Emilia began to ask that question to Subaru, who was muttering and groaning with his face covered by his own hands.
Even with how worried she looked, he was digging his nails into that beautiful girl's heart.
It was because of that Subaru was letting all of his own emotional scars as if he was made of glass. Even his lifeblood had bled out, leaving behind only an expression of fragility, a feeling that keeping those existences which matter from feeling pain would be a blessing, achieving only such a heart-wrenching, desolate desire, in the figure of a young girl who'd lost her life. As the thoughts revived back in his mind, Subaru let out a scream in an attempt to let out the wounds he had in the depths of his heart.
Subaru, dead. Echidna is dead.
Both of her legs were blown off, and she bled out in pain. In short, she died in anguish.
Beatrice as well.
Emilia, HK.
Subaru, that child even protected me. What an absurd thing.
Cutting off its own tail. If I'd noticed earlier, she might have been fine, but I didn't, and so she died.
She said she wouldn't forget me.
Even if Subaru had forgotten, Beatrice would not forget. Beatrice had firmly declared that she would help Subaru regain his memories without fail.
But she had perished. Straight after she had said that. It was all bark and no bite. Words are wind.
And immediately after she had spoken this, she had kept Subaru away from death.
And with a face full of relief, she had vanished from this world.
Subaru, if I were taking her to this end, I should have just left her alone in the first place.
I took her out?
I took her away?
Whatever, how it happened doesn't matter. At any rate, if I took her from anywhere other than here, I never should have. If I hadn't, then.
The fact was that things ended with her vanishing into thin air, having made such a face. Subaru, that's right, that Julius guy too.
Surely, around about now, he must already be in a place with so many scary witch beasts.
And with that Reed guy inconveniencing him.
And then requesting such stuff. What an idiot. Everyone here is an idiot. What on earth were they expecting?
Requesting that from me, recovering them, doubting whether I was good or not. What on earth were they spouting out?
What would become of their request?
What did she mean by recovering them?
Wasn't it natural for them to doubt him?
Natsuki Subaru was here because he betrayed everything that hung over him. He wanted to survive and have some peace and quiet alone. Since that was unbearable, he wanted to disappear and die. He was the most idiotic, stupid, utterly helpless. He couldn't save anything. That wasn't even Natsuki Subaru. Emilia, me and Subaru met for the first time at the Loot House in the royal capital. Dash.
Dash dash dash.
Subaru, dash. Subaru had sunk to a bottomless swamp with no escape. He couldn't even move his own body, as he asked himself these questions and wallowed in self-condemnation. Emilia's sudden confession had made Subaru's eardrums throb. Her words came out as if it was bringing fond, precious, nostalgic memories back to her. Subaru, huh? Subaru was dumbfounded. All he could do was let go of his breath in his lungs when he received those words with no context so suddenly. In no way was this meant to scorn or mock Emilia's sudden actions. Subaru's consciousness simply couldn't keep up with her, and was genuinely stunned into silence. And yet, Emilia ignored his reaction, waving a finger as she allowed more memories to resurface. Emilia, back then, felt Chan stole a really important insignia from me.
I was in a mad rush with Puck to try and get it back.
And then, after we pursued her, we fought against Meili's Oni-san.
We were in grave danger, but Reinhardt came to save us. And after that, he aimed at Meili's Oni-san, and what a relief it was. That Subaru came to save me.
Subaru, dash. Emilia, that was when I first met with Subaru.
Don't you remember it? Hearing her question, Subaru shook his head. Even though she had recited those memories in detail, he had no knowledge of even a small bit of what she had said. It was to be expected, of course. Those were the memories of Emilia and Natsuki Subaru. No matter what, he couldn't trace over those actions and recall them. Those were bits of memories spun by Natsuki Subaru. Emilia, but Subaru protected me, causing him serious injuries, so I brought you back with me to Roswell's mansion. And there, whilst she complained, Beatrice treated your wounds. Ram and surely even Rem got on well with Subaru. Subaru, dash.
Emilia, and then, without her Oni-san, Meili acted wickedly and spurred on the attack of some witch beasts.
Subaru and Ram held them back until Roswell finished them off.
I was staying in the mansion. It was when you'd also promised to take me on a diet, don't you remember it? Subaru, dash.
He shook his head. He didn't remember it. He hadn't ever done such things, he never had.
Emilia, and you know we did so many things in the mansion. We made mayonnaise, we drank alcohol with everyone, Puck made it snow, we played the king game, and after that, I was called to the royal capital for the royal selection, right? Subaru, dash. Emilia, it was also the first time I ever had a big fight with Subaru. I didn't want to excessively hurt Subaru anymore, and I was scared and didn't understand why you were so kind to me. So, I thought that everything would have come to an end when we fought. As she recounted these memories, Emilia's voice started to faintly tremble. There was a mixture of joy and sorrow, anxiety and expectation, various conflicting emotions.
Subaru was assailed by a feeling of being completely parched.
Unbearable, unbearable, unbearable was this yearning scorching his chest. For the sake of Emilia revealing this expression in its entirety, no, for this single reason, that yearning was unbearable. Emilia, I didn't understand what was happening. At the time I was being swept away by the uneasy situation, and then Subaru came running back to me when I was my most depressed, and after that. Subaru, dash. Emilia, and after that, what was it that you said?
Do you remember it? Subaru, I don't. He couldn't get it out. It didn't come out. He couldn't finish the sentence.
The trembling of Emilia's voice, her appeal, her voice that clung onto him, all of these were evident.
The Subaru that was here now was not the Natsuki Subaru that she wanted.
Subaru burned in envy and jealousy towards himself at the facts thrust out at him which he couldn't comprehend.
Why?
What are you, Natsuki Subaru? You and I, why are we so different, Natsuki Subaru? Emilia, and everyone thought like this. Return the real Natsuki Subaru. Kill the Natsuki Subaru right now.
If he had been in this place already, how long had it been? Thinking that, despite feeling like he wanted to sigh, and remembering the suffering and injuries. Despite all of that, he.
Emilia, but, I remember everything. I remember what Subaru promised me, and what Subaru told me, and what Subaru has done.
I remember everything.
Joy and hope were lodged in that smile, so that both sadness and anxiety would never appear there. Seeing Emilia's smile, Subaru's lips trembled.
There was nothing. It was nowhere. Everything he had said, everything he had done, everything he had promised.
Inside of this body, inside of this head, inside of this heart, at the depths of his soul, there was nothing.
And so he said, Subaru, I don't remember. I don't even remember it. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you all? Who are you all talking about? He exploded.
Some time ago, with Beatrice and Echidna, he had let himself burst into a fit of emotions, and once again, he also shouted this here. Emilia, dash. Faced with his derision, Emilia widened her amethyst eyes. All the while still gazing at her, Subaru rapidly blinked his eyes, clearing away the hot tears that had welled up there. With an even dirtier voice which strove to preserve a malicious tone, he continued to howl. Subaru, putting your life on the line for someone else's sake.
Springing into action straight away for someone else's sake.
Running away and staying alive for someone else's sake. Accomplishing something by risking my life for someone else's sake.
Can there be such things? Can I do such things?
To hear all of Emilia's recollections, and reply that he couldn't remember, unable to answer Beatrice's question before she vanished, still bearing that regret in his heart, he'd listened to Emilia gently, almost convincingly, talk about her memories.
Julius entrusted in him, Beatrice believed in him, Echidna forgave him, Emilia relied on him.
All of that for Natsuki Subaru.
He had been summoned to this parallel world, the real him.
Subaru, don't joke about. Such a guy cannot be Natsuki Subaru. There was no way that someone could entrust their wishes to Natsuki Subaru.
Subaru, I know all too well
about how pathetic, and disgusting, and helpless, and what a rotten bastard Natsuki Subaru is. There was no way that someone could believe in Natsuki Subaru with all their heart. Subaru, who were you actually looking at?
What were you talking about?
Such a guy is nowhere to be seen.
Everything is a downright lie.
The things that guy showed, the things that guy said, everything. It was just random talk that he spouted out from his mouth.
There isn't any value in believing in it.
There was no way that someone could pardon Natsuki Subaru from that sin. Subaru, you think there's such value in Natsuki Subaru? Natsuki Subaru is the very essence of pestilence.
He's a useless, rotten bastard. I know this better than anyone else.
There was no way that someone could rely on Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, dash.
There was no worth. There was no worth or anything to be desired anywhere.
Natsuki Subaru was pestilence personified.
Even with someone else, everything just amounted to wounds, loss and death. Thus, let's end it.
Emilia, and everyone else needed not get hurt anymore because of that guy.
Subaru, it doesn't have to be me.
Standing alone, he muttered this out loud. It didn't have to be himself, no, it'd be way better if it wasn't Natsuki Subaru.
Why did they entrust things to a man who couldn't do anything? Why did they believe in him? Why did they forgive him? Why did they rely on him? There should be more ways for them to manage things better. There should be someone else to help them manage things better. Even if that someone was the Natsuki Subaru that everyone wished for, he was nowhere to be found anymore.
Natsuki Subaru was a pretense that he never possessed from the beginning.
He was a person of vanity. Subaru, someone like me, just disregard and toss me away.
Someone smarter than me, someone stronger than me will turn up.
I am. He said that he couldn't do anything.
It was just this sense of sheer helplessness that knocked down Natsuki Subaru.
Everyone had a share of it. Everyone had their own identity. He wanted everyone to understand that.
Subaru was unqualified to walk next to Emilia and the others.
He was unqualified to desire them. He was neither strong nor smart. They needed not desire to have such a Subaru around. Therefore he would.
Emilia, my name is Emilia. Just Emilia. Subaru, huh? Having spat out his sheer sense of helplessness, with his heart dominated by the things he wanted to spit out as he spiraled towards hollowness, the bell-like voice rang out, like a surprise attack. Subaru, dash.
He didn't understand the meaning of those words. No, not the meaning. It was her intention that he didn't understand.
Lifting his head up, Subaru looked at the person who had introduced herself as Emilia standing right in front of him.
She had her hand on top of her ample chest.
Within her shimmering eyes, Subaru could see his own figure reflected. His breath was taken away. Emilia continued on with her speech, right in front of Subaru. Emilia, there are so many things I have to tell you, and so many things I have to ask you.
Many things.
But, right now I have to hear just one thing. Subaru, dash. Emilia, Julius, Beatrice, and Echidna.
And now, with my hand pulling you along. By running away together. I wanted to protect you at any cost. I didn't want you to die. That's why.
Emilia closed her eyes, and plunged into thought, full of emotion. After a few seconds, she broke off her speech.
He could see that various emotions were coursing through her chest.
These even included her feelings of anxiety for her companions who weren't here. Emilia's cherry blossom lips quivered with those emotions fresh in her mind. Emilia, who are you to make me think about us that way? Subaru, dash. Emilia, please.
Let me hear your name. At Emilia's question, the very depths of his heart shook within his chest.
The manifestation of her intentions weren't to deny the Natsuki Subaru in front of her eyes or to recover the old Subaru.
They were an affirmation of Natsuki Subaru.
Subaru, dash. The one before us is a fake, return the real Natsuki Subaru to us, words along those lines, behavior along those lines, resentment along those lines, would have been easier to bear.
Yet still, it was because it was nothing other than something Subaru had desired himself.
He still preferred the side of those who said that his self standing in front of their eyes was a fake, that they wanted him to return Natsuki Subaru, the ones who said that to him, the ones who wished that from him, the ones who tormented him with that. He still preferred their side. But it was Emilia that, no, not just her.
Up until here, everyone who had spoken to Natsuki Subaru had requested the same thing, irrespective of whether he was strong or weak.
Thus, even if he let himself be seen so shamefully, and couldn't help forgetting everything, he still hadn't changed. By their words, by their behavior, by their life, they showed their need for Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, why? Emilia, dash. Subaru, why are you here, Natsuki Subaru?
What can that guy do? What do you expect from him? He didn't understand it. In
just this overwhelming despair, in their helpless numerical inferiority, what would happen if Natsuki Subaru was there?
In what way would the situation improve?
Could they break through this? Subaru, a weak, dumb, miserable, spineless guy.
What do you even see in him?
Emilia, maybe it's as you say. Emilia cast her eyes down at Subaru, entreating her with this, shaking her head without denying it. Her eyes were bordered by long eyelashes, her voice ever so reminiscent of a silver bell tickled his heart. Everything about Emilia seemed to be a linchpin that tied Natsuki Subaru to this world. Emilia, there are plenty of people stronger than Subaru, and surely there are many people smarter than Subaru. But I like to be with Subaru no matter when.
I believe that Subaru can do it, I rely on him.
And still. Subaru, dash. Emilia, if people are helping me anyway, more than those who are capable, someone who helped because he happened to be there, certainly, having it be someone I like, would make me so much happier. And, whilst smiling, Emilia said this. Whilst smiling and with her cheeks slightly blushing, she said this. Subaru, dash.
Subaru let go of his breath. Having received Emilia's words, in that instant, surely all time had stopped within his body.
With a bad the depths of his heart pounded. And at the same time in which his feelings had boiled up from within him, another emotion rose up. It was scorn towards Natsuki Subaru.
Subaru, ha.
I see, Natsuki Subaru.
Did you fall in love with this beautiful girl? Someone who is probably way out of my league.
Such a young woman who would probably avert her face from me? Such a handsome knight, such a wise woman, such a sweet little girl. And finally, such a beautiful girl right in front of his eyes. Entrusting to you, believing in you, forgiving you, wishing it were you. Not asking you to be a savior, nor even expecting you to be a savior, merely, if those staggering walls had to be crossed, rather than someone capable, just wishing it were you. Emilia, my name is Emilia. Just Emilia. Once again, Emilia gave the silent Subaru her name. She looked over to him with her amethyst eyes. Subaru's dark brown eyes gazed back at those eyes right in front of him.
And then,
Emilia, please.
Let me hear your name.
Subaru, I am. He hesitated, forming his words, hearing Emilia's question once again.
He had denied it over and over again. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He had repeatedly denied it.
So, this was surely nothing more than convenient wordplay.
Entrusted, believed in, forgiven, relied on.
In this desert's tower, if he were qualified to be treated thus by Emilia and the others. In this desert's tower, if there was someone that could save Emilia and the others. If that was Natsuki Subaru, then if that Natsuki Subaru was nowhere to be found. Subaru, my name is Natsuki Subaru. Emilia, dash. Subaru, entrusted by Julius, believed in by Beatrice, forgiven by Echidna, relied on by Emilia.
By you.
If that man's name is Natsuki Subaru, then. The black-haired boy answered the young woman with the glimmering silver hair, staring with his dark brown eyes into her amethyst ones.
To the question that had quivered from her cherry blossom lips, his blood-stained lips answered back.
Subaru, I am Natsuki Subaru. Right now, feeble, without strength, mind and body racked by despair, but still he declared it, for Emilia and everyone else, for you and everyone else, for their safety, for peace and quiet, and their wishes and their desires. Emilia,
Subaru strongly declared it.
In his heart, he hadn't fully wiped away the pieces of distrust towards Natsuki Subaru. Even now, the one that caused his death hadn't left Subaru's mind. No, not his death, Meili's.
The face and voice of that wicked man. Maybe when that was wiped away, he wouldn't come.
But, it's okay.
Even still,
It's okay.
it's not that I wanted to be saved. It's not that I will always cling on and wish to be saved. I wish to save you all. I want to help you all.
If that can be done by Natsuki Subaru, then I will do it.
Starting from the same point, heading toward the same goal. As long as the path in their hearts were the same. Even if I dislike you, I will not complain.
Let Natsuki Subaru save Emilia and the others. Subaru, thank you, Emilia.
You made me believe in myself.
Emilia, Subaru, I am. With Subaru's reply, ripples rose within Emilia's amethyst eyes. Her lips quivering, Emilia started to somehow string together some words towards Subaru, who had named himself as such.
And just after that,
Subaru, HK.
Up until then, nothing had disturbed the two of them talking. The situation, which had until now remained peaceful, cracked in an instant.
Subaru, Emilia. Near them, the aisleway where the two had been conversing was in a flash crushed and pulverized by a shadow. The aisleway lost its shape, and Emilia, losing her balance, lost her footing. Facing her, Subaru, who had barely clung onto his foothold, strongly kicked against the floor. At that moment, the tower lost its shape, smashed up and weathered, perishing next to lumps of stone clouded in the aroma of sand. Subaru immediately dived towards Emilia, who had started to fall. The distance shrunk, catching up to her silver hair still lingering above, and finally he closed his arms around her slender body. Emilia, Subaru. TCH. As he clutched her slender, soft, warm body, Emilia stirred, calling out Subaru's name. Perhaps, she had tried to move herself so to change the position she was held at.
And because of that, the one that helped and the one that had been helped reversed.
Emilia, and everyone else were truly crazy.
But alas, Emilia's effort had been completely useless in this situation.
He didn't want to envision what would happen were Emilia to fall straight down to the ground.
It was neither the hard floor of the tower, nor the sprawling sand dunes outside that would come to meet Subaru and her.
It would be the pitch-black shadows wrapping this tower that would lead to the end of everything. So, the two of them would end up being swallowed by the silhouette whilst embracing each other just like that.
No, the opposite. This surely would become the beginning.
Starting up once again, once more, starting from the end afresh, right here.
For that reason, he would make a promise. Right here, in this world, in this place, he would exchange genuine words with Emilia.
To save them, wanting to save them.
Let's start from the end, holding everything.
The time for sputtering and babbling was over.
Infatuation like a curse is nice, isn't it? It's what I always wanted.
He didn't know whether Natsuki Subaru had the requirements needed to be loved. But, since the requirements needed to be loved by Emilia and everyone else were there.
Even if they still forget, even if they don't remember the words you told me, in this ending world, in this world beginning anew. Even if they still forget, even if they don't remember the words that I struck in you all, in this ending world, in this world beginning anew. I will remember everything.
Because even now, even if I have to cling onto them, I will not forget them. Subaru, even if you forget, I will not forget any of you. Always remember, Natsuki Subaru. The silhouette drew ever closer, its darkness engulfing Emilia and Subaru. Just like that, Emilia. And Natsuki Subaru was sinking towards the depths of the shadows. Metempsychosis, everything was coming apart, everything was becoming zero, the end was coming as expected. And it began in the place where everything became zero. A battle to kill Natsuki Subaru and bring back Natsuki Subaru.